Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. Division 1 is all wrapped up, but Division 2, we still have some business to take care of here. So over the course of the next few weeks, we'll be seeing which of these squads can rise to the level of getting those top 2 slots, getting themselves into Division 1, and hopefully starting to build their journey towards TI. My name is Snare, I'll be your host for today's proceedings, and I'm joined by some illustrious gentlemen. We've got some casters in the background, but firstly we have our panel, Gods, T-Panda, and Fear. Gods, you've been here a little bit before us. Talk to us, how have things been so far in the land of Division 2? Have things been as chaotic as they seem from the outside?
We had day one, and I know speak for not just myself, but like Wag and Breakio Casting. It was competitive. There was some good games. I mean, they were both 2-0s, but we saw some good Dota. And I think when people, out from the outside here, NA Division 2, you're going to, have some question marks about it. But so far, the teams have shown up and delivered some good games.
So T-Panda, you cut your teeth in Div 2 in the past before, you've seen quite a lot of tours here. Talk to us about what differences we can expect between Div 1 action and Div 2, because, Div 1, we saw a lot of these lopsided 2-0 type of games throughout the entire tour. Are things going to be as predictable as that, or is it going to be a little different once we get into the proper meat of Div 2 action?
I mean, I think if you think about Div 2, it's not like a sandbox, but technically it's like a bit of a playground of intuition, a lot of new players coming in. You've got these qualifier teams that are probably getting their first experience of actually playing in a tournament, and teams and players that have been grinding for an eternity to make their way through. So you can't really expect anything, but it's definitely going to provide a lot. And I think that's what Division 2 is really good about, it's a forming ground for players and teams to grow up.
I mean, that's actually a very good point about it being a forming ground, Fear, because one thing we saw in Division 1 was how many teams that were assailed there found themselves in a situation where they had a lot of European imports that were in the squad. It was like, 40% representation from North America? Here it's way higher, it's 62%. So a lot of the young up-and-coming players are finding themselves in these Div 2 teams trying to break into the Div 1 kind of situation. Have you seen anybody that's leapt out at you when we're looking right now at the participating teams? Do any of them on paper seem like they're pretty much bang on for those top 2 positions?
It's gonna be hard to say. A lot of these players have actually played in Div 1 before, so it's gonna be very competitive. I was kind of like joking around before, like Div 2 might just be more competitive than Division 1 was. And a lot of these players, like Mark, I played against him in pubs a lot. He's C-Dub's mid lane player. He's been impressing me quite a bit throughout the tour here, and he's a guy to kind of keep your eyes on.
We're going to be keeping our eyes definitely on him as the tour progresses. Today they're going to be in action later on, but in case you weren't aware of exactly what's happened on day 1 of this action, let's take a quick look at the recap. Obviously, Gods was alluding to this earlier, that it was a very competitive day of Dota, and even though it was 2-0 here, Gods, talk to us about what these games were actually like, having gotten to watch them in person yourself.
I think the most impressive team of the day was Penguin Squad. These guys played with such fast tempo. You see Spirit Breaker in both of these two games. They were just running at their opponents, just going for kill after kill, playing this like just fast-paced Dota that I think in the past NA wasn't really known for. I think often it was a region where you saw a lot more slower pace, farming up, like hard carries being picked. Complete opposite from Penguin Squad, who kind of brought in a bit of that kind of more SA flair, playing with the 4 Peruvian players, and it looked really, really good from them. I love the tempo, and I love the aggression.
I mean, aggressive play is kind of the thing that we come to NA Dota to see, right? So despite the fact that it was these 2-0s, fun 2-0s at the end of the day, it wasn't these grindy games where everyone's just in the back hitting creeps for 40, 50 minutes. Speaking of, like, I'm looking at these drafts though here, and one thing I'm noticing is how different these drafts look than the drafts that we saw in Division 1. Obviously, there's overlap with some of these heroes, but the overall composition of these games, how different do you think it's going to be down the stretch versus what we've already seen in Div 1? Is the meta already established and everyone just copies from there? Or does Div 2 have its own sense, its own ideas of what Dota should look like right now?
I think especially when these Division 2 players come in, they're going to come with their comfort picks, right, no matter what. So, and that's a good place to start. I think the meta is kind of set right now as far as like what's good in this patch since it's been out so long. But a lot of players, they're just going to stick to what they're good at, especially with like their first couple tournaments.
Yeah, first couple of tournaments, and we saw the GGs being called here, the 2-0 going in favor of the squad of the Penguins. And this next series that we're going to be seeing in this highlight reel, this one is quite interesting to me here, T-Panda, because we see our team DogChamp being in action once again. And the thing that intrigues me about DogChamp is 2 of their players that they lost last season who were Div 2 players, right? They only kept their Div 2 slot last time around, but the 2 best players, quote unquote, went on to Div 1 teams and have stayed in Division 1. So there's no hope of them coming back down to help the team maybe get a little bit further. What do you think? Now that they've made such huge adjustments to the overall roster, do you think it's going to make the team that much stronger? Because they looked really clean in their opening game here. Do they get back into Div 1 with this kind of form and then go on to challenge the people that they've already let go of?
I think losing Kits was probably a bit of a blow for the team in a sense, because he's had some very good results in the last, like you could say, 8-9 months or so. I think like he's been getting better and better and better. A lot of casters had been highlighting Kits as a player that you really want to watch. Like his hero pool sits into the meta very nicely currently, and he had the time to kind of show what he's made of. And then Luki also a player that he had some good days and he had some bad days back in Division 2 in the last year's tours. I feel like there's definitely always room for additions to join into the team and make their names out there. You see, I heard from a couple players about Italiano Gangstar that he's definitely a player that could pop off. He could be a very interesting one to watch. And does he have that kind of sustainability and what we also talked a lot during Div 1, the consistency. Is it going to be a lot of wins? Is it going to be a lot of losses? Is it going to be back and forth? You want to have a good off-lane duo. So I'm excited to see how he sits in together with Yarn.
I really want to see exactly how things are going to look in that particular regard. And of course, they will be in action later on tonight. So taking a look at who we have in action, their opponent. Tonight's going to be a fun one because I have a feeling that down the stretch between them and who they're playing up against, it's probably going to be in contention at least for the second slot, if not this being our top 2. Dog versus Felt. Gods, what's your gut feeling about this? Having seen DogChamp in action already, and Felt, a team that got themselves relegated in pretty harsh fashion, but it's also a very different team than what played in Division 1. What's your read on the situation? Where do you think this series is going once we get to Dog versus Felt?
I think it's tough to say right now. For me, DogChamp looked really good, but they kind of ran the same strategy back-to-back games with this like first phase Beastmaster. RC-wise, Invoker was absolutely incredible. He was like the MVP of that series, but I think Felt come in with a bit of a tactical advantage because they get to see those games. So they can target ban that Beastmaster in the first phase, for example, and play around it. My gut says that Team DogChamp should be favorites, but I think that little bit of extra info that Felt get from getting to watch that previous series may make things a bit more even.
I'm looking forward as well to the first series of the day because here, speaking of these series being somewhat even, here, this first series of the day between C-Dub and the side of 5 of the Fort Studios, get it out of the way, earn your paycheck, gentlemen. We're going to be serious about this. Fort Studios with a straight face. But they've played before, right, in the closed qualifiers, and both of them have gone 3. They're 3-3 at this point. Fort Studios got themselves knocked out of the upper bracket, but then they got their revenge to finally earn their slot here in Division 2 in the lower bracket. So, given the fact that on the one side we have these sort of storied names, everybody in NA, they know the BSJs, they know the Jenkins. These are players who have also been in Division 1. They have pretty large brain trust. But on the other side, C-Dub, they're the only team that has a coach right now in the Division 2 region. So talk to me about what you expect from here. Is the long-standing experience of the Fort Studios a little bit better than just having this new coach coming in at this stage of the game?
I think Seed-Up right now is a team to really look out for. To me, they're going to be like the dark horse of this tournament. I think you're going to be looking at teams like Fart Studios, being like they're probably going to get the win here. Dog Champ is really well known as well, and same with the Cut. Those four teams, I think are going to be in the run for winning this. And for me, Seed-Up, they have chances. You know, they did beat Fart Studios in the upper bracket. And then they got knocked down and they lost to them, unfortunately, later on. But, you know, at the end of the day, they were taking games off, as you mentioned, it was 3-3. So I expect it to be a close series, but that's where experience comes in the line. Did, you know, Jenkins and BSJ use their experience, take this long break they had of over 3 weeks and just really make their team that much stronger? If so, it could be a different game.
So, T-Panda, what's your read on the situation for the side of Fort Studios here? Knowing how long they've been practicing and everything, are there any heroes that you think are going to leap out in their draft at this point? And we're going to take a look at, well, we have a draft on hand, actually, so we can start theory crafting exactly what the strategies will look like. Talk to me about what do you expect is going to be the most contested heroes in these series and exactly how you think Fort Studios, I'm not saying 5 right. My head is still in Divine, not that. How do you think Fort Studios are going to stack up in this situation?
I mean, if you look at the logo, there's a hero that kind of fits into Fart SJ's hero pool. You could look at the Pudge. That's definitely something that could be popping up. You know, it's a fun hero to play, but I don't think we're necessarily going to be diving straight into like, let's play with the most fun heroes that we can. The Dendy look, you know, took us 5 series to actually see bait popping off and finally getting some very sustainable drafts. I feel like Pudge is still in a bit of an icky spot right now where he's not super comfortable against several of the heroes played in the meta right now. We've seen this Furion, Lina, Broodmother meta that's been going on. Looking for the strong laning matchups, Pudge really doesn't necessarily provide that. And if there's anything they're going to be following from Div 1, this could also be the copycat region from other regions where we just follow what the meta is outside of our region, which is basically right now looking like Lina, Beastmaster, DP. Centaur and Sniper also been getting some good numbers on the board, but who knows? I mean, I like what we're seeing so far.
Fear certified Magnus hater, talk to me about this opener from the side of Fort Studios. We've seen this lane before from Shopify Rebellion, didn't necessarily work out for them, and I know you just generally do not like the Magnus. This early, I'm also very skeptical about this. So is Jenkins just that good on the hero that they can justify going for it as an opening too?
Jenkins that good on any hero. I don't know about that one. We'll have to see about that one. But Magnus is a hero that's very difficult to pull off. But when you think of Fart Studios, you think Jenkins Magnus, but it's not. It's Sonic. Sonic is going to play this on POS 5. It's his signature hero, believe it or not. He plays this all the time. He gets boots. He tries to cliff you. It's really fun to watch, but I'm pretty sure Sonic will be playing this.
Yeah.
Sonic Magnus. Okay.
I feel like they're a team, you know, Fart Studios is they're going to try and win, but they're also in it a bit for the content. So they're going to be picking some players, some like signature picks here and there. They did do some of their research. Like I know one of the things with C-Dub is they play really well around these summon heroes with their offlaner. So for Illa, when he's playing these, you know, Beast Brood, he looks like, you know, 10k MMR player. When he's on these other offlaners, he doesn't look quite as comfortable. So I do feel like they did their research. But also when I talked to Jenkins, he's like, yeah, we didn't really scrim or practice. We just play pubs. We talk a lot, but they're not scrimming like every day like some of these other teams are. So I do think to a certain extent, Fart Studios are just going to pick comfort heroes, pick what they play in pubs, and then just hope it kind of works in a competitive setting.
Speaking of comfort, this surely has to be a comfort pick T-Panda for the side of C-Dub, right? This early Ember Spirit as well, because when we were watching Div 1, I think we only saw this once first phase. Most of the time it only came at the very end of the draft. What's your read on this Ember Spirit this early on for the side of C-Dub?
Well, I mean, first facing Ember also talks about you're kind of happy with going up most of the matchups, considering this could be the mid Ember. This could also be a safe lane Ember, which could also be pulled out from a situation from another. It could also work out. And you're very comfortable with the matchups you're going to be playing up against. It also talks a lot about the player. When you look at the side of C-Dub, Mark, I don't really know Mark. He sounds like a friendly neighborhood guy, you know, according to his nickname. Like Napkin felt like that as well in Div 1. So I mean, I feel like if they just go with this mid-Ember, they're going to be cool with it and start rolling around their draft because you see the Magnus is already there. You've got the chain set up. You can kind of hold them away with the skewer. Doesn't go through, blink cancels, long range, a lot of damage, and then provide with the vision from the Stream Protector. Like, this is a pretty solid opener, in my eyes at least.
Let's see where this is going next. Dawnbreaker gets banned out. We have no Sniper, no Viper, no Shadow Fiend. So C-Dub definitely trying to cover the matchup as much as humanly possible in the mid lane. But that does give some openings on the rest of the map. I mean, if what you're saying is true, then they don't necessarily have to worry about the support duo. They know exactly what it is. I suppose now you just want to make sure they just don't get rolled over in the laning phase. But they already have the Tree and Protector for that. And you know what I'm going to ask you next? I see Tree. Do they not just go Death Prophet, fam, and just simplify life for themselves? Ensure that no matter what, they have a good hero to help them sustain through the mid game, have some push potential, and even in the laning phase, doesn't feel like it's going to be that exploited, no matter if it's the Rubik or the Magnus in his lane.
Yeah, it could be good. I was also thinking that Fart Studios could take a DP for themselves and kind of take that away from C-Dub, right? It's good versus the tree in the lane. It can stomp the Ember mid. They still kind of need a hero like that. The thing about C-Dub I did want to mention, though, is like this team looked really, really good when Mark is making rotations. He's playing his Tiny, Ember, and then Ela was playing like those summoned heroes like you mentioned. There's not a lot left, but that's when C-Dub looked the strongest. They wanted to end games really early, and if he doesn't get those heroes, they could look like a different team here. But we will see what they decide to respond here. They should counterpick the mid right now if they want to put this Magnus as a 5. And whatever they want to do that with is really up to Annihilate. And it's a Huskar, so he really wants to just crush his mid lane matchup here, really punish him for picking that early Ember.
Yeah, it's a spicy one. Like, that definitely is like, you already got yourself a great matchup for mids. You know you're going to be comfortable with not only just the matchup, but how you're going to be building your game plan. You have Huskar with the Magnus already in. You have the Rubik that's already a very stable laner. And Huskar necessarily isn't the physical damage that they're looking for to combo with the support Magnus, but they've already got like a bit of everything in this draft, right? You can siege early with Huskar, you can early Roshan with Huskar. You have the team fight coming in from your both supports. Miss Mag could still be a flex pick, but I believe Fear's word on this that it could be a support mag. And then just get yourself like another range hitter. You could also go with a potential mix damage here, like not necessarily Morphling, but if you want to put the Huskar off lane or safe lane, go Shadow Feed. Well, actually, Shadow Feed's banned, never mind. But somewhere on the lines of that where you can just build up where you want. And the DP, well, C-Dub, they're just going to grab it instead.
I mean, you're gonna have to trust me on this support Magnus, as this guy,
I
you
trust
can ask RTZ. He has cliffed RTZ more times than anyone else.
But you see, Fear, that's why you pick Ember Spirit, fam. So you already have an easy escape from the cliffing, no matter if it's Rubik or the Magnus. They are prepared for this one. Interestingly enough here, gods, this Ember Spirit hero has played 3 times against the Huskar across divisions in the DPC, all across 201. Only lost 2 of those games. One they did end up actually winning, but it's been all across the world. So why do you think this Huskar hero, is picked very rarely? But crucially, is it only into Ember Spirit that you feel this hero is comfortable to be picked up to dominate that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think naturally you want to pick Huskar when you have a good laning matchup, just because that is kind of what the hero was always been known for, and maybe to a slightly lesser extent these days. But the ability to dominate your lane and snowball from there is just such a strong tool to have. And I think particularly in these Division 2 matchups, if you can get a good laning stage, it's so much easier to snowball because, you know, it just puts you in this position where you can kind of control the map and then just play like your game plan just gets simplified so much when you have that big advantage and a farmed Huskar that nobody can really fight into. It forces C-Dub as well to kind of respond to it and address it. And right now I don't really feel like they've got the best heroes to bring down a Huskar.
Huskar, of course, in the situation, we do see more comfort is being picked up, I suppose. Do y'all know, I just checked now, this is intriguing. Have y'all played against Afromush potentially in some pubs and seen him whip out this Earth Spirit? Because in terms of his official game, they could only find one all the way back in 2019. And Panda, Earth Spirit does not strike me as the kind of hero you want to whip out once in a couple of years, right? You kind of have to be a specialist on this hero. So what do you make of this? Has he just been grinding this, maybe on a separate account to try and make sure he's as practiced as humanly possible?
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely got a lot of games on this. Like, not entirely sure. I don't think I've seen Afromush actually play the Earth Spirit, but this is where the hero is so situational to an extent that he's a really strong lane dominator, but also a hero that can kind of fall flat because the current support pool is kind of providing a lot of different variants and options for your pos 4. We really like to see the Rubiks and the Hoodwinks, which are basically just, you know, an upgraded version of the Earth Spirit is right now. But he's still a strong hero. He's still got a great skill set. And now that you see this IO pickup come up as well, you're starting to think itemization-wise on the C-Dub side. Like, who starts focusing on vessel build-ups? Do we need to build ourselves some tankiness? They've got a bit of extra weird kind of damage where you start to consider, is Greaves the option for our offlaner, which could be DP, could be something else. Looks like it's going to be the DP because they're banning out extra cores, the Drow especially, and it's a great hero, right? And I think like Fear can also like add on top of it that it's just such a situational hero for the Earth Spirit to actually have a good game on it these days.
I mean, speaking of Fear, you have to account, fam. This Magnus,
Yeah.
are you still sure this is 5 position Mag?
No, because they took out Sonic's second hero. I mean, Sonic has like 3 heroes. He has like Mag, Io, and Tiny. That's kind of like his hero pool. So the fact that they picked out the Io means that Jenkins thinks he can deal with this lane matchup. So we're going to see the Sonic Io, I suppose. Is Mag offlane good? I'm still not so sure about it. You can get bullied quite hard by the train, but you do have Rubik. We saw time after time that this Rubik can carry you out of a laning stage here, but you do have the last pick carry to counter this Magnus here, so a little bit scary for Fart Studios to see if, like, how is this Mag going to work with their lineup? Right now, there's no real good Empower target. They have a Huskar. You're going to have to play around a Huskar, which means they don't really want a hard carry here. So I think at the end here, BSJ is going to pick a hero to try and win his lane, and he'll know in a second what he's going to play against, but it's probably going to be the DP.
I'm a little bit concerned here, guys, about that little overall lack of team fight for the side of Fart Studios. It's pretty much wholly reliant on the Magnus to try and make things happen. And it's a Magnus that's playing into 2 silences, 2 different routes, and just a ton of long poke damage. And now into a life stealer as well, which sort of denies you the opportunity to burst even after the RP. What do we need here for BSJ to sort of cover some of the holes left in the draft?
I'm looking around because it does feel like, I totally agree. I don't think you can rely on this Magnus to hit these big RPs. He's not the one who's going to be frontlining. That's going to be someone like a Huskar. So I think when you're looking at BSJ's hero here, you're probably going to have to get something that maybe fights early and you can play with tempo and try and, take objectives snowball out of control. Razor comes out. This is kind of that tempo here. You can't go too greedy. You also have to address this lifestealer pick because you're never killing a lifestealer during a Magnus RP, so instead they're looking to try and mitigate what lifestealer can do, take away his damage, and just kind of win a long team fight rather than that, okay, quick wombo combo team fight spells. That's not what they're about. They're going to be about like dragging this fight out, sustain, and then winning through this overwhelming kind of duration of a fight with the static link.
Well, it's one of these drafts that does require quite a lot of execution and trust in their lineup to be able to make work at the very end of it. And crucially, it's going to revolve around these BKB timings. T-Pan, I'm going to start with you. Which draft do you like the most, and which team is going to be taking game number 1?
Well, I mean, seeing what we have on the board and kind of what I thought on my first instinct. Sorry, Kips, I have to go against you here. I believe in my boy. I Annihilate the Restroom and New Shard and Fart SJ. These guys, they're gonna take this first game for Fart Studios. I think.
Fear, are you a Fart enjoyer at this point in time, or are you seeing some dubs coming in from the side of C-Dub for game 1?
I'm going to keep my trust for now with the Fart Studios here. They have a draft where they should be able to snowball really hard. I feel like the Vessel's going to be really late on this Earth Spirit to deal with all this heal on the side of Fart Studios. So, but if they don't win it super early, this could be a late game comeback for C-Dub as they do have superior team fight.
God's one word, C-Dub or Fart?
Farts.
An entire panel that's fully on Fart's side. Let us see if that's going to be the smell of the day or if C-Dub will show us something different. To find out, we send it over to our wonderful duo of the worldly Wagga and the bombastic Breaky. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Snare. Appreciate that. As always, awesome job, panel. And we are ready for game number 1. And who would have thought I would be, asked to cast some Division 2 North American Dota. Looking forward to it. Then I saw the team list and I saw some Fart Studios on there. I'm like, all right, sounds about right. Wagga, though, this should be a good one. We got game 1. What are you thinking about these drafts?
I'm pretty hyped for this. This should be pretty spicy. Like they said, when the Huskar pick came out, that was a 3rd pick Huskar, so it was telegraphed pretty early on. We'll see if C-Dub correctly responded here. They got some good heroes against it. Both teams are going against each other here, but only 3 from the side of Fart Studios. Might be danger for them.
Yeah, C-Dub, how about this? The 5-player smoke going to the left and going to catch Fart Studios off guard somewhat, you figure. Jenkins, perhaps. The vulnerable target, absolutely the vulnerable target. Forced to get that skewer and get the hell on out of there. So we'll survive, but leveling up that skewer first.
Yeah, they didn't go with a roll from Earth Spirit there. They were holding it for a long time, so they probably respect it. I mean, he was close enough to a tower of Magnus that he can always get to safety. So no real damage done there, and yeah, they revealed the 5-man move.
So there seems to be some doubt with this Magnus pick. Thinking it was going to be in the hands of Sonic initially. It's a hero that he plays a ton ton. And ultimately, he's playing the IO this game, though, and Jenkins getting his hands on the Magnus. Curious on your thoughts on that, Waga.
I'm not a big fan of Magnus offlane in current patch. I feel like it's, you know, it's more miss than hit or miss. It's miss and miss kind of for me. I think there are stronger options for the offlane. I would have loved to see the +5 Magnus. Maybe they were thinking about that, but then they realized, okay, we need to do something more turbo for our carry, get the Wisp. Wisp and Razor together can play really high tempo, so perhaps this is just the way they wanted to address what they were going against as well.
Yeah, so again, no kills off the bat. As far as the bounty runes go, it is the 2-for-2 split. And worth reiterating, I know the panel bonded up there as well, but these two teams somewhat familiar with one another in terms of they played a couple of times throughout the close qualifiers to get to this point. In fact, technically, Fart Studios knocked out C-Dub, but then C-Dub ultimately able to claim that last spot due to the situation with Legacy and having to drop out there. So, here they meet once again for the third time in really a couple of months, and looking to duke it out after a 1-1 split between those two series. But this Courier, by the way, at the top lane, it's almost sniped out by Nushan there. But yeah, which of these matchups in these lanes are you looking forward to the most, Waga?
I mean, mid, they send the Ember into this Huskar. This is why they picked the Huskar third pick as well. They saw Ember and they said, okay, we're just gonna pick Huskar. That's one of the worst matchups in the entire game for Ember, I would say. It's absolutely horrible. So how much can Mark do on this lane against Annihilate? It starts out decently, but when Huskar gets level 3, it gets very, very difficult. So I want to see how they're going to make, you know, the most out of this situation that they're in. They could have flexed the Ember perhaps into some other role, but they decided to send him here, so let's see how it works out.
Yeah, they're committed obviously at this point to running him in the mid, but to that point, Waga, is it maybe going to be on Earth Spirit to do those rotations to set up some kills on a Huskar perhaps, or really protect the Ember Spirit, his brethren?
I don't know if you can even necessarily expect to get too much from those rotations. I think it's more like you drafted the Lifestealer and the DP, which both are really good against Huskar later on. So perhaps they just accept the Huskar will probably have a good start, but we'll deal with him with our draft. The 5-man that they have, Pano mentioned as well, is pretty strong, their team fight.
Oh, speaking of her spirit, doing that creep pull, rolling boulder, gonna smack in a Razor and kind of adjusting this creep wave of sorts, but Fart SJ, I'm still learning more about this player right here, formerly known as BSJ apparently. He is on the Razor, of course, partnered up with Sonic, and so far, 6-3 against a 9-4 on the other side.
Yeah, DP Razor is an awkward matchup because you have Spirit Siphon and the Static Link, so both of them are kind of not sure when they want to commit to running down the other. It's usually about who has more creeps with them and the creep balance on their side. So killing the creeps quickly is important on this lane and shoving the lane.
Yeah. Right now favoring Razor, but actually going back in favor of the Death Prophets. Yeah, I got to keep an eye on that. And again, Death Prophet, they're pretty much tied at this point. But that mid matchup, 11-0 Ember Spirit versus a 15-5 Huskar. So, Waga, you mentioned, you certainly see it favoring Huskar just on paper. And so far, it's working out beautifully for Annihilate.
It's getting more and more grim, though. Like, right now, the CS is still kind of close, but of course, the 0 denies on Ember is painful. Bottom, look at this move by Fart SJ and Sonic. They kill a Courier. They're just running deep behind the tower here. Get a Courier and zone C-Dub into an awkward spot where they're tanking the creeps.
Yeah, obviously that's confidence, but for good reason. Sonic here with that early headdress, of course with the tether up on a Razor. There's that interaction you're talking about, and the first blood going the way of Fart Studios. The plasma field just barely hitting to get the kill right there. And now Sanctified, he'll be fine, but taking some damage in the process. But yeah, Death Prophet sticking around a little bit too long. Mark rotating in, not able to get a play though. He missed his chains right there, and he's gonna have to walk back mid.
This is what Ember wants to do. He wants to find any excuse to go to a side lane, but he was just too late. If he reacted when they were deep on the tower there, he could maybe have gotten something done. But yeah, he is so desperate to leave his lane. He's not touching the creeps even on mid lane anymore, so he has to look for ways to get back into the game, like I mentioned.
It feels like you're pretty much just having to accept that fact that Ember Spirit is not necessarily going to be a hero that you're going to be able to rely on too much coming out of the laning phase in terms of being highly impactful. It goes back to that Death Prophet and really the Lifestealer, which we haven't talked too much about yet, but he's 23-3 at this top lane. It seems like he's having a pretty comfortable time as Double King.
He is, but at the same time, 20 CS on Jenkins, so his Magnus. Pano wasn't sure how he was going to do here on the offlane. So far, the CSing is going fine. Lifestealer not the most oppressive hero early on, but at the same time, he's not really threatening the Lifestealer. Lifestealer with the tree end protecting him is gonna be difficult to put any form of pressure on.
We're partnered up by that tree and protector as a Lifestealer. This is in NA, let alone just across the board, all regions, one of the most popular heroes. And we saw that even plenty on day number 1, I want to say 3, if not all the games actually, included the Treant. And once again, right here, and speaking of that Treant, going in with the Leech Seed, they wanted to play on a new Sham, and they might get that kill. No, he's going to be a little bit too fast. Jenkins also supporting, using that Shockwave and keeping his teammate alive, but you just see how they're able to bully on the side of C-Dub, it feels like.
For C-Dub, but both of them have Orb of Venom. Oh, he gets skewered back. Aframoosh gets caught out, but Jenkins...
And he's dead. There's nothing more he can do. He maybe go set up for a turn kill, and that's not even going to happen. So yeah, a little too confident, but you're talking about the Orb of Venom.
Yeah, so C-Dub, they have what I would consider to be pretty awkward any moment that you have this happen. You have Orb of Venom on the Treant, and then you also have Orb of Venom on Lifestealer. And I mean, it's not completely lost value, but it's not ideal to have this going. Of course, Lifestealer wants that Orb of Corrosion, but I think maybe you could have skipped it on Treant and got Magic Stick or something for this lane.
Bottom lane, Fart SJ and Sonic. They're once again deep. This time, Aframoosh already TPing it, and now here comes Mark. Mentioned Ember Spirit. He really wants to be able to make plays in the other lanes, and he's going to be able to make that play. Gets the kill on Razor. The TP out from IO, at least successful, but good rotation, good collapse more so by C-Dub to get their first kill of the game.
Yeah, they get a little bit in there, and at the same time, though, Wisp managed to TP out and get back to bottom lane in time to even do a pull as well to get the lane back and be comfortable to prepare it for Razor. Mid lane, they're trying Huskar.
Inner Fire already used. He has a life ray. It's just not going to matter. He had a Tang or a Fairy Fire, excuse me, as well. But I mean, 4 heroes coming together, basically accepting death at that point. So the rotations continue in C-Dub. They get another one. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a good move. Good move to shut him down. Any kill on him before Armlet is great.
Top. Lifestealer. He's actually in trouble as well. Already using his wand. Sanctify TPing in, trying to assist. Not going to keep him alive, though. Now what happens from here? The creeps are chasing into the trees. 3 heroes here, of course, from Park Studios, but Aframoosh, yeah, they're trying to run. Leech Seed level 2. It's ready to use. Aframoosh waiting for it. Is going to activate it right there. But all clumped up on the side of Far Studios, and they're just figuring, all right, let's man up now. Annihilate going down, by the way. Gets the turn kill on a Mark while this is all happening. They do take out Tree and Protect with the top lane. All right, it's official. This is NA Dota. Action started.
Yeah, there is so much happening right now. The move towards mid was good. The wraparound there with the DP and the Ember, they managed to get the Huskar again. Dying now without TP available, and his mid tower is being sieged by Ecosystem. And even a catapult. This is the worst case scenario for Fart Studios here. They had a great start on the Huskar, but he lost so much of his advantage here. Even though he was dominating lane, this is giving some chance for Ember to come back into the game, and he has level 6 already.
And it goes to that point. I mean, clearly C-Dub, rather than accepting the fact that maybe this matchup is just a lost cause, and yes, the Huskar is going to just have a great game coming out of the laning phase, deal with them later, they make a point to address him. We saw the rotations, ultimately 4 heroes coming together, and now right here, again, off screen there, maybe the Observer caught it. Either way, they're able to make another kill, and just like that, 2 deaths later, suddenly that massive lead that Huskar had early on, it's not so massive anymore. I mean, he is still technically top net worth, but he's not getting that that snowball that you're really worried about.
Yeah, they were thinking about getting him one more time before Armlet here, but people are sitting mid and protecting him, and the Armlet is delivered now, so it's going to be much harder to bring him down from here on. And he can also start farming jungle very, very quickly. They have prepared some stacks here, where he's going to be able to get even more gold on the Huskar.
Razor finding his new home here in the mid lane. Of course, partnered up with the IO. Speaking of IO, of course, natural combination with the Huskar, as I'll get to that in just a second, because the pushback onto Fart SJ. Razor suddenly away from his teammate. The tether in, though. Sonic wants to help keep him alive. Overcharged, doing everything he can.
It's a 20 stake on Wisp. Oh.
He gets that stack with the wand use right there, as you're mentioning. Gonna keep him alive, and Sonic just kind of walking it off, and not so much. Razor eventually run down off to the side, though. That's gonna be another peek coming out from Jenkins. Huskar showing up as well. Interfire gets one. Now going for Death Prophet. The stacks of the Burning Spear is adding up, but it's not enough. The Living Armor's doing work. The Armlet toggle, however, from Ionella, he goes back in with the life break. Going back with another Armlet toggle, and he's gonna be able to pick up the kill. That Sanctified triple kill for Annihilate. Will it even be a quad kill, Mark? 6 seconds, Fire Revenant, not going to matter. Shockwave connects. Big plays for Far Studios.
redeeming himself there. Annihilate, who had a little bit of a shutdown there earlier, but now he gets the triple kill here. Beautiful play by Jenkins, actually catching them there as well, kind of delivering it for his Huskar, who could just stand uncontested and right-click throughout all of that. So they did bring down both the Wisp and the Razor, but that was very costly for C-Dub.
It's always hard to, you know, when these games especially would just really pick up in the action after go, 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 and you kind of just have to take a step back and realize, okay, where is this game at right now? Because it did feel like that, yeah, C-Dub maybe was starting to at least gain ground, make the even, but after what just happened right there, it is that 2,000 overall net worth lead currently for Fart Studios, and Huskar continues to be that top farm in the game. So I was talking about the IO, though. Who is he going to look to prioritize, would you say, as far as that tethered target? Is it the Razor, or will it be that Huskar?
I think he will play with Razor almost exclusively. Huskar can pair up with the IO really well in some situations, so maybe Sonic can keep his eyes open if he wants to reload save or something, but more than likely, they just want this Razor to have all the momentum in this game so that he can control it. That's where I think the tether is important for him.
So right there, Rubik using that Fire Remnant, which he currently has, taken over to harass Double King and push him out from this top lane. However, Big Fight Brew in. True Protector not level 6 yet, going to be screwed away. Nice triple silence, though. That is big. Exorcism, it's taken away. Annihilate, maybe a toggle. The armor, it's not going to matter. He just melts down. He's down for 30 more seconds. Aframoosh continues in pursuit. Jenkins trying to run away. Not so easy against Earthspirit. Earthspirit going to die to make that happen. Rubik flying around every which way. As we see the RP is even going to be committed just to try to keep teammates alive. Magnus falls, though, and C-Dub a 3 for 1 that they're very satisfied with.
Yeah, that was so much the DP coming in and doing a lot of damage there. She is a force to be reckoned with at this point. She has level 4 on the Spirit Siphon. Each one of those is 600 damage. It's so painful when she runs in. The Exorcism was a big part. But also want to say that the way Ember dove in there created the space for her to just run in. So yeah, good understanding that they were strong enough to contest that tower.
You saw those odds right there on the screen on the top center, esportsbet.io. Definitely taking a look yourself. The updating odds throughout the match, but again, still favoring Fart Studios, but slightly closing that gap for C-Dub. But speaking of this game, once again, Huskar going back with a life break. The IO tether up, barely stayed alive, not alive enough, though they do take on Death Prophet. However, and now Mark shows up, probably regretting that decision. In fact, absolutely is. He just melts as soon as he goes in for a slight, and Sanctified, the same story for him as well. Double kill for Razor. 13-9 at not even 13 minutes.
It's super high tempo for sure. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Double King is trying to find, you know, some space to farm up and get some action going here for himself with the armlet. They reload in for him though.
There's no way he gets out of this one. Doesn't have Infest, 13 seconds. I mean, he has got that armlet.
He's fast though.
I might have
not fast enough.
Spoken too soon. I mean, yeah.
Nice armlet.
Oh my gosh, he is gonna live. An armlet toggle on the clutch in the end. Yeah, the living armor, of course. It's like I almost forgot, but how could I? That'd have helped.
Yeah, living armor, living up to its name for sure. You don't die with it. That's the point. And they do force Lifestealer back, but he's just gonna farm all these creeps. So ultimately, they chased him for so long and didn't really achieve too much with it. But this game is reminiscent of the first games that we saw in Div 2 here, just hyper aggressive. Both teams are fighting over everything. There wasn't even a tower or anything being pressured. Lifestealer just wanted to hang out bottom, and they run down there and just chase him. Everyone playing such angry style here.
They really are. The BKBs are starting to come online, by the way, Waga, so worth pointing that out, both for Huskar as well as Razor. Not there yet, but both just need that recipe to complete. And how impactful is it going to be this game, would you say?
I think it's huge. I think it's very important against Treant Protector and Earth Spirit. If you ever want to play the game, even against Ember with his magic damage that he brings, you just have to have it. But I think the bigger power spike for Fart Studios is going to be Huskar's next items. If he decides to go for the Casual Sange, which is very common, or if he decides to go for something like Aghanim Scepter for the lockdown of that. If he rushes straight into that. Once the Aghanims is up, then it's really difficult to play against if you don't have the proper items yet.
Again, farming out those recipes. Sanctified bottom lane. He's going to make sure to use that rolling boulder to get out before any catch happens. Of course, Razor IO not necessarily ones that can lock you in place, so able to freely move on out. Mark finding himself back, pushing out the middle lane the best that he can, and trying to really recover as that understandable rough start that we talked about for the Ember Spirit, as that Orb of Corrosion, working on the Maelstrom. You like to see the Maelstrom still, even with the struggle start? I mean, I don't know what you would have gone instead, I suppose. But.
No, I agree with it. I think the Maelstrom is correct here. You need it. Oh, bottom Sanctified and Double King are trying to chase down VSJ, but he is going to be just fine here.
Yeah, Eye of the Storm is activated, and it's like, it's just not worth it. I'll relocate even.
Yeah, and that relocate wasn't even much to save him. That was just for efficiency mostly. Like, perhaps they thought that there were more people, but he was completely fine on Razor. They're just moving him to mid lane to make him farm even faster. So this is accelerating his farm. He's keeping up with a Huskar. They're neck and neck, and well, they're on the same team, so they're pretty happy. You know, they're number 1 and 2 on the farm.
Yeah. Item that's pretty good against a hero like both Huskar and Io, for that matter, is the Spirit Vessel, and currently Earth Spirit is working on it. He's got the Arena Charge on it. Queues up the full-on Spirit Vessel, is apparently dealing with a little bit of latency issues, so quick restart.
It's a very spirit-friendly team, this one. Spirit Vessel, Earth Spirit, you got Ember Spirit, you got Spirit Siphon. This team is all about the spirits.
Sure are. And again, well, to that point, they were talking about it on the panel as well. Again, Earth Spirit is not necessarily a hero that we're seeing a lot. In fact, I was even looking up for NA Division 1. I was only seen once. Granted, it won its game, but of the spirits, perhaps the least played right now. It's your thoughts on seeing it this game?
Yeah, I feel a little bit awkward seeing Earth Spirit again, but he can work really well. I think the idea of him here could be that you can kick away stuff as well. Like Razor wants to stay next to people. Huskar also wants to jump in and chase. Like the kick is very good for Earth Spirit in this game. And of course, if you get on top of Io with Earth Spirit, you can quite easily start locking him down and deal good damage to both him and whoever he's paired up with at the moment with Magnetize. So I like the pick into this game, but I do think he needs that Spirit Vessel to really start killing the Io faster.
Help kill the Io faster as maybe Aframush getting a good overgrowth initiation to lock him in place, and he's working on a blink. 1460 gold saved up on the Treant Protector. Looking at that, so double damage room, by the way, going to be picked up by Annihilate, and they go right into Roshan. There is vision. I mean, C-Dub saw this happening, so how do they react is the question, because they have to react to this, right?
Yeah, they should come over there and fight this. Meanwhile, they do have a really good push bottom with Lifestealer, but giving a free Aegis, it looks like they might be too late, though.
Yeah, he is TPing in now. Is that Lifestealer part? Is it going to pop that BKB? Bashbox helping. Yeah, going in right there. The Death Province picked up a Annihilate. And oh my god, the RP from Jenkins. It pulls them all in. 3 are dead, and it's run time for Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit. Double King will be fine. Earth Spirit left, so they will survive, but Fart Studio is going to take their biggest lead so far, and they still have that Aegis.
That was beautiful by Jenkins, and also he doesn't even have a blink or a force staff or anything. He just found himself to position greatly there, and or great positioning. And C-Dub, I think a lot of their bad positioning is because they were not fast enough at reacting to that Roche. If they were faster, they have time to approach it from better angles, but they were way too clumped up against a team like that. Here we see again how they're trying to go in, but yeah, this is because they were trying to split push bottom as well at the same time. But if they moved faster, I think they could be more split up here as they moved in. But around here, you can see how they just try to go in for it, and they get caught.
Yeah, it actually was only the 2 initially, but then C-Dub was so committed to try to really stop that Roshan. It's almost like one of those cases Waga is actually holding a thought, because Razor is going to get caught out, get smoke play coming out for C-Dub, and even Treant walking away before the kill actually happens. Sonic trying to come in for a save, and he will not like the end result of this one. So he too is going to be killed, and C-Dub making the best of this situation currently as they get 2 kills, but
that's a little bit too greedy there, trying to farm the bottom part of the map. He had vision that the rotations should be coming in, and he was just trying to stay Wisp. Of course, the save a buddy syndrome, you know, like, oh, I'll help you, and dies as well. So 2 go down. C-Dub finding a little bit of consolation prize here after losing the Roshan. But meanwhile, top is being pushed by Huskar. I don't know if he can break through living armor to tier 2 though. So he just has to back down.
yeah. As I mentioned with the Roshan, yeah, it almost felt like CW just got caught in that situation where they knew that they really had to defend that, even especially with Satan initially, but they just got there a little bit too late, and they were still forcing that issue. It's like the kill happened, he got the Aegis, and then even a couple seconds later, they still went in, and that's when the RP came out, and obviously we saw the end result. So CW getting a little too antsy to make a play out there. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses, but easier said than done. But again, still a couple of nice kills after the fact, and remains about that 5,000 net worth lead. Annihilate still has 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. Now has a Heaven's Halberd queued up, by the way.
Yeah, he's going for the Heaven's Halberd. He needs survivability against the Lifestealer, because Lifestealer went for the armlet into Deso, very common, and once he rages and runs at Huskar, he can put quite a bit of hurt on him. So getting that evasion is important. Getting the extra regen from the Sanj as well is huge. So it's smart itemization for this game. He probably wants the Aghanims as well to help kill the Ember or Earth Spirit or anyone really that you jump, but he's going for the safer build, and it's needed here. Treant Protector, not so safe.
Yeah, and this is gonna really sting as well if he dies, because that Blink Dagger is so close to being purchased, and it's just gonna be a bit longer, unfortunately. So, but no, he'll have it by the time he's back up and good to go. But obviously a good find there for Part Studios. And why would they stop? I suppose they're gonna keep going uphill.
They stole the level 4 living armor as well. They can spam that on Huskar now in the fight. He's spamming it on both Razor and Huskar. Newsham has a great spell for this.
That's arguably one of the best abilities you could steal, I feel like.
I think
in this
so.
game.
Yeah, in this game, I mean, Exorcism, and then it's this. Overgrowth is also up there, but this is so much value. They did lose the bottom tier 2 tower, though. He didn't have a chance to save it in time, so he can't roleplay as the Treant Protector too much, but getting this extra armor on Huskar is massive in the fights. So they want to take more fights, I think.
Well, speaking of living armor, though, one that originally has that ability, of course, Treant Protector, he does have that blink now. So something tells me, and this is one of those moments in these games, right, Waga, where it's like, okay, maybe a chance for to catch them off guard. I don't think he's necessarily even showing it yet. Does he get that good jump, maybe on the eye on the backlands, kill him quickly, and then accelerate from there when it comes to the team fight? They're going to have to do it into a 5-player smoke, though, coming out from Fart Studios as they spot a Treant. And Fart Studios is going to be the one with the jump. Oh, blinks out in time. They do catch, though, onto the Death Prophet, and he's probably just going to have to accept death. Yep.
Yeah, she couldn't blink out of that. Treant was completely fine. He was actually the one that they were trying to chase for there, but they find a DP instead. Even better kill for them. And they're moving straight towards mid as well. And Annihilate is making sure to kill the top creep wave, so not losing the map balance. And right now, CDOT are doing the best that they can to be on every single lane. They're pushing creeps on mid, bottom, and top at the same time, understanding that they're not strong enough to fight. But they can at least try to stabilize the map a little bit for themselves, or they're going to lose all their buildings.
Is Lifestealer going to be able to do enough right now? I mean, he's got a Desolator. His overall net worth is solid. It's keeping up with the others on the other side. He even has that shard with the open wounds, of course. But is Lifestealer threatening enough, would you say?
Oh, he's threatening Rubik right now. Here. He's close to a Treant.
Yeah, a couple more auto attacks, and the living armor is not going to save the Rubik. And yeah, he's going to have to infest a creep to get out, though, because here comes Jenkins. Jenkins does have a blink, by the way, with the RP, but they're not going to be able to run down this creep. Actually, well, Annihilant's up here. What am I saying? He's going to cut him off. He's going in with a life break. They want this kill, damn it. Yeah, Hila's nearby, though, and Death Prophet will help make sure to keep them away, but hell, that was scary for Lifestealer.
Nice try by Jenkins with the blink skewer there, but didn't have high ground vision, so it was blindly attempting to catch their spirit as well. But nice kill for C-Dub there. They get the Rubik and then get out without losing anyone. Now they are quickly rushing back to get on side lanes. And I like the way that they're trying to hold on to the game, but look at what Far Studios are doing. They're like, we don't need creeps bottom. We can just take this tier 1 tower easy, backdoor that. And Huskar went with a plate mail, now going into the Aghanims, the item I've been hyping up so much.
Okay.
Rubik again getting caught out. Maybe he's fine this time though?
Well, you can tell Treant and Earthspirit are both a little like, do we really commit to this? Tier 3 towers nearby, and it is the right decision to get out of when they did, because that would have been overcommitment for sure. Trying to make that kill happen. So, yeah, can't kill the Rubik, but And it's going to allow him to push out that bottom lane slightly. That does seem to be one of the positives, though, that CDUP has going for them, is that bottom lane push. The fact that they were able to get that tier 2 tower when they did. And they are at least putting some pressure on Fart Studios.
Yeah, they're making them work for every single bit of advantage that they claim in this game, but it is a lot of advantage they have taken already. 8,000 gold lead. Fart Studios are building up quite a lot here. They have BKB and Mantis completed on the Razor, and he has 1,400 gold as well, so we'll see if he wants to add in the casual shard, or if he's going to go for the full assault cuirass. Looks like he wants even more armor as well, so AC is going to be next.
Really good Razor right there as an Arcane Rune, by the way, spawns. It's going to be picked up by Jenkins. But Razor having his Manta style as well. So BSJ is feeling very good. Assault Cuirass is queued up next. A ways before that, but satisfied with what he has currently. Jenkins with an Arcane Rune, though. You know he's looking for that RP moment. And they're going to group up mid and maybe try to push off of this now.
Oh, he catches the Ember. Lift.
I was going to say, does he RP for this? The answer is yes. It's, with the Arcane Rune especially, it's 80 seconds, it's going to be back up.
It's good that he didn't go for the RP without help there. If you skewer into attempting RP, then he can actually jump away with the Ember. But Rubik was there to lift mid-skewer, securing the chain stun, and then they get the kill. So clean execution. Of course, like you said, the Arcane Rune, not even any long cooldown. So he's going to have that RP available soon again in just a minute.
Look at this pressure, though. Bottom lane, Treant Protector doing the rat Dota. Just keeps this bottom lane pushed in. No Meteor Hammer needed for him to do so. It's going to force Annihilate to fall back and somewhat push it out. He's got a point booster on Huskar, as you're talking about. Towards that axe, back to the middle lane. Ooh, a chance for C-Dub. A couple of heroes by themselves on Fart Studios' side, but they're able to retreat and no deaths to suffer.
Yeah, they weren't on division, so Sanctified didn't have any information on where to roll there, didn't connect with the blind roll, so unfortunately couldn't catch anyone. And Fart Studios are able to get out of this one for free as well.
C-Dub down 10,000 net worth right now, still trying to find that play, and maybe there's something right here. They catch Io. Spirit Vessels up, Sonic Tether connects though with the Rolling Boulder once again, and Io is going to die. 40 seconds, no Io currently for Far Studio, so you'd think that C-Dub certainly has to capitalize with this. They have Exorcism, Roshan, 28 seconds before Roshan's up.
Yeah, it's actually pretty soon, but more importantly, perhaps they can use the smoke to get in and get some vision to prepare for the Roche. It's very hard to do it blindly. They're looking for the Razor. They use the silence on the illusions. The scan was positive on illusions, and he's going to be just fine on Fart SGA getting out of that situation. I want to comment on, by the way, the build that the Lifesteer is doing this game. He went with the Armlet Deso, which is very normal, but then going back for a BKB rushed after that. I feel like this game, you might need the Halberd or even more damage items first, because BKBing here is not going to necessarily save you fully against a lot of the stuff on Fart.
Yeah, it does feel like one of those almost desperate items of you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, but it's not going to come into play right here because it doesn't have it yet. RP, though, pulls in the 2. However, Excess is up from Ela, and now getting a chance with some Lifesteal. Lifestealer even showing up. Put the slow water part SJ. Annihilate just jumps in, though. He's got his own BKP, and the Burning Spear is now adding up on top of the Death Prophet. And the Infest is going to, well, for now, Lifestealer is still feeling pretty good. They took out Razor. You see the on the uphill. Getting clipped. Jenkins. Gonna go for the TP play. No, stopped in the end. Pulls him down, though, and now trying to survive.
What have you done?
He's
Why
in
did
trouble.
you bring him down?
Yeah. Whoopsie.
I love it. He clips 2 of them, and then he's like, it's just a prank. I'll help you down. Here you go. You're
Didn't
back.
mean to. Well, Lifestealer definitely was able to stand his ground.
For 2 seconds, I was close to hyping up Jenkins there for his amazing play, and immediately he takes it away in the same breath before I finish. But ultimately, not a bad fight for C-Dub there. They did bring down the Razor. The RP was used as well. Sure, you used your own spells for this fight as well, but ultimately not too bad the way it went down.
The RP, not necessarily the most effective, though, in because of what was already happening, right? The Exorcism and the Siphon was up from Death Prophet when she got RP'd. I think Earthspear was also in there, and he's a fairly bulkier support himself. So they weren't able to necessarily do a lot of follow-up damage to it. And without those strong RP initiations, of course, your chances of winning these fights do go down slightly.
Dangerous smoke here. They're going to go straight for Roche. I thought that they would smoke into a fight, but with the plasma used from BSJ there is revealing that they are in Roche. There's no point smoking into Roche if you're going to use your AoE ability and show yourself.
Well, they're definitely seeing, the Sentry Ward placed down, gave it away. If anything, Ela will take it out. Roshan still has plenty of life. BSJ deciding to go in right there. And they're going to get the skewer onto the Death Prophet. No Exorcism just yet. The Infest Bomb, though. Annihilate's trying to survive. Gets tethered up, the heals, and now he's looking to turn. The Burning Spirit's adding up onto the Death Prophet. RP will lock 2 in place, but not the biggest follow-up damage. They take out Treant Protector, though. Lifestealer still locked in place, even despite the BKB. Ember Spirit finally goes down, and so does Zero Spirit, and so will Lifestealer. Eventually, the damage is there for Fart Studios, and a triple kill for Annihilate, and let's add Roshan on top.
I like a Sonic manages to get the last hit there on the final kill with an auto attack from Wisp. Beautiful play by Far Studios. They really spread out in that fight. That was chaotic, but they went in every which direction, and it became really awkward for C-Dub as they were completely surrounded at one point. It started out looking decent. The DP was tanking through so much with her living armor and just being tanky from the Guardian Greaves as well. Huskar was fighting her for a long time. But this Aghanim Scepter on Huskar, the moment he jumps on anyone, they just stand still and wait to die. That's what happened to Treant, and ultimately, this allows the Huskar to just do so much damage in that fight.
You just see how long they were locked down for, and you know what it was. Watching the replay there helped reiterate what the hell was keeping them in place. It was the RP into the Overgrowth. Yeah, Rubik stole the Overgrowth and just locked them, especially with the BKB up for Lifestealer. It didn't matter. That had to be so frustrating.
Yeah, and he still has it for the next fight as well. 25 seconds, and he's going to have Overgrowth again, and he has Blink and Force Staff, as well as the Eye of Vizier, the dream item on Rubik. Absolutely amazing situation here for the next fight that could be coming up. So he wants to just sit back and have someone go in front of him, and he can be a very big impact in the next fight as well, same as in the last.
Worth pointing out that from that Roshan kill, Huskar did pick up the Shard to go along with the Aegis of the Immortal, so he now has that buffed up Inner Fire. Of course, with the Life Break buff from the Ag Scepter that he bought naturally. And saw Kyros himself being built. I saw Razor was building one. Okay, Razor decided to go the Eye of Scotty. That makes more sense. He's really tanky now.
Yeah, he had the AC queued up earlier on the Razor, but realizing it's better on the Huskar, so... The Scotty is a great choice against both DP and the Lifestealer here, and even against the healing from Treant Protector and his living armor.
Level 20s are also starting to come up as we are seeing some tier 3 items dropping out. Paladins were picked up at Lifestealer there, but both Razor and Huskar just about level 20 themselves, and just naturally, of course, that's going to be even more of a buff that they can work with. But again, it comes back to Far Studios. What can they make of with this Aegis? I mean, so far they take out the bottom tier 2 tower. That's the last one remaining. So now it's all about the base. Do they really go uphill with this?
He goes in with RP on Lifestealer.
Okay, well, the follow-up damage eventually getting here. Annihilate shows up, life breaking, Lifestealer forced to fight. Thanks to the axe, if anything. Double King, he's gonna infest though, and he's jetting on out of there. He will survive. Over to the right, speaking of getting on out of there, Sanctified doing the same. Waga, no one died. That's crazy.
That's absolutely insane that he managed to get out from that situation, but yeah, he was eyeing him for a while there because he was farming under vision. There was a Radiant Ward watching the Lifestealer farming the Ancients, and Jenkins wanted to kill that, but he didn't have backup in time. I think if they were quicker to TP, maybe they could have brought down the Lifestealer.
Interesting here with Io trying to survive against the Death Prophet, going to go for the TPI. You saw the mid lane, Rubik also getting away. So we're finding a couple of these scattered instances where barely surviving is going on, and might have another case of that. It's not going to be used by BSJ to get off the slow. However, he's cut off from his teammates. Interfire though, pushing them back, forcing to hold his ground though with the BKB activated, putting damage into Ela. Ela exorcisms up, however, Annihilate, he's getting low. It's Huskar though, he's doing the toggle. Remember, he has the Aegis worst case. It's going to be burned right here. BSJ doing every distraction he can in the meantime. He is silenced up. Exorcism's going to be wearing out. Oh, he still has a little bit longer actually, good 15-20 seconds. But Ela wants to get the hell on out of there. Earth Spirit dead. And supporting Cass apparently getting out of there. Aframush, though, still manning up, putting the overgrowth out. Fart SJ, popping the BKB. He'll try to run away in the meantime over here. Yeah, getting clipped himself. Well, that's unfortunate. Not able to do a whole lot with that, buddy. Earth Spirit buys back, but down goes Ember's Spirit right as he does. There is a buyback available for Ember as Ela makes his way back to the base right there. So yeah, a little, again, kind of two different fights almost taking place.
Yeah, it's very scrappy. It's all over the place. The targeting, everyone's targeting like different targets. It feels like it's crazy, but ultimately not horrible for C-Dub here. But how are they going to hold the high ground? They lost. They did take down the Aegis on the Huskar. They forced his BKB out as well, but they are in danger now of Fart Studios perhaps getting some courage to go high ground here when they have the AC finished on Huskar. If Exorcism is not completed yet.
Mm-hmm. Hitting those level 20 marks as mentioned as well. As you see defending happening from C-Dub, but you got Huskar picking up the Berserker's Blood regen, and Razor getting that Storm Surge move speed. So on the other side, Lifestealer and Ember Spirit are both level 18, still trying to catch up. Continue to be behind. That's kind of just been a theme, unfortunately, for C-Dub, basically throughout coming on the lating phase, especially. As they've been having struggle with that.
Speaking of themes, by the way, the way Wisp played, we talked about how he's going to play this game or how I expected him to play. It hasn't been at all like I expected. He's been all over the place. He's tethered at Rubik at some point, playing around with him. Sure. He's been just, going wherever he sees action happening. So they've been very open to switching up the play. I think that's important when the game is this chaotic. You can probably not stay strict like, oh, I'll always go with you. Because sometimes you have to TP and help someone as Wisp.
Yeah, it's not just like you're on Tiny, that's all you're doing. You don't go to anyone else.
Don't remind me of those days.
Yeah, you never know. Could have been possible here, but no Tiny. Oh, Smoke's going to be exposed, by the way. And Razor eventually running away as Ela try to catch up with the Siphon, but out of the do so. Of course, Razor slippery and fast. Rubik trying to be slippery and fast. Has his Fire Remnant stolen. The Infest nuke, though. And Nusham will eventually die. Talking about the scattered fights once again. Jenkins also now caught up to. Just going to go for the BKB TP. They do have a stopper, though. And that's called Overgrowth. So Jenkins also will fall. And neither one has a buyback. I mean, there is no Roshan, though. So what can you really do with this if you're C-Dub?
They got the kills. The kills are worth a lot because there's a 20,000 gold lead for Fart Studios, which is also, amazing that they managed to find 2 kills because Fart are really so far ahead. They should not be giving away these kills, it feels like, but they're playing the entire map. They're very greedy, and that's when C-Dub managed to find a little window to strike. They go out as a team, smoked out, ran into the Racer, who was completely fine on his own, but ultimately some other heroes went down because of it.
Top lane, Annihilate gonna get that assistance from Io, of course, with the Glimmer Cape initially. Just jumps in with the life break, force a fight. Death Prophet now running away, though. Once again, the living armor continues to be huge. Guardian Greaves, Heaven's Halberd, etc. I mean, this is a very tanky Death Prophet. Look at that 50 armor right now. Currently stands. Just south, though, another fight commencing. As BKB's activated by Razor on that one. Jenkins is up in 5 seconds, so if they do kind of continue to make something happen, you got to look out for that. But with the BKB use on Razor, I think Fart Studios may be fine just farming some more.
It feels like they just want to keep building their advantage even more, and they're in the right place to do so as well. Lifestealer is not known for flash farming. He went with this BKB. Now he has a Basher completed as well, but he has a hard time coming back into this game against now the Butterfly on Razor as well. He needs an MKB on Lifestealer if he's going to be doing any real damage. So against Halberd and Butterfly, he is hard pressed to find the next item, and he's just so far away from it.
Kind of analyzing a couple of items that are happening right now, and looking through Treant Protector currently on a Perseverance. I think he is going for that refresher. Still a little bit before that'll take place, though, of course. But I also noticed Rubik picking up that Lotus Orb, another dispel that they have to work with here on the Radiant side.
An amazing game for Lotus Orb. So good against Searing Chains, Overgrowth. I mean, against absolutely everything, pretty much. The Lifesteal Shard can be blocked as well, or dispelled as well. As of course, dispelling, the Silence or the ulti from Earth Spirits. This is probably one of the better Lotus Orb games that you can find.
And let's not forget that tier 4 items are also starting to make an appearance now. Ninja gear picked up by BSJ. And the Razor. Ember Spirit has his own Havoc Hammer, though, and Ember Spirit did just hit level 20 as well, so he's able to pick up his level 20 talent, which is the Sleight of Fist hero damage, so slight buffer there for him, but you see a Flicker popping down. So are there any tier 4 items that you feel like are going to be truly impactful?
I feel like tier 4 is my favorite tier of neutral items because all of them are so impactful. You rarely get a bad deal with the tier 4 neutral items. There are so many big ones, honestly. I mean, there are a lot of heroes who want to have upgrades right now. Even though Eye of Vizier, for instance, is good on Rubik, I think he would be much happier getting something like the Timeless Relic or getting him just anything right now, like the Dispels could be available as well.
Smoke play from C-Dub. Couple of them are smoked around the other heroes, but Fart Studios avoiding for the time being. Roshan's up in 4 seconds, as we can see. It was a pretty, I think it was a fairly quicker Roshan, actually. In the end, it's going to be up now. Nushan will spot it, and this is the third Roshan. This is one of those, either the game could end here in favor of Fart Studios, it feels like, or C-Dub going to really start some kind of a comeback.
Nice ward by Nushan. Same from C-Dub.
Sanctified, a little bit of a distraction. Jenkins going in for in the back. There's a one-in fist bomb. They take it Iron Ribbon. That's the god initiation that you're looking for. After a seat up, Iron Alley trying to get away. Just south, though. Another fight once again breaking through. Life breaks on through. Huskar, though, he's locked in place thanks to the overgrowth. Mark going back, and Huskar has to fight. There's no buyback from the supporting cats. He is still alive. The roll in from Earth Spirit, and down goes Iron Annihilate. He's out for 80 seconds. He just got his buyback, but this is what I was talking about, Waga. This is a chance now for C-Dub.
This is insane. There were 20,000 more even gold behind, and they managed to find this fight. They get so much money for every single kill. The Huskar kill alone was 1,000 gold for Ela and 1,000 for everyone else who was there in total. So that was huge. All of it came down to Sanctified rolling in, getting that vision down immediately. Both teams had high ground vision, but the team that is more powerful with vision is the Infest bomb from Ember. That was huge. Yeah. Bombing in with a Lifestealer and Ember, they just blew up the support cast.
Who does have the Axe now, by the way, but yeah, look at this. You see the Observer catching it just on the top of the screen. You see him zooming on in and catching him isolated on Iron Annihilator right there especially. So then those supporting casts, I mean, the blow up, and C-Dub was able to just completely capitalize from there. It's recapping the Roshan as well. You have the Aegis, of course, Lifestealer, Cheese and Ember, and the Refresher Shard picked up by Death Prophet.
I mean, this is so wild now. They have swung it back, even though they're 13,000 gold behind. Having the refresher on the DP makes her super strong in the next fight, and also Lifestealer can now be a little bit more confident going into the fights with that Aegis. They have set themselves up to turn a game around that looked like it should have been completely over. And Far Studios, they have to tighten up their play right now if they want to not let them completely equalize this game here.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to that point now, that conversation of, all right, we got ourselves a game, we're 40 plus minutes in. Is there a team that you would favor just simply on paper as far as the lineup and their cores that they're working with?
I mean, late game, I am completely on C-Dub having the nicer drafts, I would say. There are arguments to be made about, you know, Fart Studios and what they have as well. But I think Huskar is more a timing-based hero usually. It's not about how strong he is minute 60 or whatever. He can get countered by items at some point. And Lifestealer now with, you know, the Aegis as well can just run at him with Basher and start smacking him. Once that NKB comes up on Lifestealer, Huskar's game will be quite difficult.
You could almost feel it now, Waga, too, and understandably so, that Far Studios playing maybe a little more cautious. They're not as deep into the C-Dub's jungle anymore. They're all sticking together right here. They understand that they cannot have another one of those initiations from C-Dub, or this game could completely swing the other way.
It's like you can almost, you know, feel like they said, okay, guys, we've been going alone too much. We've been dying alone too much. Let's just run together. Sanctified runs into all of them, gets blocked by Jenkins.
And BKB, he tried to roll up the last second, but uh-oh. Who's not here? Iron Annihilate's not here. And he's running, but he can't join. He just TP'd to the bottom lane. So Jenkins, he cancels the RP. He did not use it. He gets on out of there with... He's running over the hills. Razor having to force his own BKB out. They lose IO, though. Here comes a big overgrowth. That's the RP, though, coming out from Jenkins. He shows back up, but the follow-up damage just not enough. They did kill Ember Spirit, but Lifestealer still plenty alive. Annihilate lifted on up. However, he's not able to get some attacks. Never mind, the bash procs kick in, and down goes Huskar. Double killed over Fart SJ, and suddenly it's Double King by himself. Remember, he has an Aegis.
The buyback DP, they're trying to get there in time. They want to help him.
Yep, buying back, flying back over. DP does have that exorcism good to go. Living armor applied from Afamush. And here comes Ela. Ela, exorcism, silence. Lotus Orb applied to the Razor. But he has to respect this damage now. Lifestealer showing that he's not giving up. He wants to continue this fight. Puts the Abyssal Blade stun onto the Razor, but Fart SJ is still fairly strong for the looks of it. Afamush getting pushed back, and the silence coming out. Getting through to wave in, but down goes the Treant, and now Razor, or excuse me, that's forced a Lifestealer Avenue and Fetz trying to get away. They lose Death Prophet once again.
That was a
At least
valiant
Lifestealer
attempt
got
there
out.
by C-Dubs, but now they lost the DP and lost the buyback on DP. With the buyback from Huskar there, sealing the deal at the very end. Now it is Fart Studios who are in position to go punish. 100 seconds, no DP. They play that out really well. I mean, nice by Jenkins all throughout it there, honestly. From the start of the fight, catching out the Earth Spirit with a blink block on his rollout, to later on pulling people off of BSJ so that he could stay alive and keep kiting. This Razor does not die unless there's so much lockdown. With a Butterfly, Satanic, BKB Manta, and Skadi, he is so difficult to bring down.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he showed right there if we weren't certain of it already. I mean, yeah, you mentioned the Satanic even picked up 4,000 plus life with all the ways he has to evade and also regain life. And the support, by the way, of IO especially is certainly a very, very difficult target to kill. So they finally get the Rax kill in the mid lane as Fart SJ as well as Fart Studios as a team. And now they're going for the top. But yeah, 40 more seconds for Death Prophet. Without Death Prophet, can they really commit?
I don't think so. I don't think they can fight without DP at all. So just try and keep cutting the mid wave with Earth Spirit. Try not to get caught by a relocate catch or something. Top creep wave is pushing out a little bit for Dire, so they have backdoor protection. Oh no, the lift. Jenkins gets a nice catch, skewering back the Ember Spirit into the lift of the Rubik. And they bring him down as well. Now they're back in the horrible spot of having 80 seconds, no Ember.
His backdoor. It's like, God, so annoying. How about
They can do it. They can do it. Just hard work.
It is. Yeah, but it does delay them a little bit. They get the melee racks in the end. There's still the rain tracks, though. But now Death Prophet's back up, but now you're down an Ember Spirit. He's out for another minute. So pretty unfortunate for C-Dub right there in terms of continuing to make their comeback attempt. And to me, it's feeling like, okay, they had a bit of a comeback there. Obviously, Fart Studios regained control now, and now they have arguably even a bigger lead than they had before. We're almost to that point of like, make it a 60 minutes if you're C-Dub, get tier 5, see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just happy to keep making it another minute here. Every minute that goes by that they didn't lose, that's how far behind they are, that it's just about staying alive at this point. So you try your best, and the push is coming now. They're asking like, wait, maybe Ember doesn't have buyback. I don't think they realized that. He is only 300 gold away from buyback, so he was close. Maybe they can just go up here, and that's what they're gonna see as well. No defense really yet.
The raid boss that is Razor right here, just on the high ground. They're gonna silence, disarm, and everything, but there's no way they're actually jumping him. Just gonna delay what feels like the inevitable. But
When
Fart
they send
Studios-
up Razor to frontline like this is given so many chances for Magnus and Rubik to keep fishing for these kills. They get to skewer backs, or Rubik gets a catch. So the fact that they have these super tanky frontliners is very important, because it opens up for the playmakers to make their plays.
Well, speaking of making plays, Waga, they're going for it on C-Dub's side. It's understandable. Last-ditch effort to sort. Gleipnir in the hands of Ember Spirit opens up. Has the Infest Bomb ready. They come on out. Who are they going for the quick kill to Io? No, the reflection, though, of the Lotus Orb, but they do take out Io. He's out for 100 seconds with no buyback. Fart SJ and Half-Life both down. RP from Jenkins. However, the overgrowth in response. Popping the refresher as well, trying to continue it alive. Another refresher, or another root coming out, excuse me, with the overgrowth. It's stolen by Newsham. It's just roots all over the place, left and right, but it seems like Fart Studios is the one that's having the last laugh. Lifestealer forcing his buyback, and so does the Tramp. But look who's still alive amongst this. It's this Razor. Just continuing to do work. Death Prophet just south of us ends up going down. I annihilate, and then Mark killed off again, but he buys back again. But Fart SJ, he has teammates coming. And he might need them a little bit quicker because he's starting to drop, but never mind. The link is up. He's taking Lifestealer for a walk now. Infest onto the Ember Spirit, and now Ember Spirit's having to get the hell on out of there. They're just playing the survivalist game.
Yeah, they're just chasing people down. This game is so all over the place, but ultimately it is a big win team fight here for Fart Studios. They lost everyone except for the POS 1 and the POS 2 who are happily standing their ground here and even able to think about going high ground possibly. Both of them have Satanics, but looks like they're gonna back up and respect that they are down number advantage here. Just gonna go back to farming.
Okay. That was a little bit
That was
scary.
dangerous TP. Almost got caught there by the Ember jump.
Yeah, so you see the vision there. Obviously, he knows he has vision there for sure now, but manages to TP out and actually survive. But, whew, okay. Yeah, minute and a half until Roshan would be the fourth Roshan at this point. So, Fart Studios is proven to have a little bit of trouble truly closing out this game. And, of course, credit to C-Dub. And you look at where C-Dub can continue to hold things on and start making yet another comeback. I mean, level 25 on Lifestealer now, so his rage duration increased by another second and a half. Ember Spirit's almost there as well himself. So
the issue that I see is that their damage is really limited to just that first Infest bomb from Ember and Lifestealer together. They're going again here with the smoke. They need to get such a good connection where they burst like 2 heroes, because if they only kill Io slowly and just barely, then afterwards, where's the damage coming from? Exorcism is falling off at this point, and there's not really much damage coming out from Ember overall after his initial jump.
Well, they're going to go for it once again. They find Io yet again. Lotus Orb coming out. Meanwhile, off to the right, Sanctify gets blown up, but so does Sonic. So an eye for an eye there. Now they're buying back currently at least the Overgrowth being used. Fire Remnants flying around from Mark. Trying to stay alive against this Rage who's chasing him down, but Double King BKB'd on up, and he's going for Huskar. Her Spirit buys back. Every Spirit was picked off, though, and the RP again coming through for Jenkins, and this time it seems like it could be the finisher that they're looking for. Lifestealer manages to TP back, but it is official, Waga. GG's called. Game 1 going to Fart Studios.
What a wild ride, game 1. That's... I don't know what I expected, but a 50-minute, very confusing brawl. Ultimately, Fart Studios, they were in control for the entirety of the game, I would say, and they are the ones who finish on top as well. There were moments there where it looked like C-Dub might work their way back in. The steal of the third Aegis and Roche was huge for them, like winning that, but yeah, that was ultimately Fart Studios a little bit strong in game 1.
Well, Waga, I know most of our panel wasn't here for day 1, but they're here for this first game at day 2. Welcome to North American Division 2 Dota. What'd you guys think of that one?
Welcome to NA Dota indeed. That was a wild game. A lot of things happened in that particular game of Dota 2. It did go a little bit of the distance. We anticipated a bit of a longer game, but not the exact way it shook out. Talk us through the beginning of this game here, Fia. How did things cascade into the direction of giving Fart Studio such a resounding lead?
Yeah, well, I think it started from the draft here to begin with. Like, the Ember pick, I wasn't so sold on it. And, you know, they countered it with the Huskar. He got owned really hard in the mid lane. And then he tried to make rotation. It was a little slow at level 4 on the Ember, right? To kill the IO on the bot lane. It didn't happen. So he had to do the walk of shame back to mid lane, which ultimately kind of like destroyed his laning stage for the most part. But there were some good things for C-Dub in the early game here. We did see rotations onto the Annihilate Huskar multiple times here, killing him twice in the mid lane here. And then if it didn't get any crazier than that, once BSJ hit level 5, he started roaming on this Razor, went to the Lifestealer's lane, made his lane kind of like a living hell here, kind of like realized he wasn't the carry here and tried to make as much space as possible. There was just so much going on in this early game. Heroes are everywhere from level 4 onwards.
Yep, people were like pretty much running all over the map, and one of the things that we saw in this game on the side of Fart Studios, Panda, was what they did once they hit their particular item timings. In particular, I'm looking towards the Armlet BKB combo from Annihilate. Felt a little bit impossible to kill him after he got that item combination, didn't it?
Yeah, basically, I mean, I just want to address quickly, can we just keep a line with Fart Studios and say every team fight was a team fart? Because Husker basically got off to a great lead in the early, basically the exit from the laning stage, meaning that that's going to take a lot of pressure off of the side lanes, off of the Magnus especially, who otherwise would have been the primary initiator for Fart Studios, and that would have been troublesome against the draft because C-Dub could have been in a commanding position if they're in the lead. They've got the Earth Spirit silence, they have the Remnant you can just place on top, insta silence, no skewer RP plays, DP silence. And it just leads on to where Husker no longer needs to be like the primary initiator and can actually move on into dealing damage, where the Razor can just take over being the front line, and it gives more openings for Newsham and Jenkins, just like Waga brought up as well. It made the game so much easier for Jenkins and Newsham to play. Jenkins did make it hard on himself a couple of times, but he did make a redemption story in the end.
There was a redemption story for this Magnus here, gods, and we were anticipating that Fart would have a little bit of a hard time starting fights, and for the most part, C-Dub, especially in the mid-game, did a very good job of poking and prodding, not allowing Fart Studios to just jump into their faces, but they struggled to start fights themselves, despite having access to the double spirits of the Ember and the Earth. What happened? Why weren't they able to start their fights, despite the fact that Fart Studios pretty much only had one dedicated teamfight hero in the form of the Magnus?
Yeah, I think that one of the big issues they ran into as they kind of started to look like they might be coming back is the way that Fart Studios itemized, like on the Razor, the Huskar, was super tanky, plus you've got an Eye backing them up, so they kind of actually ran into damage issues. Like, yeah, on paper, they're meant to be the ones that, the longer the game goes, they can claw their way back in if they survive these item timings, but it got to a point where they weren't actually killing anyone. BSJ, FartSJ, with the Butterfly, Scotty was super tanky, made it hard for the lifesteal to kill him. Anybody getting gone on that wasn't the IO, was just getting saved by the IO. So the fact that between their three cores, they don't have that like burst damage, and then they had two kind of more teamfight centric, disable heavy supports, just meant they didn't have the damage to really initiate and get that kill. Their burst came from the Ember Fire Remnant plus the Infest damage, and then after that, it just very quickly kind of tapered off. And the longer the fights went, actually kind of favored the Fart Studios because of the fact they have Husker and Razor just draining damage and winning these long fights.
And to make matters even worse, you have the MVP for the game, our Rubik Newsom. Woof, this Rubik player. Fia, we saw this a lot in Division 1. What happens if you pick Rubik into the Tree and Protector? Suddenly, even if you only have one dedicated teamfight hero like a Magnus, with Rubik on the job, on duty, it's fine. Eventually, you're going to get the overgrowth. Eventually, you'll be able to get the combo going for yourself. Who even needs to pick Tree when you just can pick Rubik instead?
I mean, that seems to be the consensus here. You pick Rubik, you get MVP. This hero is just that strong right now if you have like a player that is good at it. Like, there's so many good spells to steal in Dota. Against Treant, we saw that mid-Roshan fight. There was an RP. Lifesteal just picked up his fresh BKB, right? And then right there, Overgrowth stolen on the BKB Lifestealer. And that was kind of like C-Dub's like redemption arc there to win. They really needed to win that fight, and it kind of looked like they were going to, but he was always there with the right spell.
Rubik was always there. Newsom was doing everything humanly possible to win out the game for his squad. Unfortunately, that does put C-Dub on the back foot now, and they're staring on the barrel of a potential 2-0 loss for their opening series. T-Panda, very quickly before we go to a break, what do they need to adjust to ensure that they can actually have a shot in game number 2 here up against Fart Studios?
I guess one of the approaches could be, we would be potentially looking at first pick, second pick. Like, do we want to prioritize Rubik for ourselves? Do we ban this hero away? Are we looking at the Treant on these other big teamfight ultis that we're kind of giving away because they've just seen that Newsham, he's a really good Rubik player. He's on point with his abilities and he steals. So you just kind of go back to the drawing board. Like, does he get under our skin? And do we worry about the Rubik? Or is there another approach that we can take?
Well, in the very good fashion of Division 1 and NA, Division 2 is still proving rather to be the Rubik show. So we're going to be seeing if C-Dub have an answer or if they'll just take it away or snag it up for themselves. We'll find out right after a short break here when Game 2 commences between Fart Studios and C-Dub. We'll be right back to bring you that action. Welcome back, one and all, again to the North American DPC. Division 2 action commences yet again today, the second day only, so we still have a long stretch of games to go, but now we're going into Game 2 of Fort Studios versus the side of C-Dub. And gods, not the easiest showing from the side of C-Dub for their opening game, but one thing that we sort of stood out to us as we're watching the game, their position 4 and 5 players swapped around in probably just to accommodate this Earth Spirit. So what do you make of this hero in general, and do you think it's the right call to make one player play something he might not be comfortable with just to ensure a better player to hero matchup?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because I don't think it was the right call. It felt like they were putting themselves in a very uncomfortable position. I think particularly in Division 2 with some of these, more inexperienced teams who haven't been playing together as long, you need players in their comfort zone. Picking this Earth Spirit forced the supports to kind of swap roles a bit. Neither of their supports are like a huge Earth Spirit plays when it comes to competitive Dota. Sanctified has played it a decent amount in pubs, but it just throws everything out of whack. And like in your first game in the DPC, you can't really afford to do that, I feel.
Yeah, it was a very awkward game at the very end there, but on the bright side for their opponents, Fort Studios, they were able to exploit that fear and sort of take advantage of what things look like in terms of their draft. They even made your most hated hero, Magnus, start to look a little bit better down the stretch. Going into Game 2, do you think it performed well enough that Fort Studios can still rely on it being picked up in the first phase?
Oh, hold on a second. I don't know if Magnus is my most hated hero, but it's among some of my hated heroes here. It did decently well, I want to say. It had some good moments, had some bad moments. This definitely wasn't like a performance where I'm like, wow, this hero's back, let's first pick it again type of thing. I think C-Dub kind of like messed up the draft order a little bit by picking that Ember Spirit, thinking that Mark had more matchups than what he did, right? Because they had that last pick there. They had 3 bans for it. They saw Mag Rubik. Maybe in that position, you pick a support there instead next time, or potentially a carry because it might be your offlaner. But picking your mid there, especially one vulnerable like Ember Spirit, can put you in big trouble as he did not have a great lane. And I think that was the keystone for like why Fart Studios had such a great game. It was based off how strong their laning stage went.
Yeah, that was like a phenomenal laning phase. And Panda, when we were watching Div 1, we didn't see it happen all that often that people would pick up their mid laner in the first phase. So it happened every now and then with certain teams, in particular if you pick like Tusk or something. But the longer the tour went, the later into the draft your mid lane pickup would become. In fact, it started to become like almost predominantly your final pick in the draft. So going into this game number 2, should C-Dub try and take on some of that advice and reserve the Mark pick for as late into the draft as possible, guarantee him a situation where he's not being run over in the early laning phase?
I mean, potentially. C-Dub, they're starting off with, I think, first pick for the second game, so they can get themselves a strong opener. You can get one of those support heroes that are going to go through if they are not banned in the first phase by Fart Studios. And if it leaves a core open, yeah, you could just pick up your carry potentially here, like the Lina. Lina gets banned though, so maybe find a substitute for that. So you know you're going into the last phase where you have to pick before your opponent does. So if you want to get a good mid matchup, you're going to have to do it in the second phase on the 17th, where C-Dub still gets a response to it, but at least you got yourselves like the good bans out in the second phase and secure yourself at least one good lane, because mid is really important these days. The side lanes can still wobble a little bit, but it's not going to define where the game is necessarily be going if you still have a mid hero that is hitting its prime early on, exiting out of the laning stage. So you've got a lot to do with your tempo control and how you start taking over the map if you have a mid player that is active.
There we go.
There we go. Some Rubik. That's what we like to see. Whenever Rubik is left available, it's picked up. And Fear, I know it's something that you like to see when teams don't even think about it. Immediately they have the plan. They know if the Rubik's available, you snap pick it. Don't even worry about anything else in the draft. What do you want to see the response be from Fort Studios? And what do you think the C-Dub lineup is going to pair this Rubik with once they have their opportunity to pick?
I don't think there's any clear counters to the Rubik hero itself. They just have to pick a strong 1-2 duo here. That makes sense. But I do like the Rubik adaptation, because if they would have went for the tree, it would have been just a repeat. Same band, same picks. And I think C-Dub needed to change something up. And I think this is a good adjustment, especially getting a pos 4. That's not Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and that's also like Aframush's most played hero.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and by like a huge margin, I believe. Like he plays Rubik so much. Like everything else, I feel like he plays like a fraction of how much he plays Rubik.
Let's see exactly how things are going to evolve here. We see the Death Prophet emerging. We saw this potential option in the previous game, But okay, Lycan. I wanted to see some kind of zoo hero going into the off lane for Ela. And this is not going to be the DP, of course, but this is, I like this hero in general, the Lycan. We've seen this hero dominate some lanes in tandem with the Rubik. Like together between Fade Bolt and Howl, there's a lot of damage mitigation in the laning phase. So we already like that. And Gods, you were correct. Do you know how many more games he's played on Rubik versus anything else? Literally double. 71 games on Rubik versus 35 on Spirit Breaker. So it's like, yeah, he knows this hero.
Sounds
Yeah,
about right.
this dude's a spammer. He loves the hero. I think I really like C-Dub's opener compared to last game. Like already I'm thinking like they're favored to take game 2 and force a game 3. I think it's important. Like Lycan isn't really a first phase hero, but for C-Dub when this Beastmaster plus Broodmother get banned out, I think they just need to stick to their comfort zone, particularly when game 1 you went away, things went so badly. Just play your summon heroes in the off lane, get a rotating playmaker for the mid lane from Mark, and just build your game plan around what's worked for you in the past.
What I'm actually curious about, was it before when we talked about Ela and the zoo heroes when he's playing more zoo than the traditional offlaners? Who was who brought that up? Because
That's true, yeah. Me and Gods both brought it up, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just to touch on that point, he looks really good. Like, right now you have, like, 2 type of offlane players. You have, like, the type that likes playing the Zoo, which are the more successful. Then you have, like, the type that likes playing the Mars and the Pango, the Legions, the outdated. And I think I'm going to stick with, like, if you do have that Zoo type of player, obviously you want to be able to do both, right? But, like, if you do have a specialty for this patch, just get that player combo into the game, and you have at least a chance of winning. You have a clear game plan. You have a snowball potential.
Yeah. If you look at his competitive Dota heroes for Ela, the top 4 most played heroes: 1 Visage, 2 Brood, 3 Beastmaster, 4 Lycan. Like, there's a trend there, and it's very much all about these summons and just playing these kind of more cheesier picks.
Something I'm intrigued about, though, is the fact of Fart Studios, they decided to ban out this Ember Spirit, despite the fact that C-Dub didn't necessarily have the best showing for it in game number 1. But I suppose doing this also ensures that they don't have to worry about completely updating it. I don't know, this might actually be support tusk. We see this Coddle now,
Could be.
and I think this might be them trying to keep it flexible, right, Panda, to make sure that it's harder for C-Dub to read exactly where this draft is going.
Yeah, it's a bit of an indicator. We kind of talked about the Crystal Maidens and the Ember Spirits that are really strong against the Core Tusk because of the root. You can't snowball, you can't basically use any of your abilities in an efficient manner. So you go for this flex. This Coddle, which I was suspecting as well, I remember there's probably not the best example, but because it is a Division 2 example, and we talk about a team that never awoken during the qualifiers, Jenkins would actually play this offlane Coddle and also the mid Coddle. When the build was a bit different, but
I got you, bro. This is also a Sonic hero.
also a Sonic hero.
Yeah.
This guy really likes to play the weirdest pos 5s. So don't be surprised if you see his Coddle 5s. He would have busted out Mag if it was Jenkins didn't won at that game. He has a very entertaining position 5 hero pool.
One thing I have some concern about here, God, when I look at the opening picks from the side of Fart Studios, just between the Coddle and the DP, there's a lot of wave pushing, like a lot of stuff coming at you all the time for C-Dub. What options do you see still available in the draft to help them deal with sort of overwhelming map pressure that Fart Studios can continually put out?
Yeah, I think you're definitely looking for some kind of catch, which is generally going to come from their mid lane from Mark, but I think even getting multiple ways, obviously Rubik already has that kind of Blink 4 staff for the catch potential. But that's where I think the Ember Spirit ban makes sense. Even though they struggled with it last game, it's a kind of exact kind of hero you need to jump on top of heroes like Coddle who are sitting back, blasting waves. You already got a Lycan who can run in. You want playmakers that can really kind of take advantage of the Lycan's mobility and the kind of run at you factor, which they start off by getting a Clockwork, which is, again, a hero. You need to jump the backlines, and Clockwork, great answer to the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, I like the Clockwork idea. It already sits in nicely coming out from the laning stage with all those choke point fights you can take. Helps out a lot with this Lycan moving around with Shapeshift, and especially getting those early level 6s on your supports, because then Rubik can be more active. It makes Clockwork more active. It helps your cores be more active, and yeah, perfect damage dealer to go with these. I really like where C-Dub is going here.
One thing I also like about this is this pairs very nicely with these range carries, and we see it just being picked up now. The Sniper, obviously there's no Drow nor Lina available in the pool, so this solidifies their laning phase here for you. It also gives them vision, and it felt like in the last game they were really struggling to connect with their moves just for a lack of being able to know where to go particularly, but now they don't have that problem nearly as much, right? Having access to both Clockwork and Lycan. Do you like what they've constructed here for themselves, and how do you think this plays into what Fast Studios have got going in the draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sniper pick was pretty good. I think they had choices here, like when we watched Shopify Rebellion play or the TSMs. Whenever they got this Tusk, even if they wanted a TP mid, what came to my head immediately was Batrider, which I think will get banned in the second phase for sure by Fart Studios. But it's that type of hero, that long range damage that can just get in there and do damage from afar. And if they don't let Bat through here, like, because I think Tusk kind of has to go mid in this type of scenario here. It makes a lot of sense at least, so... We'll see what Fart Studios ends up banning here, but if C-Dub does round out with a Batrider here, I'm going to say their lineup looks amazing.
5 seconds remaining.
Bats. The hero I'm more scared of, Ursa. My gosh. Every time we see this Ursa just goes on a tear, especially here in North America. It's been kind of ridiculous in Div 1. Here in Div 2, I wonder how it's going to go here. And C-Dub actually banned the Batrider themselves. All right, God, so seeing this Ursa here, we want them to keep it at bay. Is Clockwork enough to be able to keep this hero at bay, or do you still want a little bit more from the mid lane to ensure that the sniper can just dish out damage from afar, just keep plinking away at the bear?
I think you're feeling okay about your what you're more looking for is to fill the gap of having that playmaker, because now you've got Sniper with Lycan, two heroes that are not going to be looking to rotate around the map a whole lot. Lycan can maybe occasionally with his ultimate like rotate more for a tower push, but they really need that mid laner that can go around, set up kills, play with the Rubik as well as the Clockwork. That's where these spirits are getting banned out, now the Storm as well. And the other thing is these mobile mid laners are good against Ursa. They kite him, they can zip around if you're a Storm, Spirit around if you're an Ember. So maybe you look at the Void Spirit, maybe you look at the Puck type heroes. These are the mid laners to me that would make the most sense for C-Dub here as far as being an additional answer to the Ursa, but also just fill that gap that I feel like their lineup kind of needs right now.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'd like to see Puck. The Void Spirit also seems like a solid answer in a way to kind of just jump in. And those are also heroes that, well, especially the Puck. Like, I know Danny's a pretty decent Puck player. Just a bit worried, is it going to be enough for them? They already got like a great combo with Caudal Ursa that reduced cooldowns and stuff, so they could look for that.
Primal could be good too. Like, his ultimate does like the same duration even on Enraged Ursa, so it's kind of a counter in that regard to that hero. Mark does like playing that in the mid lane as well. Just, yeah, I totally agree. Like, anything, like, the Puck did get banned, unfortunately, so he does have to go for something new here. Is there a Tiny in the pool? I was thinking Tiny or Primal could be pretty good for him. It's definitely something that's going to move around the map. But on the side of Fart Studios here, I think this Ursa pick is a little risky. Like, you do bully Lycan in lane, but when you get a Hod on Lycan, and eventually to the Overlord, it's very hard to play Ursa against that, because then you have to like worry about the creeps and you can't really hit the hero anymore. So we'll see if that really works out. They're going to have to get on top of the sniper really quick in this game.
Yeah. At least on the positive side, the one thing that Ursa hates is silences, and there's none right now except for the Void Ags, which is going to be picking up at some point.
Yep. Void Ags, it'll come. I'm still worried about this Void Spirit. If I'm honest, y'all, this hero has not filled me with confidence when I've seen it throughout the DPC, but things could change today. Fart Studios, of course, now will know exactly what's going to be matched into by iAnnihilate, so they can decide where exactly this Cuddle goes, if he's going to go mid, or if it's going to be a different hero being played by iAnnihilate. One thing that is interesting, I think, about this Void Spirit, the most played heroes for Mark are his Ember Spirit, which he played last game, and the second most is the Void Spirit on 32 games. So it's his 33rd professional game on the hero. Gods, you wanted a hero that can close the gap, jump in. You did mention that the Void Spirit was in consideration. It was a little bit lower in your stack. Given what we see here, is there one thing I've always seen with Void Spirit, the hero falls off, right? And when it falls off, it feels like it's very difficult for that hero to recover. Is this the kind of game where you can see that possibly happening? We obviously don't see the last pick just yet from Fart Studios, but from what you've seen out of the 9 heroes so far, can Void actually have some impact in the mid game here?
Yeah, I think definitely he can, and I think you're less worried about the hero falling off because you've got both Sniper and Lycan on your team to kind of fill that gap. Lycan will help you snowball with some of the item times, and Sniper gives you that late game scaling as well. I think the worry for me with Void Spirit is actually the lane matchup, because as soon as I saw the Void Spirit pick, I'm thinking, you send Tusk mid. Tusk can cause Void Spirit a lot of problems and make it so that he doesn't get that, kind of strong early game rotations and snowball going. It's going to be the Tusk snowballing around, making those moves, going to these side lanes a lot. And I just feel like Tusk is going to win that mid matchup and have more kind of opportunities to make plays around the map here. So there's a lot of pressure on Mark not to get beat in the lane.
There's also going to be a little bit of pressure fear onto Newsome with this last pick, Earth Spirit here. We saw it in game number 1, didn't necessarily go so well for the side of C-Dub. Here for Fart Studios, do you anticipate the green Roly Man to have a little bit more impact than what we saw in game 1?
I'm sure he'll have more impact. Like, I like their draft overall, and when you're winning, things look a little bit better. And currently have very little faith in Void Spirit as a hero right now, especially going into Tusk, who is like a meta tier 1 like mid laner right now.
Well, it doesn't seem like I have to ask God or Fear exactly who they're voting for. T-Panda, it's on you. Is this an opportunity? Are we getting a game number 3 here for C-Dub versus the side of Fart Studios?
There's two options. Either we see the Team Farts turn into Team Shards, or then on the other side we will see the dub. So I'm going to go with C-Dub on this one.
Finally, a split panel. Let us find out what our casters have to say about these particular drafts and what they have to say about the game itself. And to find out, we send it over to Breaky the Brave and Wagga the Wise. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, as always, Snare. Really excited for this one now, especially. You know, we got some more Earth Spirit. We talked, the panel was even talking about going into that first game. Maybe not necessarily the most excited to see it. It didn't really work out at the end for C-Dub, putting some fault perhaps on that pick for the first game. Far Studios is like, we'll do it ourselves.
Yeah, I think the Earth Spirit was not working out too poorly, but it's just not very common to see it now. So it is surprising to see that we have it back-to-back here. Of course, now Newsham gonna be handling it. He played a phenomenal game in the previous one, handling that Rubik. I think personally I have to be a little bit more in favor of Fart Studios draft here. I think it looks to me a little bit easier, but there's a lot of comfort picks coming out as well for C-Dub. Obviously they have Afromush, who has like 1,200 games on Rubik. They also have a Grandmaster Void Spirit, so obviously they are in the zone here with heroes that they enjoy playing.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing they were kind of even talking about going into the draft itself. I believe Fear was even mentioning it, how it's just going back to kind of that comfort factor, getting that range support, especially letting Afromush, you know, play that position 4 role that he's even more inclined to play. And yeah, as you were just stressing there, this is a hero that he is very comfortable with. As powerful as Treant Protector is, and in the meta right now, you know, getting him on Rubik almost just feels better in the long run. That's the reason they prioritized it.
There are not as many good spells to steal in this game. There are good stuff, you know, there's always good stuff when you play Rubik, but they did a good job not leaving too many good ones in the draft, honestly. Like, you'll look towards that Exorcism, of course. If you can ever steal that, that's massive. Maybe you can make a lot happen with something like just stealing Illuminate or Shards from Tusk. But it's not that easy. Ursa is a really bad target. You basically don't want anything that he has, and it just looks like they drafted a pretty nice lineup here.
So, by the way, we do see a bit of a trialing coming out from Fart Studios early on as Sonic is doing the block down here. Gonna get some assistance from Earth Spirit even nearby. So Sanctify is like, no, those are my creeps. I'm gonna protect them. Into the tower we go, and now Kado's gonna TP top.
He just stuck around to help with that block, making sure the creep wave goes under tower, so Sniper will have to go up the lane later on, as the lane is going to push up higher. And it's a nice little move, small detail, but can have pretty big impact, as now the lane balance will be much higher up here for Fart Studios.
So the matchup that everyone, I'm sure, as usual, is that mid matchup that we're intrigued about. I believe Furo's mentioning it seems like Tusk specifically really good in the matchup against the Void Spirit. You tend to agree there, Wagga?
I agree. I think Tusk has very few matchups mid that he actually loses. Very hard hero to punish, and he's one of the better ones against Void Spirit since he's a melee hero. Honestly, Void does better against ranged heroes, I feel, just by his nature. And Tusk, once he gets the early bottle, he's not going to be bothered too much by the harassment. He'll get back up to high HP, and I do agree that Tusk is a better ganking hero as well than Void Spirit in the current patch. I think he's just super strong.
Yeah, and we on day one we were mentioning, you know, expecting to see at least some Tusk, and if we were, you know, even in that core role, we didn't really see it at all.
He was banned. He was banned though in the first phase yesterday as well,
right.
So we didn't get to see him played that much.
Played here, obviously, in the hands of Fart Studios, who's trying to close out this series up against C-Dub, but C-Dub has other plans. Issa, though, is, of course, playing the Lycan at the top lane. Bit more comfort factor as well. We talked about Afromush playing the Rubik, how that's comfortable. Same thing here. A lot of games on this Lycan, more the summoning style offlaner that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, certainly. It is not the easiest lane, though. I mean, Lycan against Ursa is a bit tricky. There is the point where you get the Homo Dominator, where you can bully the Ursa a little bit, but if the Ursa goes for the traditional build that we see as well, going for the Battle Fury, which he already has the Ring of Health queued up, at some point your summons can die very, very fast to Ursa, and I think as the game progresses, there will be a bigger advantage for Fart Studios down the road because of this. I can see Lycan having a hard time in this game, so we'll see how good he can play out with it.
Well, right now, again, 14-2, Ursa versus a 12-2. Like in mid lane, getting comfortable at the tower is Mark, gonna pull the Kree away after taking a couple of tower hits, but not afraid to play aggressive against the Tusk, even continuing the harassment as he's still at the tower. Currently, Tusk is 12-6 though, as Void Spirit 11-2, so definitely a slight advantage for Annihilate.
Yeah, getting some denies. Newsham gonna manage to get a courier snipe there as well with this deep ward. Chases after it with a roll.
Ooh, bottom. This might be a kill. Jenkins holding his ground. He basically knows he's dead at that point. Yeah, first blood's gonna come out for Sanctify. Newsham coming in very late, so that's pretty much what Jenkins was doing, at least setting up the turn kill to take place after the fact, knowing that there was no chance he's getting away anyways.
Yeah, I like that he just stood his ground and started fighting, but that was also the pain of his support being away sniping a courier. Then C-Dub recognized that, okay, we're 2v1, so they just went on him and killed him. Even though he has the double Wraithband build on Death Prophets, he's not tanky enough against all that damage.
Yeah, and of course Clockwork, also one of these supports that loves to just sit on top of you, get those boots early on, and pops that battery assault, and we can see the end result there. So certainly big for C-Dub. Despite being 1-1, they got that first blood on the core.
Oh, this
Very
is nice.
Happy with the outcome.
This is also nice for C-Dub that Mark managed to get the bottom rune using his Ether Remnant, and the top rune is controlled as well by Aftermush moving over on his Rubik, so double bottle refill for him, no bottle refill for the Tusk. And
That's clutch.
Yeah, that'll put him a little bit ahead here on the mid lane.
I saw Rubik kind of chilling around. I was wondering if he's going to go for a gank of sorts, but no, really going for that rune control. You see that Mark was attempting to go for a play right there with that Aether Remnant. Just missing. No, Annihilate kind of walks around it. Gonna snowball in to even assist with the last hit. But yeah, no bottle charges, as you mentioned. Does have the infused raindrop, assisting a little bit. But ooh, that is going to be a kill. Coming out for Sanctified at the bottom lane, by the way, taking out the Earth Spirit.
Annihilate is like, good that you die. You can TP him in and bottle refill for me because he needs it right now. So this death on Earth Spirit, I mean, it's not good for the bottom lane, but I think he's going to immediately go towards mid and refill Annihilate here because he needs some resources.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile death. You got to wonder if that was even in the mindset as far as Earth Spirit maybe played a bit more aggressive there as a result. But either way, he comes to the mid lane, and Mark's in trouble. Mark's just dead. In fact, he gets taken out right there. So we knew the bottom fill was coming in. Didn't necessarily maybe expect the kill to take place.
It's a little bit because of his skill build, to be honest. He went for a 2-0-3 build, so he doesn't have the repositioning there of Dissimulate, and then the shard is good against him. The Tusk shards, and of course the slow from the roll in and the kick as well. Yeah, that's a rough death there. He should probably have expected that TP mid after the death bottom.
Yeah. That is interesting, as you point out, with the no dissimulate. I mean, maybe not true 1v1, not necessarily as concerning, but yeah, if you get that rotation from the Earth Spirit, as we saw right there, certainly a much more worthwhile ability, but of course still doesn't have it. They know this. Meanwhile, Rubik rotating in as we're hitting 6 minutes, more runes coming in. Rubik's in trouble, Kano TP'd in, and that Illuminate bursts him down. Annihilate's going to be able to pick up the haste rune as well. Says thank you very much. So the support rotation's favoring Far Studios right now.
Yeah, good little moves there. We see a lot of attention towards mid. It's very common. Minute 6, you know, the power rune spawning. You want to engage a lot of heroes. Nice kick by Newsham. He put Sanctified on the cliff. He's going to have to TP his way down out of this one. Waits to make sure he doesn't get rolled on to get cancelled again. But yeah, that's TP cooldown.
Yeah, but they might be making a play down here. Jenkins is vulnerable, sitting just above half life, and with the rotation head from Aphromush going to lift him up. Newsham realizing it's a lost cause. He's just going to have to simply walk away. So who has the last laugh there? I think it's Sanctified in the end.
Ila tried to TP out, but the mana from Sonic there, last second comes in, gives the overpower to Ursa again, and he just barely gets that kill. That was so close. So Lycan now dead with no TP out as well, doesn't have the Dominator finished, and top tower is taking some damage.
Yeah, Ursa almost quietly doing his own thing at the top lane, but oh my gosh, 54 and 5 CS, 3,900 net worth, almost it's a good 800 or so plus lead, and we're only 7 minutes in over anyone else in this game right now. BSJ is doing a fantastic job. Mid lane Mark is going to get rotation in, and Annihilate with a haste rune is going to respect it and back it up. But how about this Ursa, though?
He's having a great start, but they really just didn't have a lane that can pressure him. That's Ursa against Lycan. You're very happy about this matchup. You don't take much damage from the wolves because you're a melee hero. You have the damage block. You go for an early ring. It's very natural for you. So this matchup is nice for him, and he's playing it really well.
Bottom,
can he get the
double
kill?
king?
Slows.
No, not really, but will it matter in the end? The answer is no. Wave of Death comes through. Crips Remorso secures that kill, but now Jenkins in trouble. Siphon's up. Double Siphon, so he's staying alive for the time being, but with Mark showing up as well, really no chance for him to get away at that point. Sanctified, another kill. He is 4-1-0 right now on this clock. We're getting credits for all these kills.
Yeah, getting those last hits, but I think Void Spirit really wants it as well. He wanted that last hit because he came down here. He's helping out with this kill, leaving space mids, and now he's gonna get ganked instead.
Well, we're about 8 minutes into this game. The action has officially turned on, Waga, as we've seen in most of these games here in this Division 2 NA action so far, and another kill taking place right there. So yeah, the 6-4 lead favoring Fart Studios now, about a 2,000 overall net worth, but then they're not going to they are going to reset. They're not going anywhere is what I was getting at.
And they have that DD rune on Tusk. He is looking for more action. I mean, DD rune Tusk with the Walrus Punch, it does so much. So just hanging around the area, looking for a way to get something done. Meanwhile, they're pushing in mid and getting experience on their Kato as well. And of course, Fart SJ, I mean, he's getting some big farm going here. 73 CS, minute 9.
You see right there, he took about that damage, 244 damage coming out with that Walrus Punch, but Annihilate maybe regretting being in this area. I think he should be fine, though. He's got those phase boots, although Clockwork's still chasing. Never mind, Oh, no, the shard's coming out as well. The timing, unfortunate. Probably doesn't matter at that point anyways, but still, good chase down by C-Dub.
Yeah, the shard's up pretty early there. He could have sharded the high ground ramp when he was walking down it, but maybe he's not used to doing the walk trick where you keep walking and ice shard behind you. Because I feel like he could just have left without them killing him there. The big part of why Tusk is so hard to kill is because if you ever try and chase him, he can just, you know, keep walking and leave the shards behind him. You don't even need to turn around.
Oh, despite all that action happening, both in the middle and especially the bottom lane, once again, Fart SJ, familiar to BSJ, is having a great time on that Ursa, continuing to grow that lead. Is he going the Battle Fury route? Of course, yeah. He just needs the Claymore now, and then he'll have that Battle Fury. Haystream, by the way, bottled up by Mark in the meantime, and he's gonna have to, Ursa's gonna have to be careful against this Lycan, even taking a purge, slowing down. And rotation from the Haster that we mentioned that was picked up by Mark. Illuminate on through. New Shop shows up as well, though. And gonna use that Magnetize before to take over the TPO. It's not enough, though. He's out for 30 seconds, and our New Shop's in trouble. The roll's gonna be blocked out. The Cock's coming out. Hila with that shapeshift. Running out. The Snowball in pursuit, though. It's too far away. He lives.
Wow, that was so close. He just dodged the shards barely. I mean, hard to land a slow ability like shards on a speedy Lycan as he's running out, but that was very, very clutch. Big win for C-Dub there, getting the kill on the Ursa, and again, dead with TP on cooldown as well, so not going to be able to immediately go to a lane. As Tusk finds the Clockwork on the top.
That's pretty big. I mean, that's like, okay, it's just a solo support, whatever, but again, he had that streak going, 330 gold going the way of Tusk. It's mid lane.
Yeah, Tusk is this hero. He can find solo kills against pretty much anything. Just tremendous amount of damage. You easily underestimate it. You think that Clockwork, you know, kind of tanky hero, but no, not really against Tusk. He just punches you and you're gonna go down.
Has been killed.
You see what Annihilate's going for, that blink next. As Mark rotating back towards the mid lane. No, trying to actually think about where to go. In fact, now he's going back to the top, so a little uncertain as I guess that's why, because Double King is showing up mid. As we take a look at the odds right there, of course, favoring Fart Studios currently, esportsbet.io. Play some bets yourself if you like those odds. Definitely check it out.
C-Dub are now trying to use the Helm of Dominator timing that they have to go push top and play around Lycan. They need to activate and start taking buildings, but look at Fart. They're coming up here with Tusk.
Walrus punch in. Response. Cogs being used also to kind of cut up the supporting cast. Illuminate was already used by Sonic, and he's going to get the pushback onto Lycan to finish the job. And now Sanctified, I don't think he's getting away from this one. Another Illuminate coming through, and Sonic credit for the kill that time around. So, yeah, Tusk really this beefy core, and also good support from both of your Spirit and the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, and Fartus J with the aggressive choice to go in and steal the enemy Ancients here. Take the farm that he needs for his Battle Fury from the enemy resources instead. And I like the idea when you already force people back, you know that this area is kind of safe now, so he's just using that time. Now he finished up the entire Battle Fury, and now all he wants to do is start jungling until he gets his Blink Dagger. And then we'll see Ursa probably have impact again, but most likely gonna take it a little bit easier here.
Void Spirit currently having that
Radiant's top tower is under
Arcane Rune bottled up. Farming out the mid lane, but you see the Battle Fury being purchased by Ursa right there. Mentioned that earlier. Got a little bit delayed due to that death, of course, but he's fine about bottom lane. Jenkins. They're rotating onto him. Jenkins realizing this, pops the exorcism, says, all right, let's fight. Has a TP coming in from Tusk as well, and that's going to be the cue to get the hell on out if you're C-Dub. Yeah, clearly something's happening. They don't want to commit too much.
A bit awkward for him though, he used this Exo. Meanwhile, the Void Spirits get caught over here, perhaps by Earth Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower is
A slow. That Solar Bind causing issues. Also going to get the Blinding Light pushback, but Mark is fine. Yeah, this exorcism, though, again, as you mentioned, it's a bit awkward. He kind of had to use it. They were going for a turn for sure, but it's just not going to get the most value in the end for Jenkins there.
They're casting so many spells on this man. They're just bombing down from far away with Sonic on his Caudal. You can tell this man loves spamming his Caudal. Hook coming in.
Okay. Well, that's a great response, of course, to take out the Tusk. And now C-Dub, they can push this mid lane.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, while all this is happening, the wraparound with the stun
That's
creep,
no chance
trying
for
to bring
him.
down Caudal.
Yeah, the Centaur, great job using that, of course, Helm of the Dominator and making the easy kill take place with that shapeshift form. And we mentioned that tower, it's already close to half life. The fortification goes down and it's going to start melting away. But Far Studios is not going to give this up. ESJ shows up, going to cleave through the creeps, including that Centaur. And here goes Earth Spirit, looking to get it magnetized off. There we go. Revenant place down and the quick kill onto the sniper. He just melted before you even know it. And like it's also going to get caught out. The Shard's blocking him in place. And a killing spree for Nusham. So Far Studios responds and very effectively.
I feel like these three heroes could run together and create such a blitzy playstyle here if they play Earth Spirits, Tusk. Oh boy, they're gonna catch Void as well. Punch. Look at the damage. That's just with two of them. If they use the two of them and Ursa and run around, I don't think there's anything C-Dubs can do to fight them right now, and they would just keep having to split. One reason why I didn't like the sniper pick in the pick phase, I said I prefer like Fart's draft here. They picked sniper into Tusk. I think that's really, really rough because that matchup is already kind of bad. But when you amplify it by now having the Earth Spirit rolling in and the Ursa jumping in, you have a lot of heroes that just charge through. And that's the biggest weakness of Sniper, stuff that can get on top of him quickly. And he doesn't even have Shard yet. He doesn't have a Hurricane Pike, so he can't stay safe from this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at that blink now purchase by the Ursa. So he's got that gap closer as well that you always fear, especially when he's having a good start. And you look at Radiant scanning Roshan. That's another thing when an Ursa's in the game, especially with the farm that he has, you always got to be suspicious of. Is that Roshan going down? But the answer is no for now, as Part SJ is going to sit on top of a Hastian, will be picked up by Tusk. Rocket's going to scout on through, though.
That's like the third Dominator creep that Far SJ killed this game. Each and every one of those are 100 gold. It does add up, and this is also why like Ursa against Centaur is so nice, or against the Lycan is so nice. You can kill the Centaurs, so you can kill the dominated creeps all the time. They're not that difficult to bring down. Void Spirit?
Uh-oh. No, the Walrus Punch locked down from Iron Knight by himself. He gets him down about 30% life. Sonic's coming in, the Blinding Light push back into the Illuminate, nukes him down and finish the job.
Very clutch. Even the auto attack was the final bit of damage needed there, as the Illuminate just barely didn't finish him, but he gets the auto attack in as well, and that's another beautiful kill. And we see this game just the difference between Void Spirit, how he activates compared to the Tusk. Like obviously a lot of it comes down to play as well, but he had to, you know, farm up his Witchblade to add the damage, and even then, he's only like matching the damage output of a Tusk, I feel.
C-Dub knows that this is happening, it looks like, but they're gonna get here too late. Shrapnel's coming in, but BSJ will pick it up. The Wolves got it there at the last second, but again, just too late. But Sanctify wants to make a play. The Assassinate going for the kill on the Fart SJ, but he's just too beefy. And also, he's got supporting cast, cutting the cast on the back lines, including Rubik going to take it out. And BSJ's back in as well. The Ursa, he will end up going down. Popping the Aegis, but they do kill Sniper. He's coming right back up. Mark? Going back in though with the Lycan, and actually Ursa needs to be careful getting his support from Annihilate in the meantime, and down falls Lycan. Mark did not want to commit further. His spells were still coming off cooldown, but Urspirit manages to catch him, and Nusham trying to keep him in place, waiting for his teammates to get here. He says, all right, fine, I'll die to the neutrals, which you will be successful with, but he bought the time needed for Annihilate to come in.
That's good play by Fart Studios there, protecting each other. The moment that Ursa gets jumped by both the Void Spirit and the Lycan coming in, he didn't have ulti available, so it was a really scary moment for him. But good decision making on Fart SJ's play there. He immediately targeted down the Lizard and killed the Overlord creep as well there before he was brought down. So really clutch, and again 250 gold now for those dominated creeps. It's just adding up.
10,000 net worth lead to Wago. Like, I feel like I blinked and all of a sudden this lead is just massively growing for Fart Studios. That Clockwork, unfortunately missing the hookshot. Well played by Jenkins.
I mean, they dominated their safe lane, and mid lane they also kind of won. And off lane, while they didn't really win off lane, it was not going that horrible for them. Even if they died a few times, it was never like a horrible death where you can't come back into the lane anymore.
Well, it's quite the lead for Fart Studios, so just like game one, even much sooner this time around, C-Dub is finding themselves in a spot of, you know, how do we recover now? That's what they're needing to figure out here in this game number 2, and thus the series as they're down 1-0. But you mentioned Lycan, he does have the helm of the Overlord, currently with an Ancient Ice Shaman. They're pushing the top lane. 3 heroes are here, 4 heroes in here are in fact together. So C-Dub, a lot of the map, they've lost control of it, and that's just kind of what happens naturally.
Yeah, I mean, they finally get the tier 1 tower, but this tower, when you're playing Lycan, you want it dead like minute 6, minute 5. That's roughly the timing. First catapult, you want to kill it. Tusk might be a little bit too far out mid.
He's seeing that replay there, but back to the live action. Annihilate, he is dead. So, yes, he was. Annihilate gets picked off. Now C-Dub hunting for more. Don't think they're gonna get more. Sonic's a little too fast. As we get 20 minutes into this game now, and the rest, yeah, Earth Spirit also making his way out of there. Oh, they know Death Prophet's here though. They're pinging him out. Nusham's nearby. Gonna get lifted up, brought back in. Grip Swarm even used. That's stolen by Rubik, but just too slippery as Nusham.
They're gonna be okay. Mid lane, meanwhile, getting shoved in by the Lycan. I'm not a big fan, by the way. You want to talk about the skill build that Sniper's doing this game? Double kill? Oh, wait. Might have to talk about that later. As far as Jay is here with his BKB, looking for a fight.
In a game like this, you're never going to have a good window to talk about it, but still hold that thought because a big fight might be breaking out here as Clockwork magnetizes up. He's just gonna kind of run in circles before he dies, jumping back in his Mark, but he's gonna have to assimilate out. Speaking of the Sniper, he just gets melted, and Mark's gonna be the same story. The Walrus Punch to finish the job. Sonic ends up dying to the Ice Shaman. So a bit of a laugh there for Lycan. In fact, both supports dead on the side of Fart Studios. However, it is just Lycan surviving for C-Dub after that 4-for-2.
Yeah, their team fight is really kind of non-existent as well in this game. They have no real big spells that they can add, and if the fight starts out that scrappy, any form of scrappy fight where people are split up, it's gonna favor Fart because their jumpers and their burst damage is so high. The Tusk and the Ursa kind of do the same thing right now. They blink in and just try to burst one target. And even the teamfight department, they have the advantage by having Exorcism, that big spell, and to some extent, even having the Caudal with what he provides in the fight is also very good for teamfights.
Yeah, it's, the challenge continuing to be a very difficult one. So yeah, talking about the Sniper, we really haven't seen much out of him, unfortunately, to that point.
Yeah, so what I don't like about this is that he's still only 2 points headshots, even like 22 minutes in. And this is your main damage output in a lot of the situations. We've seen many different builds on Sniper over the days, right? Like the 0-4-4 build and whatever. I think this game, just putting like 3 points in Shrapnel would be easily sufficient, or maybe just scaling it 2 points even, because he's lacking a lot of auto attack damage.
Yeah, I mean, Mask Madness Hurricane Pike isn't necessarily going to be the most threatening right now, but my assist for the kill on a Tusk at least. Although the snowball, the clutch snowball at the last second, the Walrus Punch is going to survive, and they set up the turn kill to Sanctified. Meanwhile, over here, Aframoosh, good job with the shards. That was a bad job of the shot. I thought he stole them for a sec, but either way, he gets away. But Double King Sniper once again, he just can't do anything in the fight. It feels like eventually just run down, and the same story for Void Spirit as well. And you see that the label up there, Fard SJ is dominating. That's pretty appropriate right now. He is 5-1-4. Massive net worth lead.
Yeah, he's having a super clean game, and so is his entire team now as well. I mean, Jenkins is back on 3-3-7 as well, having good impact in these fights. He's got his Guardian Greaves going for a BKB next on DP, and they're grouping up and moving together for objectives as well. They're looking like they're, at the stage where they want to start threatening these tier 2 towers, but Fart Studios are so dominant in the fights. I don't even see exactly how C-Dub can play their way back into this, because they don't have the obvious heroes like, oh yeah, we just need to land an RP and then follow up with, Snapfire Kisses or something.
Yeah.
Like, how do you tweak this draft into coming back from 14,000 gold disadvantage? It's very difficult.
Yeah, and as you're mentioning from the beginning, Waga, because I'm sitting here like, well, they could always steal an ability, but there really is nothing to steal. There isn't that RP to steal, the black hole, whatever.
No,
big
there's
game
not.
Changer ability either. So, not to be doomsayers here for the side of C-Dub, especially already down 1-0, but it's a realistic situation.
It's speaking to the state of the draft, right? He currently is running around with Enrage. That's what he's having. And like I said, having a spell from Ursa, I mean, it's a good starting spell, I guess, for a team fight-ish, because you can protect yourself a little bit, but you really want to put out the damage and the stuns on the opponent instead. So I think the best you can steal is the silence from DP, maybe? Even better than Exorcism at this point, because of the duration.
Well, Mike, you need to have some fast fingers soon, because this smoke play coming in from Far Studios. Clockwork doing everything he can to get away. In fact, snowballing from Iron Island. He went further. He wants a sniper, of course. Clockwork's going to hookshot. Double King just immediately goes for the TP play and will manage to get out, but Sanctified eventually run down. The Cryptster finishing the job. Rubik, you're not slippery enough. He too is going to be run down. I mean, that's where this game state is at right now. Far Studios is literally just W King. They're just running at C-Dub, and C-Dub just can't stop it.
They have a Void Spirit, and he is still not wanting to TP there, because he knows even if he TPs to people literally diving into tier 2, tier 3 towers, he can't really turn around that situation. That team fight is not going to suddenly be a one-team fight by him TPing in. So the best he can do is split push, try and build next items, go for that Aghanim Scepter. Maybe that will allow him to have the burst damage and silence, of course, to bring down the big target. But even then, there's BKB on this Ursa, and you're going to have to force that first, It's such a tall order to turn this around right now.
Yeah, it's a good item to have, certainly, that Ag's talking about on a Void Spirit, and could allow for, getting that backline kill on the Coddle especially. But speaking of Keeper of the Light Sonic, he's got some good farm, Forest Staff and an Orchid. This is that position 5 Keeper of the Light, technically. I know it's a support that tends to be able to farm a bit more efficiently than others, but another one of those things where you kind of look at it's like, yeah, that's where Far Studios is at right now with this.
That's brutal against the Void Spirit too. He can silence him.
Yeah. So right there, they attempted to jump that Void Spirit. Clockwork once again going in. No, New Shop. Sniper's able to get some decent damage here finally and gets the kill, but oh, the grenade threw. So he actually got he has a shard now, so they can cut a grenade to go over the cliff and survive, but Void Spirit unable to slip on out. And we do see the 1-for-1.
A little bit of an accident by Sonic there. Instead of silencing the Void Spirit, first he Force-Staffed him, which almost saved his life, but he still died afterwards, because right after Force-Staffing him, he silenced him as well, so completely fine in the end. Another fight going their way. Sure, you lost the support, but bringing down the Void Spirit is the big kill.
Well, who wasn't there was the Lycan, and that's because he was pushing the bottom lane. You saw Tusk actually TP in and eventually defend and push it out. Now, Jenkins forcing a BKB out of him. I think they have a stopper for this TP, as that's still active, so he's good. Yeah, they're pinging Roshan. This would be a huge chance, but it's just not up. It's 20 more seconds.
Man, Eli used this BKB or like an ulti form for this, but the BKB TP out just stops any kill potential there, and Jenkins is gonna be completely fine just backing out with the TP.
That's what I was saying, though. It's like that's where the RNG is definitely a little bit unfavorable. If Roshan's up, maybe they could steal it right there, but not the case. And yeah, Clockwork, well, they set up the kill on the Sonic, but he dies for it. And there might be more casualties. You mentioned Ela already using that transform. no chance to get out. A shapeshift on cooldown, double kill for Ursa. And guess who's up now? It's Roshan, and I'm guessing Far Studios is going there, and sure enough they are.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a real stomp. We're 27 minutes into the game, and they're still holding on, but this is 17,000 gold advantage before taking Roshan here, and then they get that as well with the Basher now on Ursa. His kill potential is only brewing up even more, and now gets the free shard from Roche. So he's looking to be ultra aggressive now.
Yeah. Got tier 3 items popping out. Ogre Seal Totem. Dropping right there specifically. But yeah, this Ursa cut, the items that he has, that Basher talking about, has a Paladin Sword, speaking of tier 3 items that he just got, and you'll swap that over, and it's not the last outer tower at the top lane, but it's one of 2 remaining, as the bottom still up as well. But in the meantime, C-Dub is trying to pressure out this bottom. They're trying to bait out this bottom push, and no one's coming though. Everyone is, for Far Studios, is more so towards the top, if not a little bit mid, but now Far Studios is responding, and they're making the way to the bottom here.
Yeah, and they're taking the bites. They're going for it.
I mean, they're going for Lycan, and Lycan's just dead, and so is Clockwork. Oh my god. I saw Lycan getting bursted out. Also, the Clockwork just melted right next to him. So, mid lane, by the way, Ursa finds the jump on a sniper who figured he was safe because of what was going on bottom, just getting out of his base ever so slightly, and BSJ is like, no, you're not. And apparently, you're not even safe in your base.
Yeah, nowhere safe at this stage. It is a Eul Scepter on the Void Spirit. He switched back after the Ogre Club, so instead of going Aghanims, he needed something against the Silence from the Caudal. Also a good item against the Ursa. He can use it during the Enrage here.
Structures are fortified.
Gonna force out that fortification, of course. This BSJ still 3+ minutes on the Aegis, so they don't necessarily need to force the issue here. If you're Far Studios, you can certainly reset a bit and yeah, push these other objectives, like both the top and the bottom are still up as far as towers go.
Yeah, they can also just keep farming. I mean, he has 350 CS before the 30-minute mark here on Fort SJ. He's getting absolutely huge. His second highest is 179, so nowhere close to what this Ursa is. And he's just flying ahead right now. He's as farmed as the 2 most farmed heroes on C-Dubs, basically.
Yeah. I don't know much about this Fart SJ, but I know about BSJ, his counterpart, and he's definitely in his groove right now. He just loves to farm those creeps, and continuing to do it well right here as this tower is gonna melt away. Sniper luckily to get out himself, but another easy objective kill. But you know, credits to C-Dub, I'll say that they're certainly still doing what they can. Specifically Mark here on this Void Spirit. You already talked about the transition of now going to Yules. He's pushing out bottom lane, but uh-oh, as I say this, yikes, you're in trouble. Assimilate, okay. Remnant, he's good. No, yes, he's good.
Hey, he's gonna be fine, but it's so dangerous. Anywhere you go, this is like a horror game right now. Look at Lycan, he's trying to run, but there's a TP coming in from the Blink Ursa. Does he see him?
Does he see him?
He does.
Yep. Oh boy, that's a bad, feels bad, man, for Lycan right there. Killing spree for the Tusk. Let's add more on. Sanctified, also picked off. Nusham, hunting for more. Unable to roll on anyone though. Sniper, I mean, talk about the lack of damage coming out for Sniper. He does have a Chrysalis now and working on a Daedalus. So he's level 3 headshot, so not almost maxed out, but point is, you know,
it's half an hour into the game and he still doesn't have headshot maxed. It's not a good feeling. Obviously, he needs the range, but in this game, this sniper has not been allowed to do anything. Farm, fight, whatever he does, wherever he goes, there's just multiple heroes running at him with blink daggers, and everyone has kill potential on him, basically. It's truly a terrifying game for him.
Far Studios is going to see the shrapnel most likely coming out. Yeah, they're pinging it out now. I was gonna say they're gonna know Sniper's somewhere over here. So now it's a case of can Double King actually get out before he gets jumped. You see the mini map that they're roaming over. You know it's a matter of time before this gank comes through. There it is, and Earth Spirit. Gotcha. Not much Sniper can do now. Silence on top. He can't grenade away, and he's dead for 50.
They do get a consolation kill at least. They find Sonic. And entire Fork Studios decided to tip him for getting caught out on mid lane there.
The friendly team tip, calling out their teammate, having a good laugh, and understandable. I mean, we knew about the Spar Studios team. I mean, hey, they're obviously trying, and certainly a team that's capable with the players they have on here, but it's also one of these, they're here to have fun, truly have fun teams, and
just a casual solo kill on the Void Spirit there by the Ursa. He didn't even have to use his Abyssal, by the way. He just relied on the bash. That's enough. Goes to show his kill potential right now. Toss going in.
Wow. That Rupert just melted. Sanctified, same story there too, and Lycan, not the best feeling when you shapeshift just to run away. Never is.
No, I mean, he can't really shapeshift and fight anyway, so whether he uses it to run away or not, I guess at least this way he lived. But I don't think there's much hope for his base. 30,000 gold lead, and currently Kaldo is about to crack level 17, and that will make him higher level than all of the Radiant. So every single hero on Dire is about to be higher level than Radiant.
You know you're really behind when, yeah, we're getting a lot of those statements here. Just so many different aspects you can look at us to really understand this lead that Fart Studios has. And you know, the last one I will say is that win probability chart that everyone loves. Right now saying 100% for Fart Studios. So
100%. Gaben has ruled it officially. It's over.
yeah, we'll see Dub by the rules. They don't need to technically give up because of that, but no, it is a very, very grim look for them right now, understandably. I mean, they are going to go for a smoke play here because, yeah, why not? Got to try something, and that's what I appreciate. Even in game one, they were doing this too, where it's, you know, you got to try something rather than just sitting in your base, of course. And
yeah, their initiation is very unclear though, how they're going to connect and like what spells they can really use to start the fight. So they do smoke up, but ultimately they're just standing in their base because they don't really see a chance to go on anything. Like, even if you want to go on a support and burst a support, yeah, okay, try Earth Spirit. He has a Vessel Shiva's BKB. Try bursting him. It'll be easy.
no, it's not so easy, unfortunately. Mark is just gonna push out the top lane and needs to get away quickly. Now they're in that hot pursuit. Nusham. Yep, they get him. Good old Abyssal Blade lockdown. That swift blink that Ursa's even had for a little bit. Obviously coming into play there too. Jenkins, by the way, down here, he's gonna double siphon and heal up just enough. The assassinate will be unable to finish him and lives throughout. Double King ends up going down thanks to Tusk, who is just in those front lines. He has a moon shard now, by the way, on him, but.
Oh, he's got the Moonshard. He's ready for the 12% chance to proc. Hila
Nice.
trying to TP out, but... oh, he gets it just barely.
Smoke and run, though. Now they're going to the base. I think Fart Studios has had enough. They're going to really put it on C-Dub and says, all right, let's try to actually finish this game now, knowing the lead that they have.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortification is going to be used, so again, C-Dub fighting to the bitter end, as this is it after all here in this series.
Yeah,
Only
not
the
tapping.
first series for these two teams, though, here of the Division 2 DPC North America, but let the onslaught continue. Fart Studios going really deep there, all the way to the fountain, basically. There's a buyback on a Rubik coming out. You hear the hell. Clockwork also buying back, so it is back to a 5 versus 5. Wow, Sonic got so low right there. Somehow managed to live. Tusk back in. Immediately first down sniper. He buys back there right away. But the tower is dead currently.
Still BKB on Ursa. Turns it around.
There it is. Urshock jumping in. Gets a bash proc on a Lycan. And a couple hits later, shreds through his life pool. Double kill for Ursa. He's 12, 1, and 10 now. Now focusing on the racks. Again, they're trying. Oh, well, they get Sonic. That's gotta feel good. There's the tip. I was gonna say that they're definitely gonna be tipping Sonic after that one. At least Fart SJ does, and some continuation.
Yeah, they're just sitting here. Now he's killing his friend's wolf sniper, doing some other attacks on the dominated creep. At least he gets to attack something before Ursa comes and kills him again.
Ooh. Well, as we are in the final phases of this one, as there we go, GGs are officially called. Waga, I was going to say, is this really just feel like C-Dub just simply got out-drafted here, more so than anything, or?
I mean, I very heavily favor Fart's draft here. I think it's way better, to be honest. I think this sniper pick was, to me, extremely iffy. I'm not sure about it. And also the Ursa versus Lycan matchup on top of that is a good matchup. And then you also have, like, there's so many things, so many layers of it. I'm sure that our panel can break it down and add more to why this game was as one-sided as it was.
Yeah, panel, take it away.
Indeed, a one-sided affair in favor of Fart Studios. It was a tremendous game from them, pretty much all across the board. I mean, there were some moments early on where it looked like maybe we could mount a comeback from Cedar, but Fear, unfortunately, it did not go that way. Talk to me about it. In game number 1, you said that things started to fall apart already in the drafting phase, but here we like their opener, the Lycan Rubik. It's been so successful, so many games. What happened with the rest of the draft, and how did that translate into the game itself?
I mean, we saw through Division 1 time and time again, teams would first pick this Tusk and we'd see instantly banned the Ember Spirit plus the Bat Rider. I mean, in theory, I get why the Sniper could have been good, but like, you need to address the mid lane matchup here. And I feel like them not taking Bat here against DP versus Tusk, 2 unplayable matchups, honestly, for them if they would have taken it here, ends up with a last pick Void Spirit, an ancient hero that pretty much nobody picks, and we can kind of see why after this game here. It didn't have much impact, but there was a saving grace for them. We did see Aframush on his Rubik. He took the 2-minute rune away for Mark in this mid lane. He took the 4-minute rune for Mark in the mid lane, but unfortunately, Mark shortly after died to the rotation of the Earth Spirit coming in. Isla misstepped on the top lane, died while TPing out, and kind of just threw away that advantage Aframush gave away to them in the early game.
One of the things that we did see, especially here at T-Panda, this mid lane matchup for Mark. Last time around, he played the Ember Spirit, this time on the Void Spirit. He has a 40% win rate in general coming into this match, but the gameplay, the execution is something that we saw being a bit problematic in game number 1. This game, it felt even worse, didn't it, for the mid lane Void Spirit?
Yeah, and that was one of the things that we were kind of discussing in the pre-game for Game 2, that they really need to put more focus on the mid lane. We did not see that happen here, not draft-wise, not execution-wise. I mean, Mark was playing Spirits in both of the games. Game 1, you could see the Ember could work, but Game 2, Void Spirit, did anyone feel that this hero could work here? The Bat Rider ban from themselves, I think they were worried that maybe Fart Studios might pick it up. But then again, you have the first pick in the last phase against your opponents. That could have been an option. The puck was then banned from Fart Studios as well, so that was another good option that they could have gone for. And they just kind of, I feel like they cornered themselves a bit too early. Like, the draft started off nicely, but then it just didn't fall into place. And also, I wasn't a big fan of the build-up, like the skill build. He was level 9, no W picked up. So that also put him in many situations he was in big risk.
Yeah, not only was he in a big risk here, gods, but unfortunately, because of the nature of how Void Spirit works and functions, because he got ganked so many times in the mid lane, and because he didn't have impact, he wasn't able to help them recover any of the side lanes either. I'm looking at this BSJ Ursa, 13-1-13 on an Ursa, right? Look at the net worth. At some point, doubling up the net worth of the sniper, and nobody else could do anything. You were mentioning in the drop that you want to see some jump happening from C-Dub, but unfortunately, the 2 heroes they picked to jump, you know, I think it says a lot about this game that these 2 are the heroes that kept dying the most throughout the course of the game itself.
I think it's so good to point out BSJ, because he was kind of the unsung hero for me in this series, because like Razor, you never get any MVPs on Razor. You're playing Ursa game 2, not the flashiest of heroes, but he was top net worth by a mile, like both games, this game especially. And the fact that, like you said, Mark had that kind of rough start, he wasn't able to fix any of those side lane problems, because BSJ, he just dominates his lanes. He gets given these good lane matchups. He got the Ursa versus the Lycan. Game 1, he had the Razor. And he's really good at not throwing away his lanes. He's just this very stable carry player, but you give him like the right environment to free farm, take over a game, and he takes advantage of it, particularly, against these teams where we're seeing down here in Division 2. He rarely slips up. It's really impressive to kind of see how he played this series.
Yeah, definitely impressive from BSJ. And although I annihilate, there could be a decent shot for him to be MVP with 36 kill involvements. I think with just how solid this Ursa was, the degree of damage that he built up. And yet again, Fear, I'm sure you love seeing this as a carry player. His atomization, pitch perfect both games. Knows exactly what to build to not only enable his own game, but to genuinely frustrate his opponents and make them play a very off-kilter game both times around. Once we go deeper into the tournament, are people going to have to start focusing on BSJ's hero pool to try and specifically limit him, given how big his impact has been so far for the side of Fart Studios?
I don't really think PSG is the type of player that you can limit through the draft, because like he doesn't, as Gods mentioned, he's a stable player. Like he's gonna go the stable item build, he's gonna pick the stable hero, and he's gonna perform on pretty much all of them. So like whatever he does pick, it's gonna be a good hero for the game. He's gonna go the right item build, and it's gonna be really hard for you to limit his hero pool because I don't think he has a small hero pool.
Yeah, and also about that Ursa, he basically not only just played an outstanding performance. This is a Division 2 performance comparable to some of the top players in the world. The current GPM record for Ursa in 7.32 in the patch is 880, and he went to 838. And at 37 minutes, this is the 4th highest Ursa net worth out of all pro players in this patch. So pretty sick numbers on the board from Fart SJ.
Yeah, Fart SJ doing exactly what he needed to do for his team. Just it's one of these performances that makes you feel very sad for the Lycan player, because this Lycan did his best, right? It was like, well, after we threw away the early laning phase, let me at least go finish the Helm of the Dominator, get the Helm of the Overlord, and try apply map pressure. But when you have this BSJ that's just tearing through your units, tearing through you as a hero, how many times this game, God, did we just see this Lycan rather pressing R for the sake of running away? I don't think we ever actually saw offensive usage of the shapeshift. I don't think we really saw offensive usage of the astral step as well. Pretty much all the time, these are used to try and escape, try to go away. And I don't know, at some point you have to think to yourself, we picked the sniper. Sniper needs heroes in front of him to create the space for him to do damage. But half the time we also see the sniper also having to run away from fights because he's like, well, if you're all dead before I get there, how am I supposed to do damage?
That's so true, and I think it's a tricky situation with the Lycan Ursa matchup, because I think the Lycan's window is so small against the Ursa, where you get your Helm and you have your summon and you try and overwhelm him, but if you don't take advantage of that small window, suddenly Ursa's got, Battle Fury, BKB, and Blink, and he just turns and fights and just cleaves through all these summons. So the Battle Fury kind of actually makes the matchup swing back the Ursa's favor very quickly, and because, essentially they kind of had 3 losing lanes. I mean, that generally is going to be a recipe for losing a game. Things just went really south for them, and the Lycan never really got to play Dota. I don't think this game's on him. I don't think it's like on any one player. Just the overall setup from the draft, losing lanes, and inability for anybody to make plays just meant that C-Dub had no way to find that dub.
Let's talk about another hero that we also saw having some pretty significant impact here. Newsom, yet again, had a very good game on this Earth Spirit. Not a hero that we traditionally see, and generally speaking, doesn't have much impact. Were you impressed this go around by what Earth Spirit was bringing to the table? And do you think we might see more of it, given how successful it was here for Fart Studios?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think Nusham is like an unsung hero. When he played on Arkosh, I believe he was playing Earth Spirit like every game for them as well. So like, this guy, he's good. His Rubik good, his Earth Spirit's good, his Pos 4 is just solid. At one point, he was like eclipsing cores on net worth with his Earth Spirit, and I'm like, yeah, that can't be a good thing. But yeah, he's a great player and someone to really look out for moving forward here.
Somebody else we have to look out for as well, T-Panda, is Sonic. His very interesting hero pool. I think it affords him a lot of flexibility in the draft, right? Because you can pick the hero, decide where it goes later, and know that you have a very solid hero on the Pos 5. Did you like what you saw here? Because I know in Eastern Europe you've seen a few Pos 5 Coddles not do as well as what we saw Sonic do here. So what did you like about it? And do you also think that's another option for them deeper into this run?
Potentially, yeah. I think when I was listening to one of the interviews, was it with Nigma, when they were talking about the Coddle basically and making drafts around the hero when it is played as a core. Now that I also see the Coddle being brought as a support, not only does it have a lot of synergy with the heroes you're playing with low cooldowns, for example, you have the capability of using a lot more abilities, allows you to play more high tempo, don't have to be so much worried about, are we running out of mana, do we have to do more disengages and these short engagement basically with your opponents. This Coddle hero just enables you to fight longer and fight earlier, which I really like about these like drafts that aren't too cooldown heavy focused, especially when we talk about like big cooldowns, exorcisms, Batrider lassos and stuff like that. You just have this constant pressure going on, and I can definitely see that this Coddle could be a hero that could be utilized by other teams as well, or maybe it just ends up being a Fart Studio special.
I mean, speaking of this Coddle though, we should probably talk to the player who had this under his control. And I believe we have Sonic on the line here, position 5 player for Fart Studios. Sonic, let me know if you can hear me. First of all, congratulations on your victory.
I hear Mr.
And you can hear me. Wonderful. Thank you.
So
Awesome.
much.
So I'm interested about something, right? everybody that's on the side of Fart Studios, your BSJs, your Annihilates, your Jenkinses, your Newsoms, all of them have played in the DPC before, both Div 2 and Div 1. Firstly, how did you come across this team? How did they discover you? And secondly, what is your debut like here in the DPC so far?
Okay, sorry about first time I gonna say first, and after I tell you about your question, okay? I just first time wanna say hello. I wanna say meow for you all, because I'm joining a lobby. I try to say meow for all, and no one say like meow to me in this tournament. I don't know why, but we're gonna change it, right? Because it's in team, we like one family, and we do it. It's like Snare, meow, Tipanda, meow, Godzi, meow, Fear, I love you. Okay, about question. Sorry if I say wrong nicknames. It's just
Meow.
my bad. Okay, I tell you about team. How I'm going in this team, right? I tell you what's happening. I just play public, and I hear how someone attack Jenkins. It's like trash talk, something like this, you know. But I have so much friends, you know. It's like so much professional players, managers. I love these guys. It's unbelievable. This guy is super true in this life, and it just, I believe all gonna be happy. And what's happening in game? Someone gonna cry on Jenkins, and they're gonna shield with him. I just say, oh my god, why you talk on Jenkins? What the fuck? Who are you? Oh, I can't say it. Right? Okay, sorry. I just protect him. And after 2 mount, Jenkins type me, Sonic, do you find team? Do you wanna play or something like this? And I say, okay, guys, I help you. It's how I join in this team. I just talk if I just type BSJ after I say BSJ, do you ready to play with me because it's my friend too? But we don't talk so much. But we friendly in Steam. You know? I just ask all players say, okay, Sonic, you can play with us. I just say, okay. It's how I going in this team.
Okay, that's pretty pug. Guards, what do you have to say to the man who's just won his first game in the DPC?
Well, congratulations for Sonic. Meow. I think that's what I meant to say. You're on a team with, you mentioned. You're on a team with some like high profile, NA personalities.
It's just.
You're good, man. I'm curious. Everybody knows your teammates from like their streams and their content. I want to know what they're like in a professional setting as competitive teammates, and also what you're like as a teammate in a competitive setting.
Oh my god. I play on this Dota, so much years and just with so much players, and sometimes I play and no one know. I just coach someone or I just help for coach. I can't say this. It's just contract early and something like this. I can't say here I play, here I helping and something like this. But if you see like player, yeah. Last time what here I play just. I can say in English like year it's 2017. Year I play with Soneika, Ark, Flow, and Nika Baby. It's about my professional Dota if I play. And right now I think it's better roster. I don't play so many teams for professional, but I coach and I help. But I can't say teams. So I feel it's what it's all, or I
Great.
say something wrong. Okay. If you don't understand something,
great.
you can I can repeat it.
No, I appreciate the insight. I am curious to your insight. We saw the Magnus pick in game 1. Fear thought it might be you playing Magnus. You play a lot of it. What did you think of Jenkins's Mag performance? It had some highlights, but also some missteps.
Mr. Fear still say right, but if you say like professional language, we say we get Magnus for flex, right? If you understand what is flex, you can put on some roles. It just depends what better for us. But about Jenkins Magnus, if you see, we just practice this. We just practice in public. I see how Newsham and Jenkins stream. You can join welcome on Jenkins stream. Just see how we practice and how we practice. I think it's gonna say right. Yeah, practice. Okay, we just practice.
Yeah.
And
so his Magnus was good.
We lose all games, but right now he just showed me his best. It's Super Magnus. I am ready to don't play Magnus. I just give him no problem.
All right, that's good to hear. Fear, what you got for the man right here?
All right, since we're talking about your Magnus here, you play Coddle, you play Tiny 5, you have like a very interesting position 5 hero pool. Like, what is it like when you decide a hero to spam? Like, what goes into that thinking?
I don't play so much Dota right now. It's like, if you understand, it's how I say earlier. We like one family. It's like PSG, me, Newsham, Danny, I Annihilate, yep, and Jenkins. and we just all time talk. We can say like, oh my god, Sonic, just use your soul, just go, just take more fun. You can play speed like you like and something like this. And it's like I can play last pick, any heroes. If I don't play like, okay, we can say like if you remember like Pupedu, if we see it's good game for this hero, like 4 years ago, it's like Pupe picked Trent for himself, and Pupe don't play Trent so much, and just he can already play on this hero and do and solo win this game, do this impact what he's need for team. If you understand what I say, it just it's no problem if I'm gonna play on any hero. But about practice, I don't know. I don't have so much practice. I don't know what hero is gonna pick, but we already talk about this, and just I don't know how to say this about your question. I don't know how to say this.
All right, next question then. All right, the next question is going to be.
Okay, go next.
I remember like back in the day, you'd play with Magnus a lot, boots first. You'd cliff everyone like early on. Same with Tiny. Like, how many times have you cliffed Arteezy?
Oh my God, Arteezy. Oi. I can say something about Artur. We just small fight, but I don't know. It's like. Yeah, I think last time it's like wait, I tell you, I just tossed him 2 times. No, I just tossed 1 time. I skewer 1 time on high ground. After we just friendly, we just talk. I say him, Artur, I don't gonna play with you. We just friendlies, and I don't gonna be find match if he's find match too. After we just play normal match, we just friend, and after I just find versus him match, and I just do him on cliff, and he gonna delete me. I don't know, maybe 3 times. It just. Something like this. I love to do it. I don't know what to do on public more. It just Cliff is very strong.
Cliff is definitely very strong. I just wanted to ask, following up on God's questions about the team atmosphere and like the fun aspect. Are you guys playing more for fun, or do you have certain goals in mind that you've set for the team?
I think. We don't talk about plans, but I understand what my guys. I don't know. Oh my God! Come back on 10 seconds ago. Okay, I repeat. About plans, we don't know, but I tell you, I play with my guys, and I remember open quals, and this guy. It's like I feel his soul. It's like this guy's wanna win, and just I'm sure right now. I'm not sure it's like Division 1, but I'm sure it's gonna be same slot for Division 2. And after, Jenkins say like, maybe we can find sponsor, we can go content, we can play more seriously, we're gonna practice. It's like, no, you understand. But right now I can't say something about this, but one moment. Yep, I can say. It's all.
All right. And then my second question would basically be, what's your favorite thing in Dota? It could be in Dota or it could be related to Dota, like gameplay, social experience. What's your favorite thing in Dota? Cliffing Arteezy?
I don't know. I think it's like I remember how a Dandy type, like maybe 3 days ago. It's like. It's how I say, I play so much years in Dota, and I'm not happy in Dota. I just play public. It's all what I can do is just stream and just talk with people and try to do something faster. It's like if I play position 5, right, I can ready to TP on top lane, on mid lane, on minute 2. I can snipe couriers, I can cliff high ground. I do it because it's like I understand. I do it and I ruin game for professional players, but sometimes it just sometimes works, sometimes no. It's like wild card, And someone, it's like free in Tundra. He say like, Sonic, you wild card player. You can play good, but you like wild card player. And just it's my funny. It's how I play. But right now it's not super funny for me. But I wanna say, if you play with team, if you find good team, it's like new emotional. It's new Dota. I don't know. It's like I'm ready to play like I'm not playing like normally. It's like I really gonna take happy and fun. It's so cool. I think need find team, but and it's all I think.
Well, I hope Fart Studios is going to be the source of your inspiration and fun.
Thank you so
speaking
much.
of fun,
Thank you.
actually, I have a question for you, sir. Before we let you go,
Okay.
tell us who's the most fun
I can-
person? Like, which pro player is the most fun to play pubs with?
Right now it's like maybe 1 or 2 years. I don't find super fun players professional because it's like some situations in worlds. It's sometimes guys wanna try hard in for professional Dota, and it's like I'm not sure I can say something, but I tell you. Wait. No. I can say I play so much with Duracho, Gaming Gladiators. This guy's so fun and he take fun. And this time, he just mind control. But he's not positive because he say he's gonna be old right now. He can't fun, but he can do. He still say meow for me and all fine. But I think these two guys. But right now, I tell you,
Thank
all
you so much for
professional
your
players not be funny. Yep.
They're playing too seriously, man. There's a lot on the line. I mean, there's
Yep.
TI qualification on the line, and hopefully we get to see more FOD Studios. And like you said, if y'all end up winning this division, maybe we start to see y'all also playing super professionally down the stretch. But thank you so much for your time, Sonic. We're going to let you get back to having a little bit of fun. So thank you for your time. And everybody in chat,
Okay,
please leave
and
some
wait,
meows for
wait.
Sonic. Thank you so much.
And
Yeah.
yes, and can I just say one moment? It just I
Of
wanna
course.
hear if you say for meow in one time, and I wanna say, guys, if you wanna do happy and funny, you just come for my guys. It's like BSJ streaming, Jenkins streaming, New Sham streaming. I can say this, right? And I Annihilate
Yeah, of
Danny
course.
streaming. You just come, guys. You come in Fart Studio. It's a Meow Fart Studio family. You just come. We're gonna be all happy. We're gonna practice. We play Minecraft. We just do so many games. Just come here and we're gonna do. About my mask, I'm sorry. It just I wanna be VTuber, you know, if you know who is it. Okay, and right now it's like I'm gonna stop. I know you don't wanna talk with me right now more because sometimes you don't understand me, sometimes you understand. But I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for see us. Thank you for watching. And if you can just say for me meow in one time. Someone can say
All
1,
right,
2, 3,
let's try
and
this. Let's do it, boys.
Okay.
All right. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Meow.
Meow.
No.
Oh, there we go. Even with the lag. So
Right.
Meow's in chat for Sonic. Thank you so much, Sonic. And thank you for
you
giving
so
us your time. And thank you for the energy, fam. Like, thank you so much. So that, of course, gentlemen, is Sonic, support player, 5 extraordinaire for FOD Studios. A breath of fresh air. And I think, you know, Gods, you've known a lot of the players on the side of FOD Studios for quite some time. He's going to fit right into that environment, isn't he?
Yeah, they're a team of clowns. I think Jenkins is kind of the ringleader, and he has a way of gravitating towards people of similar personalities. And I'm not surprised to hear from Sonic that he has such a positive, happy, silly attitude, because that's exactly what this team is about. But at the same time, you know, from talking to Jenkins, like, they're still trying hard. They're still trying to win. They want to make, you know, maybe some fun content out of it, but they're first and foremost, they want to put on some good Dota.
They are definitely trying to win, and today they have managed to do so with a 2-0 sweep over the side of C-Dub in their opening fixture here in the Div 2 of the DPC. There's still a long way for them to go. There's a long way for everybody else to go, so we need to look forward into the future as well, as the next series we have on the cards is Felt versus the side of DogChamp. And Fear, DogChamp, they've been in this position before, coming to Div 2, qualifying, getting to Div 1, and then getting bounced right back into the Div 2 position. And of course, they are playing with 2 of their players, which were star players last season, aren't going to be around this time. So talk to me about what we can expect from this final series. Felt just coming back from relegation themselves. Do you think Felt will have learned enough in the Div 1 scraps in all their losses to beat out DogChamp going into the next series?
I think Dog is going to be heavily favored here. They've always been like this Division 2, maybe Division 1 on that cusp there, trying to get there. Maybe they played Division 1 at some point in the past, but like, they've got a bunch of good players. Bloody Nine there, he's been in the scene forever, experienced captain, position 5 player. I think Felt, you know, they have potential. They really have to show themselves here. I know some of the players like Fade from playing pubs a lot, but DogChamp, they're going to be my favorites going into this one.
They're your favorites. All right, T-Fan, I'll let you have the last word before we go into the small break between the series. From what we've seen so far and how the meta is developing, and given that it's Felt's first game, how much tape will they be able to take away, given the fact that DogChamp has only played 1 series? Is that enough information to craft a coherent strategy for Felt, or are they sort of both going into this game a little bit blind at this point in time?
I think somewhat, like, a bit of copycat here and there. I mean, they're not going to do too much with like the recent results, but probably what they've played in pubs. They might have actually scrimmed together. I wouldn't be too confident about them playing a lot of games together against each other's, but at least some there. But I feel like if we see the Solji that we saw in Tour 2 last year, which was when they got promoted to Div 1, we're in for a treat because that guy is really good on the mid lane. He was one of the best Div 2 mid laners out there. And DogChamp with this new roster change, does it make a big difference? It can, but DogChamp still looks like the favorite for this one.
Well, we're going to find out who actually is favored in the matchup itself once we come back from a break. So we're going to be going into it, and when we return, a matchup which could really determine which team gets promoted into Div 1. Only 2 slots are available. Both Felt and DogChamp will be fighting with all their lives to try and make sure that they can access those, go into Div 1, and potentially start the road towards qualifying for TI. With that, myself, with Gods and Fear and T-Panda taking a small break. When we return, more Dota 2 action. Don't go anywhere. This is Div 2 and NA, and we'll see you soon. Welcome one and all. We're back again here in Div 2 of the North American DPC. We're building up towards finding the two teams that will be promoted to Div 1 and the teams that can begin their journey towards qualifying for TI. My name is Snare and yet again I'll be hosting the second series. And moving on through the day here, Fia, this second series is a little bit more interesting than the first one. We of course have DogChamp going up against a side of Felt. We were building the tape of the tape earlier on about what we can expect from the matchup, but from your experience, you played against a lot of these guys in pubs. What do you think we can expect from the people, the personalities wise? How will they all be meshing together? They're very new teams, so talk to us about which team do you imagine gelling together a little bit faster based on what you've experienced in the pubs with these people?
I definitely know the DogChamp players a bit more. Like Yuma, he used to play on like D2 Hustlers on 1437 and Defy Llama. He had some great showings on that team as well. RCY, I've known him quite a bit too. He's like your typical Spirit player in mid lane, kind of like Mark was. Hopefully he's adapted a bit to the meta and is now branching to like, yeah, more meta heroes, I guess, right? But Italiano Gangster, he used to be a carry player. I've played a ton of pubs with this guy. He's transitioned to the off lane. Pretty high MMR player for NA, also quite good, and obviously Bloody 9. Feels like whoever he brings on his team, he seems like he's the glue of the team. Whatever team Bloody 9 is on right now, they seem to do pretty well.
I mean, speaking of glues of the team here, T-Panda, Bloody 9 of course is going to be the glue for the team on the side of the DogChamp lineup, but for Felt, they're mid laner right now. This man, Soji, has been there literally since day one. Helped co-found the organization of Felt, has stayed with them. Doesn't it sort of give you this sort of bait feeling where there's just one mid player who everybody plays around him? There've been different iterations of this team, but he's been the consistent piece of this Felt roster. Talk to me about what sense do you get out of this Felt team, and where do you think they're gonna, how well do you think they're gonna be doing here in 201 of this Division 2 Dota?
Well, the way you're painting the picture, I'm getting some Dendy vibes here, Snare. At least, I mean, the thing is, that is true. Like, Solji's been around since the start of Felt. He's basically had, I would say, some rocky performances since the last year's DPC first tour. Second tour, he was so much better, and he also had a pretty solid roster around him. They got some results on the board. I felt like they were pretty consistent with their performance in general, but I feel like there was maybe a bit of an element of luck maybe added into the mix as well, because they did take on some opponents that probably they shouldn't have won in a way. And then the whole roster just kind of, it changed when they went to Division 1. They got stomped. They didn't have a chance there. And now they're back with another roster again, basically. So it feels like it is a bit of a wild card team that hasn't played officials for so many months now. If I remember correct, we talked about 4 months now. So anything can happen out of this Feld team. So, you know, it's hard to say.
One thing I do think is probably going to be the biggest sites of contention in the drafting phase here, guys. It's going to be between their offlaners. Italiano Gangsta on the side of DogChamp, Fade on the side of Felt. They have some overlap with the heroes that they play. Both of them play like these Beastmasters, these Lycans, you know, the zoo meta, as it were. You got a chance to see DogChamp in action the other day. You got a chance to see the Beastmaster from Italiano Gangsta. How important is it going to be from Felt to either address the Beastmaster or to try and make sure that they can steal it from themselves instead?
I think very important. It felt like it was the core of a lot of the strategy for DogChamp in both those games. They kind of ran over Ant in both games, and a big part of that was Beastmaster. It wasn't like doing anything flashy, but it's just the tempo it provides, the pace that you can play with a Beastmaster. So you either need to address it with like, you know, a lane counter, or ban it out, or take it for yourselves. You have to do something about the fact that DogChamp first phase Beastmaster in both their previous games, including a first overall pick. Even when it was up against the Enchantress, it still looked amazing.
And that does give me some flashbacks towards 5-4 stuff that we saw in Div 1 Fear, where every single time where they had the opportunity, first phase Beastmaster. But people started to figure it out after a while, and their win rate dropped precipitously as a result. They even stopped doing that towards the end of the tour. Is that something you think we're going to see in this situation here in Div 2, where at the beginning you have the leeway to go for these very early phase Beastmasters, but then as time goes on, it becomes a little bit more of a risky proposition as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Zoo Heroes, like the Beastmaster, the Brood, they really punish teams that aren't coming prepared, right? Especially here in Division 2, like you maybe don't have the most crisp like laning stage. You don't have like the best communication to make things happen on the map. If you lose your lane, you get an early Helm of Overlord, you just take over the map, and it's so easy to play. So definitely, because this is Division 2, you really should watch out for these heroes and really respect them.
Division 2 Dota. I remember last season, was this last season or the season before? I don't know. But over the last 2 tours, one of the things that we always saw in Div 2 was that despite that you have a lot of lopsided matchups, the matchups would be a little bit closer than what you see in Div 1. And Panda, going down the stretch, right? the gap we know in Div 2 isn't as large between the top teams and the bottom teams. But nonetheless, we keep seeing these like 7-0 years, these 6-1s being repeated over and over and over again. Is this going to be another situation like that where after these first few days when the top teams have been established, they're just going to stay the top teams despite the fact that the games themselves can go a little bit closer than expected?
It's possible always. I mean, when we look at the start of the season, how we start to build up the picture and then the upset value, if that happens, like in a Duhura Div 1, basically upsets happened on the last and the second last days. Outside of that, it was pretty much, you could say scripted in a sense. Like, obviously I'm not going to say it is scripted, but it felt like it because the games went as they were supposed to go. There were 2-0s. There was only 5 series that went actually into best of 3s in actual 3-map series. So there's a chance that we again get a team that goes 7-0. This could be maybe with so many new players basically adding it to the mix, I feel like we're going to see more of the 6-1, 5-2 scenario, basically, where we have 2 or 3 teams sharing up the top, maybe tiebreakers to go to Division 1, and then they might just end up coming back to Division 2 after that one tour in Division 1, which is very possible, which we saw with Alpha. Alpha went 7-0, and then they left with 0-7, basically. Yeah. So there is a skill gap between the lowest of Div 1 and the top of Division 2. There's like a different gap, and then we look at the bottom end. It is just anybody's game. It's like a roll of a dice almost, and I hate to say that because we do want to get that competitiveness out there, and it could just go down to sheer luck in a way.
And that's very true though, Cards. You've been actually around here in the North American region for quite some time. And what kept happening, both of these teams, for example, Felt and DogChamp, have been to Div 1, got themselves relegated back down to Div 2. It happened to the previous Arkosh gaming roster, which is comprised of most of the players we've seen from Fart Studios. Why do you think that large of a gap exists between the bottom of Div 1? Because Div 1 at the bottom, they're still getting stomped by the top teams in Div 1, but they're still able to stomp the teams that come at the top of Div 2. What do you make of it? Like, you've seen the region. What accounts for this disparity in all of these performances?
I think ultimately there's a smaller player pool when it comes to the North American region. There's just not as many people playing in North America compared to, Europe as a whole, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, South America. There's a lot of new blood coming into the scene. I think NA, you often see a lot of the same old players with a few exceptions, of course. And I just think because of that, those, there's always, the two or three top teams in NA. In the past, it was like, your EG, your TSM and Quincy crew. Now it's, Shopify with TSM. You've got Nouns on the rise. But then there's that middle of the pack who are the teams who stay in Division 1. That's your Nouns, that's your Wildcard Gamings. It was Fear's team in the past with Business Associates when he was playing. Those teams basically never get relegated. It's the teams who are basically the top of Div 2 who just go back up and down, it feels like. Fear would probably have some more insight into it because I feel like he was one of those kind of gatekeeping teams in that Division 1 where when you were playing Fear, it was it didn't really feel like you guys were ever going to lose to those Div 2 teams who came up to Div 1.
Right. But we'd also never beat those tier 1 teams like the EGs and Quincy crews. It's partially due to the slots, right? It's just so top heavy, and TSM, old EG, Shopify, Rebellion now, they're just so damn good, right? And you have to have a really good infrastructure behind you. You've got to have an all-star team to even challenge them, and most of the time you just don't. And so yeah, that's generally why a lot of teams that have a lot of good talent on their team, they could make it if maybe there was one more slot, but just not able to because there isn't. And we're teams like Nouns and Wildcard, they're probably going to stay there for a long time because they're just good. They're close enough, but they got a ways to go and a lot of soul searching to do to be able to get in one of those slots. But I don't think they're ever going to get relegated either, unless someone from Div 2 has to really step up and break that barrier.
Is it not maybe a little bit better for the health of the scene if it's possible for those teams to drop down? We'll talk about it afterwards. We'll talk about it during the break of Game 1 and Game 2 because for Game 1, gentlemen, we have a draft on our hands between Felt and Team DogChamp. It's DogChamp's second game, so they'd like to double up their wins. Obviously, it's the Felt starting off their career here in Division 2. Their first matchup here in Div 2, back again from being bounced in Div 1. They have first pick T-Panda. There's almost 0% chance they're going to get access to the Lina. So the question is, do they ban Tree or Rubik now? And If basically, which one do you want to see them try and snag in the first pick for themselves? Actually, ban the Beastmaster, so none of that for Italiano Gangster. So I'm guessing we get Rubik for them.
So basically what I was thinking about here is there's two options. Either Feld follows what the meta is looking like and just go for a very traditional first phase, or how much prep did they take from that earlier series that DogChamp played out, where they had a big variety of different heroes and all the hero pools in general, because they're very untraditional. I think we talked with Gods a bit, like Yarn for especially, like he can play so many different heroes that are not really like the most top contested, but he can make those heroes work. So they decided to ban the Beastmaster, and DogChamp could come up with a very surprising, very strong double pick in the first phase. And then there's a team that hasn't really played together for a while. Are we just going to see Solji getting his mid matchup, like already securing his hero in the first phase? We saw in the last series the Ember first pick. It had some effect, but it didn't have the impact that C-Dub was looking for. So Feld could maybe try to just secure Solji a good game, but he's still going to meet so many counters on and on. So just go with the stable here. Rubik left in the pool.
Yay.
Not necessarily overthinking it too much.
Best hero in the game right now, so what can you do? Just pick Rubik, simplify life. We saw in the previous game though, Fia, that one thing that was interesting about how Ford Studios responded to this Rubik, they tried to deny many really good spells to steal throughout the game, and they constructed a draft that made it kind of complicated for the Rubik to play to optimum efficiency. Do DogChamp go for a similar thing here, or do you just accept that Rubik is probably going to get nice spells? It is what it is, just try and make sure that you have the best draft possible to win the overall game rather than just countering this Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, you have two choices, right? You just ignore it, like, and try not to, like, worry about so much, just cover your spells the best you can. Or you can pick a bunch of heroes like Earth Spirit who just have bad spells to steal, but then you're running into the situation, unless you're some new Shum or something and expect your team to do well, now you're picking a hero that's not very good. So it can definitely turn against you. I definitely don't advise it against, like, picking, like, an Earth Spirit because, hey, you know, you can steal a boulder. It kind of sucks on Rubik. That is an idea, but at the same time, I do like their opening here. Like, the NP can get on top of the Rubik in fights, and we've seen time and time again, killing this Rubik is a priority in fights, and Clockwork can do that as well. You do have the lift, he's going to sit in the back. Of course, he does get the shard, it'll help a lot against the cogs, but I feel like they do have a good opening here to, like, you know, just assassinate this Rubik in the fights, which would be key.
Let's see, Nature's Prophet. Obviously, we've seen this hero being played in a variety of different roles. We get another first phase Ember Spirit.
Yeah. So they
This
did
didn't
go for
work
the
out last time,
Solji path.
Gods. Yeah, they're going for this, but I don't know. I don't know about this, Gods. I don't know about this. You feeling this first phase, Ember?
It's always been one of Solji's here. Like, even going back years, I feel like when I've seen him play on Felt, they love their Ember Spirit. But it is something you can take advantage of. You know, you can ban out as many of the tricky matchups as you want, but there's always going to be something still in the pool. A Husk is going to slip through. A Tusk maybe can cause you some problems. So it does feel like a hero that can be exploited. But when it comes to like mid lane tempo controllers, I do still think Ember is one of the best. You just have to be ready to maybe be playing into a bad matchup.
I mean, it is one of his most played heroes, 39 games. This will be his 40th. It's his second most played hero behind the Templar Assassin. And TA sees even less play than this first phase Ember Spirit nowadays. The question is just going to be, what do they want to play into the laning phase with? The very interesting bans. The Invoker ban does make sense, given what we've heard from Gods about this RCY Invoker from the mid lane. But Tinker ban? Panda? Talk to me about this. Where is this coming from?
I was thinking the same. Like that's a respect ban right there.
It is,
same,
yeah.
Same with the Invoker. Kind of like, well, Invoker is just a basic kind of second phase ban, but the Tinker is definitely targeting DogChamp. They're like, we're not going to let you have any extra fun on this hero. You've already got Clockwork, which gives you like a lot of vision, especially once he has overclocking later on to the game. That gives even more scaling for this Tinker, who basically lives off of vision. You've got two heroes that provide that right now. This is no way you're going to let Tinker through in the draft.
Let's see, DogChamp, they've already removed the Lycan, so we're not going to have that major push coming in from the off lane of Felt. And with Beastmaster and Brood already being banned out, I suppose the only one left at this stage, if we're assuming that NP plays off lane, what's left? Visage is the other like Zooish type hero that we've seen in the off lane, but that hero feels a little bit finicky unless you go for it at the last overall pick. And we're still not exactly sure if this Nature's Prophet does go into the off lane or the safe lane. It already has the cover of this Clockwork Goblin, so looks kind of good for the safe lane. What do we think, Fia? Would you rather place it there or just wait until the very end of the drop before you make a decision?
Oh, they should wait till then. Just like give this NP as much time as possible to flex. It can go off lane, it can go carry. It's very strong this patch for those reasons here. But I'm kind of getting like deja vu from like week 1 of Division 1 NA, where we kept seeing these Embers first phase like over and over and over again. And then come week 2, we didn't see it anymore. So for reasons, right? So like I'm a little afraid like these teams are like a little behind in that regard. I understand why you would want to pick the Ember here. It's because your first clock, your first NP, these heroes don't really have an ability to shut you down until they get their talents where they have leash, then your game's unplayable. But until that point, you do have like free movement. But the problem is always going to come down to the laning stage. Will DogChamp put their NP, like guarantee it to be their offlaner because they do like the Zoo type? But NP isn't like the same type of Zoo as a Beast or a Lycan. He doesn't really force down your tower really quickly. He kind of just wants to get what he can on a lane and then make a movement, which is why I kind of favor him more towards like the carry position, because then he could just pick anything you want for Italian and Gangster here, and you can just TP there, and then you have your push from your carry, right?
Can I
he can
throw
pick
in-
something more punishing.
Can I throw in an idea? This is like the easiest prediction if you follow the meta. This is where you pick Tusk, basically. You just banned out the CM, which I was wondering for a moment, like, why are you actually banning it? Because you could pick it against the Ember. But that also means that you could get a Tusk-Ember matchup in the mid lane for DogChamp.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. Getting a hero that can make some rotations and make plays when you have an NP. Always solid at this patch.
They pick up the Silencer instead here for DogChamp. Not some, when you look at the draft so far, doesn't necessarily scream to me that I'd want to pick Silencer into this. How do you feel about this here, guys? The Silencer pick, does it maybe preempt them being able to pick heroes like the Snapfire and the like? Are they expecting that to come out, or do you think this is just like a comfort pick for them going for the Silencer?
I think this is an amazing pick, really. I actually think this is a hero that can sit back and cause a lot of problems for both Ember and Rubik. It basically means anytime you initiate with this, Clockwork plus, I'd like to see them pick some kind of mid lane initiating hero. Like you go in this Ember, you global silence, and he's just dead until he gets BKB. Rubik is just knocking out a counter initiate as well. So it's a hero that really covers their bases, and they pick it in this slot coming out of the ban stage into the middle pick phase, where hey, it's just our 5. We're not really telling you anything. We're not revealing much with this pick. Just that we're going to have this 5 position that can secure the lane and cause Ember and Rubik some problems. It still leaves Nature's Prophet the flexibility to go off lane, to go safe lane. I think one of the strengths of Italiano Gangstar is, he loves the Beastmaster and it's one of his best heroes, but he does play some of those other, more traditional offlanes. The Dawnbreaker, the Legion Commander, he'll play a Death Prophet. He's pretty flexible when it comes to his hero pool, so it does feel like DogChamp are not... It's different to like the last series where it felt like, C-Dub really needed those summon offlaners. I think Italiano Gangstar is just a bit more flexible.
And in this game, obviously, if he does end up playing, whoever end up playing this Nature's Prophet will be going for that Gleipnir build, makes life a lot easier. This is brave, Panda. Picking Enigma into the Silencer. This is
very
what you're
brave.
feeling yourself right now, right?
This is like, all right, so it's at the same time, it's a bit of a block pick, because DogChamp could have also put like safe lane Furion, get the Enigma for themselves, and you'll still be fine with it versus the Rubik matchup. I know it sounds horrible, but coming from the perspective of an Enigma player, I'd rather play an Enigma versus a Rubik than an Enigma versus the Silencer. So this kind of screams to me, you are very reliant on active play with this Ember Spirit, so you want to be able to dominate the field. You don't necessarily rely on your Black Hole, but you can build a Blink or just walk into the battle, Malefice Midnight Pulse. You're guaranteed to do at least 20 to 25% damage with just walking in and throwing your 2 quick spells. Then they're on cooldown for 20, 30, 40 seconds, and you've done your job. So that already helps with killing Silencer. It brings him down as well. You have Midnight Pulse versus the cog fights, basically, where the Clockwork shows up. And now with this Hoodwink pick, this actually is going to be a core Enigma. I don't think you would be putting it as a support anyway in this game if you value the Black Hole that much. But I feel it's a very perky pick. I'll give him that. It's very ballsy to pick this hero against the Silencer. And for that reason, I like it, but I'm pretty sure Fear of God is going to say this is not a good Enigma game.
I hate it.
That feels
I hate
forced.
it.
That's what it
Yeah.
feels.
Yeah,
to me.
exactly.
Feels
It's a
really
very
forced.
perky pick.
So what I really feel like here is like, I'll talk about the Bat versus Ember in a second here. I have words on that one, but I feel like they could have just picked like a Primal Beast there. We saw the Primal versus NP matchup many times. Silencer doesn't have a stun either for the laning stage. I feel like that's the one way you can kind of deal with it, where I feel like this NP, he wants to play versus Enigma. You win the lane matchup, and then when Enigma does get scary, you just peace out. Like, it carries a dream, right? You just go to another lane. You go kill another lane here. So, like, It feels like they're trying too hard to get what was left of the zoo into their draft here. As far as this Bat Ember matchup, I talk about it all the time on panel. Like, it's a skill-based matchup. I think Ember should win it if the Ember knows what he's doing. But if the Ember missteps or doesn't know the matchup exactly, Bat will dumpster him.
How do you feel about this, your gods? We already know that this Enigma is going to be a little bit awkward. Another awkward aspect of this is going for this Hoodwink has now shifted this Rubik into the 5 position. And this hero seems to be able to thrive when he's able to pick up some items throughout the game. Do you like what they've done here? Do you think they're maybe going to try and switch it up, make a Hoodwink 5 or something? Or do we just stick to this tried and safe option, have this Rubik be a 5 position, despite the fact that it's going to deny him the progression we normally see from these Maguses?
Yeah, I think the Rubik could swap over to that 5 role. Maybe they want to see the Rubik kind of laning up against the Clockwork, for example. But I think they just want to pick 2 range supports. Clockwork's good at getting on top of these heroes, but at the same time, when it comes to the lane itself, these are heroes that can maybe bully and punish the Clockwork a little bit. But all in all, I don't like this Felt draft. I think this Enigma does not have a good place in this game. I'm not really seeing a clear purpose. Yeah, you can just buy those team aura items, get your Greaves, get your Wraith packs. But the worry is I think you just get ran over. There's no value for a Black Hole this game. The Nature's Prophet is just being given a free lane, as Fear mentioned. So I just feel like DogChamp is being given everything they need to kind of dominate the early game and have a really, really strong mid game with some of these early rotations.
Yeah, I totally agree with Gods on that this is very difficult for Felt to execute. And you can swap around your supports and try to get a better matchup for yourselves. Like, if you have squishy supports, you could play Enigma Hoodwink versus that lane and just farm the Silencer. That can work. But they also have a bit of anti-synergy. You can't use Midnight Pulse with the Bushwhack. That's just going to destroy the tree. That's going to let the hero loose. This is kind of like the Mars Hoodwink, kind of what we've just been ranting on and on about in Division 1. And just seeing this Batrider pick come out, it's like, this is a genius pick. It's like, guys, we have full team fight control. We have full team fight control on our side right now.
I was saying the only hero that I feel like can salvage this is maybe like a Naga for Felt, and they let it through the pool. They banned the other like illusion heroes, but you're playing versus NP Clock, you're playing versus Silencer. None of these heroes do anything to Naga. So I think that it's probably their only salvaging point. They'll have more team fight with the Black Hole Sleep combination. Surprised they let it through.
They let it through for a reason. They had to have seen that this would be coming. They banned out the TB, the PL, and CK, so they knew some kind of burner illusion hero was coming at the end of the draft. For the side of DogChamp Gods, you saw them in action the other day. What do you expect Yuma to play to round out this draft for them? Or is it going to be the Italiana Gangster last pick?
I kind of like the safe lane Nature's Prophet. I think you have such a good lane matchup, but it looks like a safe lane Pudge. There's your Naga answer, I get. Oh, off lane, okay.
Oh, no.
No, Yuma Pudge.
I thought he would go against the Naga because that's a good lane matchup, but they're going to put the Pudge against the Enigma. Very interesting.
I like the pick, though.
Tell us what you like about it, this last pick Pudge, and what do you think they do with it in order to win out this game number 1, Gods?
It's just a hero that can, play with the tempo of the rest of the draft. This Nature's Prophet and Batrider are going to want to hit this big mid-game timing. The worry is maybe the Midnight Pulse can kind of chew through your big health pool, but I just see DogChamp having incredibly strong lanes now. 3 winning lanes almost, and then from there they have got the perfect heroes to really snowball, take objectives with the Nature's Prophet. Maybe out of the 1 and 2 position they do lack some building damage. That's kind of my only concern, but all in all I think DogChamp look pretty favored when it comes to the drafts here.
All right, T-Fan, how do you feel about this? Does this last pick Naga sign for the side of Felt, the 23 overall, does it give the synergy that they so desperately needed to the side of Felt?
Ember's countered by 2 heroes. Enigma's countered by 2 heroes. The Naga is a bit of a salvaging play. If this game goes late game, then we have a chance to see Felt win this one. But it has to go late game.
Fear, one word. Who's going to win game number 1? DogChamp or Felt?
Dog.
Let us see if Dog is going to be able to take this game number 1, or if Felt will somehow make us all eat our words here on the panel. And to find out, we send it over to our incredible casting duo of Breaky CPK as well as Wagamama. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you once again. And we have 2 teams that have Division 1 experience trying to get back to Division 1. Going at it right here. This should be another good series ahead of us. So as mentioned, I'm Breaky CPK, joined by Waga. Waga, we got the drafts here. How do you think of how it finished?
I think it finished pretty nice here for Dog, honestly. I'm with what the panel was saying there. Seems like most of the panel agree as well that this is a pretty complicated draft to play out for Felt, whereas the draft from Dog's perspective, especially rounding it out with that punch against Naga, is really good. And I like the fact that they put it as a carry in this game as well. It seems like they are going to run it safe lane Pudge, farm it up, because you do need to reach that Aghanim's. You need to get that if you want to hard counter the Naga Illusions fully in the mid game. But yeah, going into this, I have to feel that Felt, they need to play really good to take control of this game.
And at least in a pro environment, competitive environment, it's the panel was talking about. It's been almost 4 months since this team has played together in an atmosphere like this. So that's also to take consideration. Of course, we watched DogChamp just the other day win their first series and look very good doing so. But yeah, I mean, for me, it continues to be this Enigma. I mean, they picked it into a silencer, into a clockwork. He has now even Pudge to worry about, and it just feels like that's setting up to be such a difficult time for this Enigma. But if some way, somehow, he could have that impact, the big black hole, etc. Who knows? Yeah, great hook to start things off, though. That Shu's in trouble and trying to get out of there. It looks like he will be fine. The bushwhack, and he jets on out of there, survives.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the kill. Yaren skilled up the glaives. He wanted that int from this kill, but they didn't really have enough lockdown and slow. They hook him back, but of course, no real catch afterwards. That also reveals the high ground ward that they put there. So Felt are aware that there was high ground vision there from that hook.
The battle begins.
Yeah, but it just would have seemed like the draft was maybe, okay, you know, save themselves a little bit with the Naga Siren, as you talked about. I mean, the Pudge now in that matchup against the Naga Siren, especially from that core role. Across the board, it does feel like DogChamp certainly drafted very, very strong. But hey, there is win conditions with that set on Felt's side, and it does start with this Naga Siren, of course.
Yeah, you have to respect it. You can never clump up because, like Fear mentioned, there's the combination that you can song into Black Hole, right? There's threats, so if you ever let your guard down against this, you can get punished very quickly. But overall, yeah, this Enigma should have a very hard time. You listed all the different things that he has to deal with. There's also Pudge who can hook or even shard dismember later his teammates out of it. There's so many different saves.
I think the story to kind of finish that off with the Enigma, what he's up against, is don't expect big time black holes. And if you're Enigma in this game, you know, that should be what he's going for in his own mindset, right? You know, he's not here to be like this big black hole difference maker. He's here to have a very solid laning phase and build these aura based items and still be a good team fighter. He still has a solid stun, etc. He could do more than just simply be a black hole. And he was also trying to get a kill on Silencer down here, by the way. Which comes out the last second, but Silencer is fine.
Taking a lot of harassment from Hoodwink plus the Eidolons. Hoodwink alone can do a lot of damage, but Eidolons as well pairing up with it. At least Pudge gets some smacks back here, tries to dish some back towards the Hoodwink, because Silencer had a really tough start so far, but going for the pull. He's gonna maybe manage to connect the big camp here, so they need to stop it. Felt need to aggro pull. Nice by Hoodwink.
Keep an eye on that. Yep, he's doing his part there, pulling it back. Trying to get that lane positioning back in their favor. Mid matchup though, Batrider versus our Ember Spirit. I know it was Fear talking about, you can see it favoring the Ember Spirit in the end, but has to play it correct. What do you think?
So far he's doing a great job. He's doing fantastic. He got 5 denies already. That's pretty clutch. And CS wise, it's 7-7, but he has more creeps to cash in on here. They're gonna push in. So yeah, it's looking like he has a good understanding of how to play this.
Top lane, we saw Clockwork even getting a little low, but does manage to survive, so no kill just yet. There's been a lot of close calls already. And the way this Division 2 especially has been going for North America, though, usually, you know, give it a couple more minutes here, and then things will really start turning on, and before you know it, we'll have 10 kills in the first 8 minutes of this game or something like that. Yeah. It's gonna get crazy, I guarantee that.
Definitely. Bottom, Yuma tried again with a hook, trying to catch this Enigma, but Fade doing a good job not getting caught out so far. He also has boots coming out, so that will help him stay alive a little bit more.
Well, I was watching that the whole time. RC was actually just going to end up down to the tower as a result, but he just sat on top of the Ember Spirit. They're going for the rune, picks it up, and had 4, even 5 stacks of that sticky napalm. Nothing more that Ember Spirit could do to get away at that point. So first blood going the way of Team DogChamp.
That's a painful one. We were talking about how he's doing pretty good, and of course dying there afterwards on Batrider allows him to refresh and get full HP and mana as well. Even though he died, he didn't give any experience to the Ember, so now has a clear lead here from getting that first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. Very worth that dive. Bottom lane, Silencer eventually does fall. We saw him constantly taking some good pressure thanks to the bushwhack, and of course Enigma now with that Malefice leveled up. He's level 3 even, level 2 Eidolons. Point is, there's some good damage coming out, and there really isn't a whole lot that Pudge could do at that point.
No, Pudge doesn't really contest all this. He also doesn't have any point in Flesh Heap yet, so these harassments from the Eidolons really hurt until he gets a point in Flesh Heap to block it.
Bushwhack. Well, looks like he's just stacking in the meantime. He's going to rotate towards the
Mid
middle lane.
lane,
Good
Ember
timing,
burning.
but yeah, Ember Spirit, he's just dead again. Oh no. RCY just flying over the cliff, manages to stay alive against Shu, even takes another auto attack before going back to continue to farm. Yeah, saw Bushwhack coming over, but couldn't get there in time. These sticky napalm stacks are adding up.
I mean, RCY was playing outstanding the day before yesterday when we were casting them as well. He was popping off on his Invoker, and now having a good start here on his Batrider. His CS wasn't perfect on the first few waves, but it is difficult as Batrider to CS against Ember. But the kill potential, he finds them. He finds the moments to go for the commitments.
Yeah, that for me was, and I'm sure, you know, a lot of other people, it's learning more about RCY as a player. There's so many players in this division too, especially.
They're trying to kill him. Oh, that was
kill? No. He manages to live, trying their best, but Italiano Gangster will actually port out and regen and eventually get back in there. But again, quickly on that point about RCY, yeah, he played both games Invoker in that last series. Again, he looked fantastic, but you know, the question was, is he kind of just an Invoker main, and what else are we going to see out of this guy? Is he more than just that? I mean, it's early out of this one, and I'm sure he is ultimately, but excited to see how he continues to develop just on that more of a hero pool, and so far Batrider looking good. But bottom lane, Yuma's in trouble. Yuma might be dying right here. One more attack. Yeah, the Eidolon gets it. And again, just like Pudge can't necessarily do a whole lot for Silencer, it's kind of vice versa. Silencer can't really threaten the most.
Yeah, Pudge has this moment here where he doesn't have Vanguard finished, only has 1 point Flesh Heap, where he can actually die to Eidolons and just Bushwhack coming in as well. So they're doing a great job continuously dealing as many right clicks as possible with Eidolons. Fade has so far played really, really well in this laning stage. We said everyone has talked about how difficult an Enigma game this looks to be, and yeah, so far he's playing really well.
Middle lane, you got rotation coming in from Clockwork. They'll place on a sentry, Bennett really keeps zoning out this Ember Spirit, so yeah, it's safe to say Batrider having the much better time, but also going for those 6-minute runes. Double damage picked up by Ember Spirit. Manages to grab it, can't get the kill on Bloody Nine. Oh no. I mean, he has a slight, but RCY's going. Oh, okay, he slides over. Gets to avoid some damage, but the lasso now coming out from RCY. But at what cost for him? Oh, maybe a kill actually in the end. Italiano Gangster even teleports in. Another slight, but it's not going to matter. Ember Spirit falls. Hoodwink and Rubik doing their darndest, but it's still not enough to save their mid.
And they're going for Enigma, diving under the tower. They're not going for the Hoodwink, but Enigma is in trouble.
He sure is. Fade. That's Silencer. Dots ticking, and Italiano Gangster will just finish the job. You saw Pudge walking away. I mean, he's plenty alive. Ring healing him up, and 4 heroes all of a sudden down here at the bottom lane, now pressuring the tower. Talk about really a bit of a momentum finder for DogChamp as a team.
Yeah, they're turning up the tempo, but meanwhile, those illusions from Naga are keeping the creep wave alive top as well, so the catapult is going to siege up top tower as well. Nobody's there to defend it right now.
Ooh. Doing the old tree root into a hook. Unfortunately, couldn't actually hook in time. It's a good job eating out of the trees just before. Managed to get the hook in there, so close call, but manages to avoid that. But yeah, you mentioned Naga Siren is doing her part, as certainly felt needed Naga Siren to do, especially with the way this game is starting right here. And actually, this would be a big kill for Ember Spirit with the start that he's had, and he's not going to get it.
Wow, the neutral deny. Timed it perfectly to Mud Golems. Silencer, though, might not be as lucky.
Okay, at least they get Silencer. So something there for the Ember Spirit, who's honestly not too far behind in net worth.
He's not. Yeah, Ember also earlier when they went for the fight on bottom rune, he actually managed to take the DD rune during Sleight of Fist. There was a nice little moment there where he grabbed it during, of course, as you can move your hero.
So what did we say a while ago? You know, give it a couple more minutes and all of a sudden the action will turn on, and look at that. It's 4 to 4 hero kills, and it ain't stopping apparently, because bottom lane, Clockwork coming in. Getting the stuns on Enigma, and Enigma had a black hole, but obviously no chance to cast it there. he just simply gets run down. Bushwhack gonna help.
It looked like he was going to live on Enigma. Then the Fury ulti comes in and clears all the Eidolons, and then the Clockwork's battery assault is starting to target down on the Enigma, and then no way that he can live anymore. So things are starting to look more and more like Dogchamp are, you know, controlling it. But on the other hand, there's a Naga that is uncontested right now. She is left completely to her own device. She is not being bothered at all, and she's gonna get really big. She's going for a Yasha first, and she's only 400 gold away.
And I think to that point even more is that, yes, Pudge, certainly a decent answer to the Naga Siren, but an item that's going to help him really be that answer is, I think, the Ag's Scepter, which he is going for, but he obviously is a little bit behind as far as the overall course, so there should ideally kind of be that moment for Felt where pre-Ag Scepter for Pudge needing to make use of this Naga Siren perhaps in some way, some form.
Yeah, I think playing around the Enigma and what he's doing right now, taking tower with the Eidolons, like activate your Enigma and play as aggressively as you can with the Ember. Now, Silencer, Yaren going a little bit too close here.
Apparently, he's gonna throw the curse out and accept the fact that his fate is sealed as Nature's Wrath bounces through top lane though. That's a sleep from Naga Siren, using it defensively. Getting away, but by defensively, I mean maybe offensively, because there's a turret potential. Ruben coming in, not much life to work with, but get the lift up, the help from Hoodwink, and RCY trying to fly on out. That ain't gonna work. The Sleight of Fist, cutting them both down. That's gotta feel really good for a team Felt, let alone the Ember Spirit.
What a satisfying Sleight of Fist, getting 2 kills in the same one, and there's also a haste rune top. He's trying to move towards it, but maybe it's gonna get denied. No, he's gonna be there in time before the treants, I think. It's close. Bottom, Black Hole going down on Pudge. But it's Enigma who's gonna pay his life.
Yeah. Didn't catch the beginning of that. We're watching that haste rune chase as you mentioned, but I mean that's definitely unfortunate because obviously that's a big cooldown. Now it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like the Black Hole impact this game. It's probably not going to be the biggest anyway, so not the worst thing ever, but still, it's unfortunate feeling. Chase is on here. Shackles applied. RCY. Of course, he's fast though. He has those boosted travel. And speaking of fast, Nature's Prophet, I suppose in a sense, teleporting in. Go look at that as being fast. Chen, not the hero. I mean the player is going to go down. Playing that Rubik as RCY cleans him up, and we're at 14 hero kills at 11 minutes. 7-7.
Yeah, keeps going aggressively. Oh, the pushback. Ember is now having to run. He has no mana. He can't TP out, or they TP in, he stops it.
Kills the creep, preventing him from TPing in effectively. Now Hoodwink coming in and they get the kill on a Clockwork. Clockwork's like, wait a second, this wasn't supposed to happen. But you know what, it sets up the kill eventually though, and so I suppose could be happy with that. But I swear, this net worth has been like basically 1,000 net worth lead slightly for Felt this whole time.
Yeah, back and forth a lot, but still staying stable somehow. Stable in its chaos. That's the NA Dota that I've seen so far.
Sure. Yeah, and Enigma pushing the bottom tower during all of that chaos, as you're suggesting. It gets an easy tower kill at the bottom, and that's got to feel pretty good there. Now Pudge could be in some more trouble. The Eidolons, no stun though. Well, I guess eventually gets one, but in the tree's currently lifted up. Oh, maybe he is in trouble. The Malphus hits as a result, and there's the finish from Shu using that sharpshooter. I didn't think they were going to catch, but sure enough does. And by the way, you take a look at the odds right there, esportsbet.io. Watch to earn. Check it out for yourself. Currently favoring Dogchamp, but this game certainly open to being either way right now.
Clockwork trying to chase, but he doesn't have level 6 yet. He needs that hook shot if they want to get that kill. It's still 12. It's 12 minutes in, and you don't have the hook shot yet, so not able to start getting those initiations for his team. They do have Global Silence available though on Silencer, using up that tome, so he should be able to maybe find a kill on the elusive Ember Spirit, perhaps, since Black Hole is on cooldown anyway right now. You don't need to hold the silence for that.
Mm-hmm. That's where those mind games start to come in, right? And again, when we saw the Enigma picked up after the Silencer, it's a classic matchup right there. Everyone knows about it. Of course, there's that Black Hole versus the Global Silence. But kind of as you're suggesting there, as long Silencer is going to hold his Global Silence for the Black Hole, you would think, right?
You will hold your global silence later in the game. Right now it's so early. You might as well use global silence if it can get a kill, if it's good, if it can further your advantage in any way. You will just use it at this point. Later on, when it's all about team fights, then of course you want to hold the silence for Black Hole with great patience.
Oh, might come into play right here. Hasn't used it yet. Not needed. Rubik is killed. Mech, not going to be enough of a heal to save his teammate, but RCY's caught up. Speaking of global silence, it does go off. RCY, he's burning them down. He goes down himself, but killed Everspeed in the process. There's another sleep from Naga Siren. She's going to use it defensively. I said that last time, and they ended up turning, but this time, that's not going to be the case. Simply getting on out. I can't get out. I mean, it's something's in the water here in this Division 2 especially. 10-10, 13 minutes in. This team's just not afraid of combat.
Very, very fast-paced overall. Yeah, Naga now trying to farm up a stack, but getting some help from the Hoodwink as well, as Rubik is getting experience top. They're clearing out the jungle as well, trying to get the most out of the map. There's not much time to farm in these aggressive games, so you really have to be fast about it when you are trying to clear these stacks.
So who do you think that favors in the end? I mean, I guess the fact that Naga Siren hasn't died during all this action, to me that seems like, and the way she's top net worth, almost felt should be favored right here.
I think Naga versus Pudge is so awful later on that it can become unplayable. That matchup is really, really rough. Hookshot misses on the Ember, but the Pudge with the smoke might be able to catch.
All right, the hook missed. Hook shot missed. Let's go for the hook. And can't do that. Did steal. All right. We'll see if he gets a play out of it. The hook. Oh, that tickled the butt a little bit.
You know, he's always happy. If you're playing Rubik and you steal hook, that's just the best feeling right there.
Yeah. Especially once out of that lethal lens later on, perhaps Black Hole. It's going to be a full duration. Sharpshooter helps secure the kill onto this Pudge. And now, as you're suggesting, Waga, sure, on paper, Pudge, great hero, especially that core roll against Naga, but still, he's died now, and again, he's being delayed on this Ag Scepter quite a bit.
Yeah, he is. His farm is very, very behind. He's like 3,000 behind the Naga in net worth now. And I'm looking out to Fury, and he's going for an Aghanim Scepter build, so not going for a carry build either, like the Maelstrom build. And there's that route.
Wow. Yeah, he already has it. How about that? Well, there's a lot of fighting going on, that's for sure. And so perhaps that's kind of the logic there. And speaking of the fighting, again, the hook missing. I gotta say, okay, this hook shot would land, but is this a great one? So global science? It looks like it. The pull back in onto Enigma as well. So Emperor's dead. So is the Enigma, and Rubik likely dead as well. Naga Siren at least able to take out the Clockwork for a little bit of a plus for Felt, but the fight's certainly going the way of Dog Champ here on this one.
Yeah, it was perfect for him. Look at how low HP they went there as well. Both Batrider and Silencer. Of course, Clock dying in the end there, but that was a really good fight for them. Despite missing the hook initially, Clockwork finds the key hook shot there to get the punishment.
I was gonna say, I mean, we've seen a fair amount of hooks and hook shots coming out. Frankly, a bit of whiffs, but hey, it's gonna happen. You miss 100% of the hooks you don't take, said Michael Scott, I believe it was, or
yeah,
Wayne Gretzky, one of those people.
Definitely. And now on the back of this, all this fighting, Pudge needs to get right back to it and try to work on this Aghanims, because like you pointed out, with him being a little bit behind, there is a moment here where Felt can exert control over the game. If Naga now with her Manta style and going to have the fairly early Orchid as well, like she is the strongest player on the field right now, by far. So they can use that to try and take control of the map even more. They removed all the tier 1 towers now. And this is where the Illusions can start farming more.
Yeah. So I want to go back now that we have a little bit of the pause in action here, thank God. Nature's Prophet, Ag Scepter. What is the logic here, you think? And I know you kind of briefly went over it, but...
Yeah, so he's an offlane Furion, so I guess he wants to be active and be like fighting and create space. And it does allow him to, have more value from his ulti with this route. Well, Yarian was just spotted. He walked under a ward. He is definitely not getting out of this one.
Yarian! He doesn't have that blast off ability like in the previous series on Techies. No getaway chance there. Bottom lane. That's a sleep from Nagasar in this one, maybe for a setup. Pudge in trouble. Perhaps more so the Clockwork, the one that's going to be in trouble right here, as all those TPs coming in. Here, speaking of that, Italiano Gangster shows up, and so does RCY, so instead of the huge clash taking place, 2 are dead on DocChamp's side, but Nagasar is dead. For Felt, the lockdown from Pudge, more than enough. Ember Spirit, he'll make his way out, or maybe not. It's close. Oh, but the hook back in. Scorpion Style says, get over here, but Ember Spirit
Still
says,
has Batrider
nope.
on him.
RCY lasso, he's got it. Yeah, he's gonna lasso up right here. He's even going for more. He gets the kill, but it comes at a cost. He went too deep for it. Did the Batrider.
Yeah, pretty deep dive there, but satisfying for Bat anyway. He does get the Ember in the end. The kill was not really worth it, as he paid away his dominating streak himself there. But they do get the kill on Naga. That's the more important thing. Naga thought that she was strong enough that they can turn around the fight there, but we saw that Fury ulti come in again. And all the magic damage from the Pudge and the Clockwork, very dangerous for Naga this early on in the game. Until she gets Mage Slayer. If she gets like Orchid into Mage Slayer and the Bloodthorn, then she's turning that off.
Oh, hookshot somehow missing right there, but either way, he does get the cock trap onto Enigma. Silencer, not really the most damage follow-up though. And Fate just says, all right, back to farming.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me moment right there. He had his Eidolon army helping him. He didn't have to use his Black Hole or anything as well. The Guardian Greaves keeping him completely safe.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously getting that kill on Nagasara was big, but I will say that we showed the post recap of the fight there in that previous one, and it was very even overall. Another one of those cases. So sure, slight advantage for DocChamp because they killed the Nagasara for the first time this game, but really not necessarily much ground made up in the big scheme of things there.
Yeah, the important thing is just closing the gap, right, between Pudge and Naga, or at least keeping it from expanding more and more. Naga was already very far ahead of Pudge, but after killing her bottom there, it allowed Pudge to catch up a little bit, and he is only 400 gold away from this Aghanim Scepter now. I like that he went for its second item, didn't add like Hood as well. You can go Vanguard or you can go Hood. You can't go both, is the way I like to see it, because then your Aghanim's timing is way too late. There are some merits to even just going for the straight Aghanim's first item. I have seen people work that in somehow against Nagas and just try to counter her, but this is probably a safer build.
It is just about there as you're talking about that, needing just the Blade of Alacrity and about 200 gold or so needed. Enigma gets caught, hookshot initially into a lasso, so they really wanted to make sure to secure that one, and they do. Enigma's out for 40 seconds. Roshan's up, but it's not necessarily a Roshan killing team here on the Radiant side, so they're going to stick around mid for the time being. At least these 3 heroes. Bloody Nine gonna hope for a getaway, and it's not gonna happen. Is found the Ember Spirit with the final hit there, so another 1 for 1.
Gonna put Ember even closer towards his BKB first item that he's going for in this game, so very safe and disciplined here. Not going for the Maelstrom, but just going straight BKB. He knows there's a Silencer on the enemy team, a Pudge carry who's going to be mainly magic damage, and then a Batrider as well, so BKB will protect him against a lot of this. It's a great game for it. I think it's a smart choice here by him. Again, he is also a Grandmaster tier Ember spammer, so I guess he knows what he's doing.
Confident with many of matchups, so yeah, makes sense. Batrider, speaking of that, did go BKB himself after the Boots of Travel, is going for the Blink now. So 1900 gold saved up. We'll have it in the next minute or so. And that means RCY is going to be that much bigger of a threat, and that's pretty big too. You know, they not that they don't have catch, but because like hookshot already, obviously global science, whatever. But yeah, having that really jump for say the Ember Spirit and really the Naga, etc., is going to be crucial for DocChamp. It feels like.
Yeah, RCY has done a good job keeping up his farm. Like, he's still 1500 ahead of the Ember on his Batrider here. He's definitely, it's easy to fall behind in farming on Batrider and not have enough net worth to really keep up in the later stages, but looks like he's not going to fall off. And late game Batrider is a threat, by the way. That hero scales extremely well with levels.
Oh yeah, we've definitely seen performances. They be pretty ridiculous. And he becomes both makes a rat dodo, but also just constantly being able to pressure heroes and get kills as well, all throughout the game. So Pudge does have that axe now, as we were mentioning. He queues up the BKB immediately after. He's level 15 as well, so that 8% lifesteal, spell lifesteal kicking in.
Yeah. An interesting choice this game is that Chen, playing Rubik, decided to go for Force Staff instead of Shard. He was queuing up the first item Shard in this game, and I thought that's actually not bad this game, because if he ever steals Dismember, that's just like game winning. It's so powerful. But in the end, he settled for Force Staff instead against the Rubik, against the Clockwork. It's very, very good.
There's that blink we're talking about from the Batrider. Catches the Ember Spirit, the perfect target into that Dismember. An easy kill, and Ember Spirit follows. 40 seconds, he's out for. Hoodwink in the back line. Sharpshooter, yep, is just running away. Never mind, Hoodwink's dead. Rubik also being run down. Fade Bolt's not going to save him there. 4 are dead. Nagasara, the only survivor, wasn't even there. Farming the Ancients, and that means Roshan, maybe the play now.
I feel like the game is going more towards this point. We talked about Naga having a point before Aghanim's, where she is the strongest player on the field. I don't feel like that's true anymore. She has the highest net worth, but no longer strongest. Here we see a recap of the fight. Good catch on the Ember, and then Clockwork positioning so he can go on the people who are, you know, undeniably gonna reinforce. So he didn't go for the Ember. He knew that there was gonna be backup, went on those guys, and set up a great team fight.
Yeah, Naga thought about it. It's like, no, by the time Nagasara was about to maybe go in, maybe asleep or something, it was already a lost cause. So holds onto the sleep, runs away. Man, as well pick up some farm. And Nagasara does have now a Heart of Tarask as well. So again, she is becoming more and more dangerous in that sense. But yeah, as you keep stressing, is this Pudge with the Ags now. The 2300 gold saved up, has an Aegis on top of that.
The thing is, he's going for like the cookie cutter safe build on Naga, right? He's going for the heart, which normally makes your illusions nearly unkillable in the fight. It's really annoying to bring them down. But it's simply not true when you're playing into a carry Pudge. It just doesn't work that way. So to me, this feels like he's going for an item build that is almost doomed to fail. Like, he's not gonna have unkillable illusions. I would rather prefer to see him go for Mage Slayer Rush to be able to, you know, hit the Pudge and deny his damage. And protect himself with the magic resistance as well, and play aggressively, because the way he's playing it out here is like, you know, all is fine, but to me the room is on fire, you know, like you're not winning late game here. I don't think so, unless of course Enigma delivers big later on in the game.
He's sitting there eating his pizza on the table as the room's on fire around him, and yeah, this is fine. I can envision it right now, but well, we'll see. We'll see if it truly is fine in the end. Of course, he does queue up the Mage Slayer and ultimately the Bloodthorn as a result as well. As far as his next items, 5-player smoke, by the way, as we see here coming out from Feld, but we also see not gonna catch anyone initially. Silencer. Okay, so it's one of those, if it's Silencer, so be it. You know, at least he kind of tanks this, you could say. And
still alive.
He might not even die, yeah. Oh, we've seen this before, Waga. Uh-oh. Now it's turn time, baby, says DogChamp. They go for the jump. Ember Spirit. However, he gets BKB to sleep as well. Helping to keep his teammate alive. What does Felt do? The answer's run. They want to keep running. They got Black Hole presence still. Global Silence still ready to be used, though. The hook, whether intended or not, hooks back his teammate.
Yeah, nice save there. The Force Staff paying value there on Rubik, forcing his Naga Siren to safety. See the value in having that against Clockwork. But ultimately, not that much happening. Nobody really dying. For a moment, it looked scary for Felt when the Furin ulti came in and rooted everyone, but the Naga Song, of course, kept them just fine there.
You see Nature's Prophet, he was top. He teleports bottom lane. He's got that Maelstrom. So, yeah, we mentioned the Ags earlier, and now has the Maelstrom going his own BKP. It's proven to be a critical item, especially for DogChamp. All 3 of their cores going to have one here. And
yeah,
he's
just gonna be like an underfarmed carry Nature's Prophet, but that's fine because he has a carry Pudge as well. And there's Batrider, who's honestly doing great. He's at 13,000 net worth, almost has the entire Ether Lens now. Batrider is scaling up a lot.
I was gonna say, you continue to be very impressed by the Batrider's farm, but RCY is certainly living up to hype.
Yeah, RCY is playing good. He's playing real good though.
Pudge got caught initially, the ensnare. The Orchid, but now it's Pudge's turn. Never mind. He gets lifted up, and he is going to die. Of course, Aegis will bring him back up. Eating through the trees. Naga Siren, can they keep Naga alive? That's a question. 30 seconds still of that sleep. Doesn't have it. Black hole. Oh my god, he gets one off. Okay, it is canceled immediately. Thought for a second there that might have been something, but no. With the Global Silence, no chance really for the Enigma. And suddenly 3 heroes are dead for the side of Felt, and now DogChamp, they can choose to put some uphill pressure.
Yeah, you see a difference in these fights though. The way it plays out is that Naga is always just running for her life. She's not able to go in and hit. If her illusions are there, they're gonna be dead very quickly as well. So her damage output in the fights is nothing compared to the Pudge, and that's a Pudge who was so far behind. Oh no, Ember.
We've seen this story before, and again, the same finish once again.
He underestimated the Ether Lens on the Batrider. He didn't realize that there were Ether Lens, perhaps, and gets caught by the lasso.
Well, and it's ever since the blink as well. I want to say that's the third time we've seen that blink jump specifically on Ember Spirit from the Batrider, that he's picked up that item and used it for a kill. So prime target, of course. And this Ember Spirit, again, he had a little bit of struggle early on. He started recovering, got some hero kills, and like, okay, you know, he's back in it. He went the BKB, as you talked about, a little more safer route, but the BKB's not doing anything, frankly.
No, it's not gonna save you. There are BKB piercing tools on the side of Dogchamp, and a lot of them. So you have it, nice. That's a little bit of safety, but not complete immunity from these initiations. And especially Batrider, he doesn't care at all. You can follow up with a Dismember as well. So they can still bring him down. And when Ember gets shut down this hard, he has 9 deaths now. That puts even more weight on the shoulders of, I want to say Enigma. I would say Naga normally, but Enigma has to really carry this game. And how do you do it against a Silencer? Every single thing you have going for you, it feels like Dogchamp have the counter for it.
I hate to hear you say that, because I feel I almost cringe a little bit. It's like, oh, Wagon, you know what he's up against, right? Like, they're
he has to deliver though. Like, someone has to make sure that this game turns around, and I can't say that Naga is gonna have an easy time doing so. Maybe bottom though. This gank attempt is pretty tanky on the Pudge.
TP's coming in though, yeah, and with the sharpshooter, Naga Siren really couldn't get there to do the most damage, so she will have to respect the response. And oh, this is interesting though. The sleep, TP out from Hoodwink, and now she's gonna TP as well. Oh, almost mistimed that. That was a little scary, but
his positioning was also clutch. If he just took a little wrong step there, Pudge had hook ready and could try to throw in the hook as well.
Well, at least gets out, but that is a sleep. Again, used defensively. 60 more seconds. 4 players smoke. Nature's Prophet, of course, can join them. Coming out from Dogchamp. Oh, they're going top. Look at this. The Enigma, there's just nothing he can do. It's like, all of a sudden, gotcha. I mean, they were bottom, now they're top, and, oh, well, maybe not, Fade. Ah, he's dead. However, Batrider, chained in place, BKB, gonna be activated, now trying to fly away. Nature's Prophet actually ends up teleporting back to base in the meantime. Clockwork going in, now here's Pudge as well. Jumping right on top of the Naga Siren, goes for the Dismember, and the follow-up damage with the lasso from RCY. Just nothing Naga Siren could do. She can't even play her own hero at that point. And Ember Spirit, if he dies too, this is gonna be a complete wipeout. It is! Dogchamp! They have their biggest lead yet.
They take down everyone. The mobility here, just going to top immediately, catching the most important hero first, bringing down the Enigma, who I said has to deliver big somehow in this game, but there's no way that he can do it, of course, especially if they kill him first like that. They're free to use the global silence against the rest of his team as well afterwards. So he is still the ideal target for him to find. And yeah, the complete team wipe. You can also see how the Mage Slayer now for Naga doesn't feel as good anymore because the BKB is complete on Pudge. There's a timing window where it's amazing before the BKB is up on Pudge, but afterwards, you're gonna have to wait for BKB to run out on Pudge. The issue is, he blinks in, uses BKB, and kills you during the duration of it.
Yeah, and Pudge is also level 20 as well, by the way, the first one to do so. He gets that even longer Dismember duration now, so almost 4 seconds of Dismemberment. And we saw him use it on that Naga Siren in that previous fight.
He was the least farmed core going out of laning stage, by the way. He was the most shut down, and he is now the one who's the farthest ahead in levels.
Batrider, speaking of levels, also it's level 20. And see right there, RCY picks up the Flame Break charges as well. So
once you get the 25 talent, then you can insta-kill anything with the Flame Break Apply Stick and Napalm talent. Bloody 9 is smoke revealing deliberately, standing under a ward of his own. D-wards even before they get him. So he knew he was gonna die here. This is calculated, but he stopped them from making any progress.
Yeah, it's a calculated death. I like it. Essentially that from the Clockwork. A minute 40 on Roshan, so still a bit of time before you figure Dogchamp is gonna kind of regroup and look to make a play around it. What did I see there? Oh yeah, Batrider, going back to him. Octarine Core. now officially finished. So there's that.
Yeah, having that and also having the psychic headband from before is so nice. He has even more cast range on this blink and the catch now. So he's gonna go for his next item he's dreaming about is the refresher, having double BKB, double ulti, even better. And then probably going back for a Witchblade for DPS after that. Or even going for something like Shiva's, which... Pudge is going Shiva's already. He almost has it, actually. He's quite farmed.
Yeah. Yep, goes back to he's recovered very nicely. Coming out of that laning phase a little behind, not so much anymore. Nature's Prophet also cannot forget about Italiano Gangster because does continue to be the top farm on his team. Gleipnir finished, working towards his own full, eventually a Bloodthorn even, so he's becoming more of that right-click threat too.
Yeah, he's building up. So the Aghanims was just a pretty effective choice, I think, this game as well. The fact that all these NA games that we're watching are so high tempo, the lowered cooldown on the Wrath of Nature from the Aghanims, paired up with the fact that you're rooting people, I like it, man. It worked out pretty well for him in this game, I would say.
Well, honestly, that's why I was kind of wondering in the moment when we noticed it was picked up and with the way that the game was being played already at that point. I wonder if he had that mindset going into the game, or if that was an adaptation of like, things are going crazy here. I have this much net worth right now. Let me just go for the Yags. But either way, yeah, it certainly feels like it was kind of the right choice earlier on, although maybe a bit more unique. But again, the Gleipnir right-click threat, and he's still going to become that dangerous later game carry that he can.
Punch goes in.
Fight commencing. Yeah, Punch is on top of the Ember Spirit Dismemberment. Remember, it's a long duration. The sleep's not going to matter because of the BKB for the time being. Ember Spirit's still alive. Gets him back in, though, and Ember Spirit, he manages to escape barely, but runs right into RCY in the fight here. Not where you want to go. And look at Nagasar this whole time. She's just trapped in the trees. Going to be lassoed up. Buyback from the Ember Spirit, though. Nature's Prophet is very low. The teleport out, not going to happen. Sharpshooter finishes the job. We got Nagasaurin. That's a global side, stopping the black hole immediately. Nagasaurin's still alive, but it is starting to add up now. Pudge just sitting on top with that rod active and also getting some auto attack beat down from the buyback Nature's Prophet. Naga's dead for 70, no buyback.
Rubik also gonna go down to Batrider, who catches him, chases after, and of course with the 2 charges Flame Break, he gets those sticky napalm and the damage from the Flame Break as well so fast.
What is going on down here, by the way? Nature's Prophet. He gets out.
Force the buyback. God Gamer.
And then the tip to rub it in. Ouch. That stings a little bit for Rubik. Meanwhile, the rest of the team doing Roshan. That's a shard that they're going to get out of this as well. This lead is, again, this is one of those games where overall as a team, it's a massive lead for DogChamp. But you look at the individual net worth, and you do see Nagasaurin still on top. You kind of just still wonder a little bit.
To me, there's no wonder. It's a little bit sad to say it like that, but Naga against Pudge, I've seen this story unfold so many times. I think a lot of people have. I think the moment they saw the counterpick Pudge after they last picked Naga, they were like, all right. I think this spot that they're in right now, they're not going to scale and become stronger as the game progresses. And by the way, something I want to talk about is how Ember, he's sitting at 11,000 net worth, but so far he's been playing this game like he's 7,000, 8,000 net worth for the last, 15 minutes or something, because he's just running around. He hasn't bought an item since he bought the BKB. He had an Aghanims queued up, then he shifted now to Shiva's, but I feel like he needs to get an item in his inventory. They're just losing every battle so hard. You need everything you can get. If you have a plate mail or, anything, just be a little bit stronger.
No, that's actually very surprising to see that you're pointing that out. Yeah, it's not really feeling good when 20 minutes later you have literally the same inventory that you did at that time. He is going to manage to slip on out right there, avoiding the hook, but slip on out just simply to try to go elsewhere, I suppose. Now to the bottom lane. They found Enigma. Matter of time before he's dead. Even the Sprout coming in, or the TP. An easy kill. Italiano Gangster will pick it up.
Yeah, keep scaling, getting that permanent scaling on this team, having both the Silencer and the Pudge. Pudge currently up to 13, so 26 strength. And Silencer is still in 38 in this game, getting big brain.
Yes, that's just another one of those things, like the cherry on top for DogChamp. It's like, though so many things are going well, then you also point out the fact, it's like, oh, by the way, Silencer's a beast as well.
Yeah, he's actually got a
Not
lot
too
of
bad.
items on Yaren. I've seen him like get caught out so many times this game, but he has Force Staff, he has Ether Lens, he has the Lotus, and he's working towards a Refresher. He's got a lot of items.
Taliana Gangster will lead the way. Has that Orchid now. Got the Tree Army, just putting some damage into the tower. It is tier 4 item time, and Ember Spirit manages to find a Timeless Relic for the team at least, so see if more of those start popping in.
Yeah, Enigma, by the way, working on a Refresher of his own, but he's nowhere near having it for this high ground push. They're just letting Furion push high ground right now. Don't need to commit more heroes. He has the Aegis. They even have the Pudge Shard, so very good at saving.
Interesting. Oh, this is... Okay, where's Silencer? Silencer's way back there in the trees, though.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if that was the most ideal initiation, but they are going to blow up Ninja's Prophet. He's going to come back up, though. He had that Aegis. And that's unfortunate for Feld. Rubik's already dead. Just remember the backlines of Enigma being locked down this whole time. They can't deal with this damn punch into a lasso. Finally, the global silence as well. And Enigma could not play his hero that time around. Hoodwink, he bites back immediately. The hook's gonna miss. RCY trying to save his teammate right there, but I think RCY might be fine. Yeah, he's flying away, and yeah, the blink out. He's good.
Yeah, he's completely okay. And you can see the moment that Yaren decides that, okay, this Enigma is, you know, not gonna black hole anymore. Now I can use my global silence. So he waits very patiently, knows that he doesn't have to click his ulti, even though there's a lot of fighting going on.
Well, it's been a couple of seconds, Waga. That means more fighting's to take place. You see the Lotus Orb reflection kicking in. Yuma up there, trying to kill the Nagasaran, who's fine. The illusions are around and has enough team support around, and obviously DogChamp was pretty deep right there. Lasso's up in 30 seconds. Oh, man. Gets the kill on a Hoodwink in the backlines. They also take out Ember Spirit again, and now it's the chance to go for the kill on Nagasaran. He's dead. The black hole is just a last-ditch effort. Hey, it's gonna be a full duration. That's a victory in itself. But he's dead.
Yeah, full duration as he stands there surrounded by enemies and finally gets brought down.
It almost feels like DogChamp expected a GG here. I can't blame them because they're literally diving the fountain now. They ends up getting the kill on a Rubik. Oh boy. And he blinks every time! Oh no! Naga Siren! The global silence! Okay, I think now's maybe gonna be the time.
He wanted Bat, but he got a Pudge instead. That's not the deal that Naga wanted. Speaking of Naga, I am curious to see the post-game stats here. I think she might have like bottom 4 damage dealt in this game, actually. I think she's like bottom 4, bottom 5. There's no way that she's
Naga
one
Siren?
of the highest damage dealers. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, yeah, it's one of those games that's almost deceptive to that point you're bringing up there. It's like she had great farm on the stat-wise, net worth-wise, but how I was able to use that farm wasn't really able to. And I mean, hey, let's be honest, the draft itself, there were some questions going into it for the side of Feld.
The single lowest damage, by the way. The lowest damage dealt in the game.
Oh, well, we'll let our panel analyze that a bit more. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, game number 1 does not go the way of Feld. Team DogChamp looking like they were very much ahead of the footing there. The lowest damage dealt by the Naga Siren, the highest damage being dealt, obviously, on the other side. And Gods, you didn't like the draft coming in from Feld. You were thinking it was going to be a difficult game for the Ember Spirit, a difficult game for the Enigma. Yeah, I think that really came to fruition. So tell us where it all started to really fall apart right now for the side of Team Feld.
It went better than I expected, to be totally honest. I think where things fell apart was just once we saw some of these mid-game fights and the way they played. I mean, around the Naga, obviously the Naga being bottom damage is a big talking point. When look here, 15 minutes in, Naga top net worth. The Naga was set up to kind of carry this game. It's a pretty good Naga game overall. Yeah, the Pudge acts as a semi-counter, but it just was this constant fighting where we couldn't really feel the Naga's impact, and DogChamp were just playing with numbers, playing around their ulti cooldowns really well. And, you know, ultimately, heroes like Enigma and Ember didn't really have a good game because of things like the Silencer, the Nature's Prophet getting a bit out of control as well.
One of the reasons why this Ember Spirit did not have a good game, it sort of started in the laning phase here, Fear, and you've mentioned it many times over what this matchup is supposed to look like, and a good enough Ember Spirit. You know, he was winning the CS battle for a while, but then the death started coming, being solo killed for the first blood, and then it just felt like it never really ended for this Ember. Talk to us about what is this just a matchup, or do you think Solji just needs to have a little bit more execution prowess to try and make a game like this work out, given how important he is for the initiation for the side of Felt?
I mean, things like happen like that when you play against a Bat Rider. He was doing really well, and I thought he was on par to, like, you know, winning the lane. All you have to do is do well until level 6, and you kind of, like, get out of the laning stage for free. But unfortunately, he did make that one mistake, and that's all it really needs to happen against a Bat Rider for the matchup to go out of control. And he, you know, we've seen it time and time again. This Ember Spirit first phase, I'm not sold on it anymore. Like, it just always seems to have a rough one in the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why we're not sold on it, generally speaking here, Panda, is you were mentioning it in the draft, right? You wanted to see the Crystal Maiden, which is usually used against this Ember Spirit. We didn't get that, but we did get Italiano Gangster going for the Mu build from the offlane Nature's Prophet, rushing the Aghanim Scepter, making sure that you have a little bit of earlier control on the Ember Spirit. Obviously, we have this Bat Rider already involved, as well as the Clockwork and the Silencer. In retrospect, not only is it a difficult game for first 2 Ember, but if they hadn't first 2 Ember, do you think they would have even gone for this later in the draft, given how hard the matchups look in retrospect at this point in time?
You mean like picking the Ember later, or like the Nature's Prophet? Yeah.
Ember.
So the Ember basically, yeah, that's a pretty general approach that you look for the mid matchup in the second phase. Sorry. So you look for the mid matchup in the second phase if there's a couple answers that are still open for the hero, and that Bat Rider pick was just beautiful. You see the Enigma, you see the Ember Spirit in there. It's a no-brainer. Like, this hero just sits in so well into it. And the Nature's Prophet also, like, the Aghanim's build-up allows for that kind of gap-closing ability. You've got them rooted up. Clockwork has free reign. Silencer can press his ulti whenever he wants. He doesn't even need to. Like, that's the beauty of this game on the side of DogChamp. It's so easy to execute, while Felt requires so many things to click in position and in place for them to work. And that draft order definitely plays its part. And the heroes that they picked, I feel like, man, Enigma into Silencer, like, holy damn. I absolutely detest the idea of playing against a hero that can just buy back and press R, but in this game, he's just sitting somewhere ready to break the black hole, and we don't get any impact from the Naga and the Ember. Like, this is just, in this case, you saw it, it's pretty much an outdraft. Felt played the laning stage pretty well, had a good exit, but it just comes down to the draft. You're not winning this unless it's like plus 60 minutes.
Well, DogChamp made the game 1 look a little bit easier than I think all of us were expecting, and RCUI from the mid lane with this Bat Rider probably should get the MVP. Yes, there's a ton of gold going the way of Italiano Gangster. Yes, he did a ton of damage on that hero, but it was enabled by this Bat Rider. The second most amount of damage being dealt in the entire game, second only to the Nature's Prophet. And you know, Nature's Prophet can just press R and get easy damage all across the map, so RCUI certainly deserves his prowess here, deserves the award. What do you make of this here, Gods? Given that he's played a different hero than the Invoker that he had last time around, but you are still very well able to control the tempo all across the map. Is he really the key player, do you think, on the side of DogChamp to dictate their early tempo and allow them to have some such sloppy victories like this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he showed here he can dictate the tempo, and he showed in some of the previous games he can be a bit greedier with some of those Invoker games. He's looking like the star player in this team. He's not someone I was that familiar with. I've seen him on the leaderboards. I think he's like around rank 40. But he looks incredible. Not showing he's not just an Invoker player, pulling out the Bat Rider here. He's the guy I think DogChamp play around with good reason, because he's I think the most talented player on the team in terms of the plays he makes. He does, take some chances, plays a bit more kind of like, high risk, high reward, but that's what you can always need, that kind of, at least one player in your team who's willing to take some of those risks when it comes to, getting wins, especially against some of those tougher teams.
Speaking of risks here, before we go into game number 2, the risk of going for this Enigma, despite the counters already being available, did not pay off for Felt. What do you want to see them adjust in the draft going into game number 2 if they want to have a chance of pushing the series to the distance?
Well, quite a few things. Number one is, don't counterpick yourself. Don't make your lineup harder than it needs to be. Picking Ember, knowing you're going to get counterpicked, not a great idea. Then picking an Enigma, counterpicking yourself. They already counterpicked themselves on 2 different occasions in the draft. So hopefully they can maybe get a different pick order and just kind of have better picks going into this next game.
We'll be seeing whether or not they'll be capable of doing so in game number 2. Of course, they are against it right now with Team Dogchamp on track to try and double up their victory so far in Division 2 of the NA DPC. With that, we are going to be taking a small break, but before we go, I'm sure during the game you're seeing the odds shifting this way and that from esportsbet.io, our partners here for the NA DPC. But to remind all of you, esportsbet.io is also launching a watch to earn platform, and in that watch to earn platform you also have a chance to get some giveaway wins. If you want to learn more, please join the Discord, and the Discord description will be down below in the Twitch description of the PGL page. So go down there, get involved. Watch to earn platform launching soon, and that'll allow you to get some bang for your buck as well as the entertainment that North American Dota brings. And with that, we're going to be taking a small break. When we return, we really hope that Falt can push it to the distance before Dogchamp sweep them 2-0 and double up their reward so far in the DPC. We'll find out which way the series will swing right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome one and all. We have returned here to NA Div 2 Dota to witness game number 2 between Felt and the side of Team DogChamp. DogChamp have a 1-game lead, a very resounding 1-game lead. And T-Panda, it's at that point in time where you start to question the mental fortitude of a team like Felt, whether or not they can recover from a loss like that. Because a loss like that is not just bad for your overall strategy, but it can inflict emotional damage. And we've seen before, especially in Div 1, how once that starts to happen, a very quick 2-0 is sure to follow. Do you think they have what it takes to be able to bounce back from a very difficult game 1?
Oh, surely. I think the biggest thing that you're kind of taking into account here is this was the first game of the tour. This was probably the first game for this entire team inside the last 4 months. So, gotta get back on the training road. I mean, that's what basically it is. You know, this was a warm-up match for them, and now you've seen how the situation is. You know, the ideology that the players share, the chemistry isn't there. It's going to take some time to build up, but you scrap that game, you take what you learn, you take what you can, head over to game 2, and just keep that fresh mentality up.
Well, game number 2 is available for us now, and we have a draft on our hands, and we're going to be hoping that they have a better draft going forward, a draft that synergizes a lot better together. So obviously, Lina gone, no Tree, no Brood, no Beastmaster, and you still stick with the Rubik. What do you want to see around this Rubik here, guys? Game number 1, they ended up going for this Rubik Hoodwink support duo. Didn't necessarily feel like it came together quite nicely. Felt like the Rubik did need a little bit more farm. Is that one of the places you want to see them adjust in their draft, especially as well as ensuring that they don't get counterpicked by themselves?
Yeah, I'd say the big issues for me is one, we've hopped on a lot, but I'll mention just now. First phase Ember. It doesn't seem like a first phase hero, too easily countered, too easily shut down. And I think 2 was actually less the Hoodwink and more the Enigma. I mean, it's that pairing, like Enigma Hoodwink as your 3-4. It was a terrible Enigma game. It's not a very good lane. It was dealt with easily in lane by the Pudge pick. I just think they need a draft better from here. Like Rubik first phase is fine. Just you can't like say, okay, this is what they need to pick to make their draft better. It's going to depend on opponents to some extent, but whatever they did last game was not it. Like they can't go. I don't think they can afford to go Ember again. Same with the Enigma pick and the Silencer, stuff like this. It's just basic draft mistakes.
Yeah, especially now that this Nature's Prophet is back again with the clockwork. If it ain't broke, do not fix it. We obviously saw Italiano Gangster play this from the off lane. But in a way, Fio, it kind of felt like he was actually the carrier of that team. And the only job for the Pudge, Yuma just had to get on top of Naga, and his job is done. Overall damage could be dealt out by this Nature's Prophet instead. It makes it very difficult to draft against, right? When you still have the sort of carry from the off lane who pretty much counters out half your mid pool at the same time.
No, it's pretty easy. I think they just picked Tusk there and ban Ember and Bat, but they're going to go with CK, a hero that can deal with this hero in the safe lane, right? But as a carry matchup, things get a lot different. I mean, you guys laugh because, you know, I talk a lot about CK.
I know, I was just waiting for your input.
Along with Magnus, this is a hero that I don't see have very much success. Mainly because you do, in theory, have a good laning stage, but outside of that, it's very easy to deal with this hero in the mid-late game with illusions. You have to snowball really hard on this hero, and, you know, it can work. It's just, yet again, hard to execute hero is the way I'm going to put it. And for a team like Felt after that game 1, I feel like they already put themselves in a hard situation with execution-wise for game 1. Why do it again for game 2?
I mean, that certainly makes sense, Panda. Why would you complicate life like this? How confident are you in picking up a hero like the CK when you know you have to execute highly, but you also know, based on game 1, that it's likely that DogChamp has the overall highest ceiling mechanically than you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just literally going to go with numbers here. I know Fear absolutely loves my stats numbers from time to time, but the CK in all of the lower division regions so far, there's 2 picks. They're both in SA. Burna's an SA player, so I'm trying to build a storyline to think about, like, is this like the South American go-to hero on the basis of 2 games played already in lower division? Probably not, but if Burna has got a hero that he's successful with, I hope he can pull out the CK successfully. It's his most played hero, at least in competitive. He's got a 67% win rate in 52 games. So numbers-wise, looks good. All right, but this is still very early on into the draft. Now you're going to worry about, well, first of all, they banned the Tinker again, which we saw as a respect ban in game number 1. I can understand that this is something that they just don't want to let DogChamp have at all. Like, that's just going to ruin our game, right? But there's plenty of carry heroes that you're just... there's too many to pick from. So you have to kind of work around your draft on. CK is probably going to get countered, but can we find a counter of a counter? Are we smart enough to figure that out?
Okay, I will say real quick though, this hero is it's a worse Naga basically, CK, and Naga didn't work for them last game. However, I feel like last game on his Naga, he wasn't active as he should be. Maybe the CK will naturally be like, oh, I should be more active. I'm playing CK. Hopefully he gets more active this game on his carry. That could be the difference maker.
One of the things that you mentioned in the last series that we were casting, Gods, was you wanted to see more initiation, more ways to be able to start fights, and especially from a team that ends up losing game number 1. In this situation, game 1, they obviously had a lot of difficulty making things happen. They pretty much only had song initiation because Ember just fell off so hard. Game 2, what options do you think are still available for Felt in order for them to be the ones starting fights and not just get caught out time after time after time by this Clockwork Nature's Prophet duo?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at like some of those more classic offlaners maybe, as far as, you know, the team fighting offlaners, your Dawnbreakers, your Mars, like these maybe heroes not quite as relevant on the current patch, but I think these are things that you can just build a very kind of standard safe draft again. They're not going to get to Enigma, it actually gets banned out. And Yaren gets his techies. We saw this a couple days ago. He's an absolute beast on this hero. And that does make me think maybe Nature's Prophet's going into the carry role. They may want to dodge that matchup against the CK because techies you often want to pair with that kind of melee offlaner.
There's going to be a 66 game on the techies. Very successful at it for the most part. 54% win rate. So pretty decent. So Yaren, I'll be honest, boys. I'm not happy about this. Techies ruins games with Dota. So I'm already pretty sad to see this happening. It's not the old techie, but it still sucks, Panda. It's still, what can you do? At the very least, they didn't go for Ricky Morana, so small mercies, I suppose. For Felt, what do we want to see back up? Oh, no.
Exactly, there's still a...
Oh, God. I hope I didn't summon it here.
Yeah, it can still get worse.
Ricky sounds like a nice setup for techies. I don't know. That sleep dart into the blast off combo.
Yep. Everybody in chat, please ignore Gods right now. Forget he even mentioned this. Felt go for this Tiny right now. I'm pretty glad. It does give them a hero that's a little bit less volatile if they are going to put this in the mid lane. And it's a hero that even if he ends up in a situation where he's getting 0 net worth here, Panda, he can still do stuff on the map as a Tiny. Whereas as the Ember Spirit, at some point you just feel like you're not really contributing to the map at all.
I feel like something that could now work, that they've kind of picked a flex pick and they have one support that they can apparently also move around, is they want to go for Snapfire. I feel like that could give them a bit of an edge here. Dogchamp can't really pick a Silencer, which is considered the counter to the Snap, and that could give them a bit of an extra punch, and especially with the cookie combos, they've got 4 heroes with stuns. And stuns really simplify your gameplay. When you looked at that game 1 draft, yeah, they've got stuns, but the problem is that their heroes are already countered. Now you actually get to dictate the pace of the draft, so if they don't go for a Snap here, they could put this Tiny potentially as the pause 2, and they could pick another support here. Usually they've seen Crystal Maiden in the second phase. It was banned out by Dogchamp though, so you're going to have to think around maybe, I don't know, does Disruptor fit into this draft at all? What do you guys think?
Could. I don't see any problem with it. They definitely do need another support hero, whether that's a 5 or 4, and I think they need a ranged hero for you. Oh, they're actually just going to pick their offlaner right away. Very interesting. So this is maybe a Tiny 4. It leaves the option open now, right? Like, it still could go mid, but with that pick, they're saying, like, you know, this Tiny could be our mid, it could be our 4, you don't really know, but they for sure took their offlaner and their carry now, so they still have some flexibility for their last pick here.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Does feel like on some level they just want to pick 2 side lane heroes that both match up reasonably well against the Nature's Prophet, although I do think that Darkseer offlane against a safe lane Nature's Prophet is not the freest of lanes, particularly with a Clockwork there, so definitely a lane where Darkseer's going to have to play pretty carefully, but it seems like they just don't want to let, you know, Nature's Prophet kind of get out of control like we saw in game 1.
And at the very least now you have this Iron Shell combination either in the lane itself or eventually when Tiny and CK start moving around. There's a little bit of extra damage because it did feel like the few times they made some kind of moves, Dogchamp were just unwilling to die. Pretty much everyone was way too tanky, so you have something in the back pocket now. What do Dogchamp respond with here? We're probably going to see them probably maybe go for a mid laner so they can keep this Nature's Prophet as flexible as possible until the last overall pick. They do have last pick, right? They should have the 24 here. Yeah, they do. What do we like to see here, Panda, from Dogchamp? What synergizes well with their draft, but also leaves the Nature's Prophet flexible for later in?
Well, basically what you don't want to give away right now is any like illusion-based core. Like you've got the Nature's Prophet that we kind of discussed that could be a 1 in this case if they want to skip the matchup basically, but it looks like we are seeing an off-lane Furion with this Monkey King since the Techies Clockwork is looking like this is our locked-in support duo. We're not going to see a support Monkey King. This is not like SCA or South America where they might still flex this hero as a 4, which definitely works, but they would love to see it more like as a carry. It's a good matchup against the CK. A lot of armor, doesn't get blown up right away. Your ulti also makes you stronger against this CK when you go on the head-to-head matchup. Doesn't really worry too much about the Darks here. You have the extra attack range on the lane, which helps you with the Iron Shell clear. It's a very good pick. I really like the idea they go with the Monkey King here. Just curious about like item timings on the side of DogChamp. Like if they decide to go for Battle Fury Monkey King, do they want to stretch this out? They definitely can. If they can shut down Felt early, this is the CK's problem. If he doesn't have a good start, CK doesn't have like any presence in these games.
Something you've mentioned often, Fia, whenever you see a Darkseer, is that you like seeing it into games where the war can make a massive difference in terms of the heroes that you can put inside it. This game, if I'm DogChamp, I don't feel that scared of walking through the Darkseer wall at this point, right? Am I that scared of these MK illusions? Probably not. I'm not that terrified of the Nature's Prophet illusions either. The nature of their draft right now, does it frustrate the game even more for the Felt Darkseer and make team fighting pretty much the sole responsibility of the Tiny at this point for the side of Felt?
I mean, it's definitely not a free Darkseer game. Like you mentioned, this MK, he's going to want to go for Battle Fury Ags, drop the Monkey King illusion, make it hard for the CK. It is also another hero that, Jingo does not work on illusions, so you're not really punishing yourself if you do get walled here. Monkey King as a carry, always a little risky though, because even though you have all those things going for you, if you do get stunned, that hero is very squishy and can die quite easily. So he has to perform quite well on Yuma on this hero to make it work, as all Monkey King games do go, but he should have a relatively easy lane, so I do believe in that. As far as Felt goes, we get it a C. I think they're going to pick a mid here, but what are they going to pick? Because like the Tiny, I think they should pick something a little bit better with the Darkseer. Honestly, I'd be okay with an Earth Spirit here. I think they still need that playmaker from the mid lane. They just need another hero that can just get in there. Earth Spirit can cut trees for the Monkey King if he starts hopping around in those. Good duel with the Darkseer, a little more team fight.
What do you think about TA?
And CK offlane, or where's CK going?
Solji, TA mid.
Oh, TA mid?
We did see TA mid the other day, but it's not unheard of.
Do you want to pick it blind, though? I think, though, you might get punished too hard. Get Vipered or something, right? And that might be tough, but Leshrac mid, pretty classic. I mean, they could Viper that too if they wanted to, but do they want to do that? I feel like T is a hero that has to do well in lane, where Leshrac has a little more flexibility. If he does get countered, he can make some rotations at least.
It is a Leshrac without a battery, which is not always my preference here, but God, now that if you see this, you have the lane counter, what do you want to go for at the very end?
I think burst damage. Okay, Zeus. I wasn't sure what the hero was, but like Invoker Quap Ban, I'm just like, you need to burst this Lesh down. Heroes like Monkey and Nature's Prophet is like this, steady flow of damage. You need a way just to kill Leshrac and not allow that Bloodstone to like completely overwhelm you. So Zeus is a pretty cool pick here. It is a game where there's ways to get on top of the Zeus, but up against 3 melee heroes in a Leshrac, I do feel like RC is set up to have a pretty good game on Zeus.
So I take it you're going to go the way of DogChamp for game number 2?
I think so. They just look like the better overall team. It's hard to go against them right now, let's just say.
All right, Fia, earn your paycheck, my friend. I need to hear, how does Felt win this game? What does this Leshrac bring to the table, and how do they utilize it to take game number 2?
They got a CK. I don't think they can win, unfortunately.
All right, Panda, since Fia doesn't want to play ball, you give it to me straight here. Is there any opportunity here for Felt to go to game number 3, or are you in the same basket that CK equals GG, no possibility of winning?
All right, I'll try to make this quick. So 30% win rate on this Leshrac for Solji. He has a 6-game losing streak on this Leshrac. The last time he won, 2021. Against DogChamp, so that's the only thing.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, there we go. All right, thank you, T-Panda, for giving us the Copium stats. Let us hope we get the Copium type of game here so that we can go to a final game number 3. And to find out, we have our casting duo at the ready, Breaky CPK as well as Wagamama. Gentlemen, take us away. Please give us a game 3.
Undefeated here through their first 2 series. 1-0 in this one. They went 2-0 a couple days ago. They're trying to keep that going. Felt obviously has other plans, trying to force a game 3. They're going to do it behind the CK core this time around, but they're going up against the Techies, Waga.
They are. The Techies is back. We've seen what damage he can do on Yaren. You know, I love the stats that he brought up there at the end, T-Pana, with the win rates. Honestly, before hearing that they have like 30% win rate on Leshrac or something, I honestly like their draft. I like simplicity.
Okay.
And this is a simple draft, I will say. This is a lineup where you have 5 different heroes with stun, so anyone can initiate and anyone can follow up. And the team fights are quite simple how they play out as well, but still there is, you know, room for big plays. You can vacuum into an avalanche, into a split earth, you know, there are combos. And I think CK is a fine hero. I don't know what the negativity is, but I think Felt can tie this up, even though they did get outplayed pretty hard last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say it felt like a little bit of doomsday coming out there from the panel towards Felt, but yeah, I'm glad you said that, Waga, because yeah, you know, I'm hoping and frankly, you know, probably should get a pretty solid game number 2 here. Who knows what could take place, but I will say Yaren again on Tech. He was very impressive in that previous series a couple of days ago, and curious how Felt is gonna have to deal with him as he will be supporting his Monkey King up at the top lane.
Yeah, I did expect him to want to lane with Monkey. The moment I saw the Monkey pick, I thought, do they want to run Monkey off lane? Is that a possibility for them? But no, they do pair up, but they pair up on the safe lane instead, because I didn't like the idea of them having like a Monkey plus Clockwork safe lane and then Furion Techies off lane. That sounded weak. But this way, they get the one range, one melee hero on both side lanes, and that's much easier to play in general. It's a stronger combination. So Yaren just gonna be working away top here, harassing down on Tiny.
A sticky bomb coming out and let the harassment begin. Of course, having to deal with those iron shells. But yeah, the mid matchup, Zeus versus Leshrac. You know, we were seeing RCY mentioned he looked fantastic on Invoker a couple days ago in both of those games. And Invoker was open until that final ban. I thought for a second we might have had a chance to see it again, but got banned out. But you know what? We get to see him play some Zeus now. But what do you make of this matchup in general?
I think Zeus should be probably a little bit favored here. And I think, you know, Zeus with his damage overall being so high and Leshrac having quite a bit lower, Lesh is more forced to rely on the spell farming. And obviously both of them are going to be spell farming quite a way, but I think Zeus has an easier time getting a few denies as well here early in lane.
Not as flashy of a hero as the Invoker or even the Bat Rider, but still expecting some big plays out of RCY. And again, it is burst damage to help deal with that Leshrac. I believe it was T-Panda bringing that out, that with this mid Leshrac, of course, especially with the Bloodstone, you need ways to be able to get through that, the heals that he brings. So that between Techies, Blast Off, which by the way, trying to get the kill on a Tiny as we got this funky creep wave over here. It's no first blood though yet.
Yeah. And Darkseer just gonna run next to him a little bit with Iron Shell, like, hey, what up? It is only level 1, but a toss comes in.
Vacuumed as well. This is a kill, yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, the way he's pursuing, he's confident that he's gonna make that kill happen. And you see Techies, that 300 movement speed is only 5 faster than Darkseer. Clearly not enough.
I didn't think Tiny would come close enough, but he started with boots, so Tiny actually caught up. And bottom lane, we see Gangstar trying to TP out, does get it, just barely on Furion.
Of course, he can teleport back in with the ability, using the TP scroll to make his way out, but a very close call right there, so that's got to feel good for Felt, though. Again, Tiny was so close to getting first blooded himself. Not only doesn't get first blooded, but, well, he helps to get the first blood on the Techies.
Yeah, very nice play overall. And when you pick this Techies for Yaren, I mean, big part of what he makes happen with it is that he's very dominant in laning stage. Techies is a great lane harasser, so dying on this hero during laning stage is probably extra painful because you expect him to be, you know, doing a lot of harassing and bullying. Chen didn't block that. He was standing right next to a camp. I think he barely misstepped and stepped out of the camp when it was stacking. He was right next to it.
Yeah, one of those slight just off timings right there. Worried about getting the bounty rune as well, so perhaps that was on his mind too, but either way, he gets that bounty
for a stack and then a pull, and he's right next to it during all this happening, so that's a stack pull created. He could have prevented that.
Well, more interested about going for a kill perhaps on a Yuma, who has those Boundless Strikes. The Jingle Mastery more so is added up. Boundless Strike is currently on cooldown, just using it, so the vacuum!
The timing.
Oh, the blast off timing!
Yeah, bottom lane, again a TP out clutch, but the timing, any form of repositioning during your jump as techies, and you will not get the connection. So that last second vacuum there is honestly something nice to have on this lane, is both of them have an ability to stop techies' suicide. They have the toss and they have the vacuum. Both of them
Now I'm
can,
going to ask
can
you,
work.
Waga, was that on purpose?
Of course, intended.
That was well played. That was impressive. And we found the counter to techies here with that blast off play. So that's something he's going to have to look out for against the Darkseer specifically.
Yeah.
Well played. Zeus, he's got caught in a funky position here in the mid lane. He's going to teleport back in. Saw Tiny rotating over though, so had to play it safe. Oh, that's RCY's courier going down though. And those are boots on top of that, so he's going to be without those boots for a bit.
Yeah, being a bit of a nuisance with that.
So this Chaos Knight, you mentioned Fear definitely had some strong opinions the other way, but you mentioned you don't mind it. So what are your expectations out of the CK this game?
I mean, really, he just needs to farm up his power treads and his armlet early, and once he gets that, he should be able to, just steadily scale. It's not an exceptionally fast farmer, but he does scale extremely well with any items that he builds up. And so far, his laning stage, he is top CS in the game. He's doing quite fine. I think he has no extra stress to like activate early or whatever. He can just scale into this game decently. It does depend a little bit how the monkey itemizes. If monkey goes Battle Fury, then you need to probably play more aggressive, perhaps go Blink Dagger earlier than you would. But if monkey doesn't go Battle Fury, you can just play normal hard carry CK game.
Yeah, Monkey's certainly one of those kind of flexible cores. You're not really sure what to expect out of it, but keep an eye on that from Yuma. By the way, he got away from the stun, did Monkey King. Well played right there. He jumps back in with the tree dance and eventually gets the balance strike to finish the job. Yarn, of course, there as well to support, so they take out the support Tiny. Fade, he's gonna do a little bit of a pull, get a stack off, and manages to get away from damage as well.
Yeah, no matter how you twist and turn it, you're still double melee against Monkey King, so Monkey is pretty happy on this lane. Despite the Iron Shell spam, he can, like the panel pointed out, stay out of the range of that and still CS. So Monkey's having a pretty good start as well.
Yeah, they were able to pick up the Monkey King in response. Look at this Zeus mid lane going in for the kill. Heavenly jump forward, and with Clockwork rotating in, really nothing that Leshrac can do at that point. Ends up being the easy kill. RCY credit for it, and he's got a good chunk of gold saved out. 1200. He's
Gangstar also gonna go down perhaps, but no. CP is again gonna be just fine. The TP out. That's the third time already.
Yep, knows they don't have any more stuns.
Yeah,
a smart play. Oh, oh! I thought that an eye was gonna be
Iron
successful.
Shell Tiny just runs next to him, waiting, and then tosses at the last moment. And gets a kill for his lane partner there. The Darkseer gonna be happy to get that gold. He's now on a dominating streak on Iron Shell, on Darkseer.
I mean, it basically is the Ion Shell.
Pretty much. Iron
Doing
Shell, the
most of
hero.
that work. It really is. I mean, obviously that's Darkseer, at least especially in the laning phase. Sure, throughout, of course, the wall becomes a much more relevant ability, the sprint, etc. But right now, the Ion Shell is king, and yeah, 4-0-0. That's a hell of a start.
Yeah, and
Darkseer.
farming a big stack
how
as well now.
I was gonna say it's a matter of how he uses this farm. It's even more farm coming, as you mentioned with the stack. So he's got the arcane boots. Is this a full on Guardian Greaves game? We're seeing that a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
probably rush the Greaves early in this game. It's fantastic. The survivability against the enemy heroes here. Oh, Monkey.
Oh, Monkey jumping into a death trap. The avalanche came out as he leapt over to the tree.
Yeah, he didn't
with
have
Leshrac
vision. He
showing
just
up.
jumped in blindly and realized, oh, there's a Tiny and a Lesh here. Whoops.
Well, how about the movement from Leshrac? Not middle lane. Of course, they know this now on the side of DocChamp, and they will capitalize as they get a free kill on a Rubik. So you teleport in from Nature's Prophet as well, and going to put some damage onto the mid tower now.
Yeah, they get some damage mid, but meanwhile, Leshrac went and stole their stacks in the jungle as well and finds himself a fair trinket, so nice reward for him. CK goes mid to defend, gonna take that farm, and they smoke wrap around here with the Tiny and Lesh.
Oh yeah, they going in for a play. Chen on the Tiny. He is coming in. He's going to get exposed there, and a little too much distance from Zeus. Zeus has got some mangoes right here. He has Thunder God's Wrath, but no play to use it at this point. Hold off. So bottom pressure instead will come out from the side of DogChamp, as again they saw CK port middle. So we're seeing this response here from DogChamp a couple of times of pushing other lanes.
Yeah, it's smart. You want to react and switch, but they also realize that on Felt, so they're saying this tech is here. Is he allowed to do this? Blood9 TP's in to help.
There it is. The ultimate from Zeus does come out. It gets the kill on a Tiny. Blast off to lead the way. Fade. Gonna go for a turn kill. He knows he's dead. Might as well do as much damage as possible. The Wrath of Nature comes in though. Helps to clean him up, and Yarn just kind of waves at him. Of course, don't want to run through that wall again. That would be dangerous.
Yeah, so they hold nicely there. They hold their safe lane tower. They take the enemy safe lane tower with 2 heroes down there. And the Zeus ulti was important there to turn it around. And Zeus, what's he going for? He's got his Kaya already. Full Kaya. Pretty good start for him as well.
Yeah, he's in fact top net worth right now, especially after that exchange that just took place up there. So the Kaya being delivered. That's going to accelerate that much more. And of course, Monkey King right behind him. Do we have an answer yet? It is going to be the Echo Saber, at least early.
Yeah, for now it looks like Felt are trying to do the same thing again though, just go back top. They realized this ulti was used. Same with the Furin ulti. The combination of those two ultis together is really, really strong. Yeah.
Oh, so you mentioned Fury on there, and again, we're talking about the Ags pickup last game. It looks like he is prioritizing in this game as well.
Yeah, he's going for it. And I mean, I liked it last game. It makes sense. So try it again. Monkey with a big ult here.
Opener, Leshrac had no clue. Suddenly he just evaporates, and it's going to be the same story for Rubik. Blast off in. Double kill for RCY. And we mentioned this in the previous series. We saw a bit of it game 1. We're seeing more of it here in game 2. DogChamp just playing so well together as a team. And it's going to continue. A triple kill for RCY. And they're going to get a 4th one on Tiny. It's a matter of who gets the last hit. Will it be Zeus? No, he's a little too far away. Yarn will gladly take credit for that one. So DogChamp has definitely found their stride here in game 2.
DogChamp are just outplaying them really well right now. To be honest, they're faster and they're more decisive in what they do. Taking the bottom tower first was a good example. Like, they were prepared to both take the tower and defend their top tower, and the tempo that they hold is just higher and more effective here. So the TPN from Furion has been really useful. I think Furion is a hero that, you know, in the absence of Beastmaster, because we talked about DogChamp before, how Beastmaster was crucial for them, the tempo they play. Furion can substitute that perfectly. You have the same effect, but just with the global TP as well, so you can go quicker from lane to lane, and that leads to these faster paced rotations that we see in this game.
Yeah, of course, not as hard as that single target lockdown, but at the same time, yeah, the global presence really shines that much more. And Italiano Gangster showing that he's a bit more versatile than just simply a Beastmaster player. And not that that's surprising by any means, of course, as he's taking a look at the odds on the screen, of course, understandably favoring DogChamp heavily. esportsbet.io. Watch to earn. Check it out for yourselves as this exchange going back and forth. Oh, Leshrac survives it.
And
okay,
the region doesn't get cancelled. The Fury ulti bounced on everyone else, but didn't bounce to him, I think. So he gets the region value as well. Back to full HP after that engagement. 3-0 in that fight. Signs of turnaround potential here. Now they're actually ahead in the gold, despite losing all their towers already and only having taken 1. They're still ahead in gold. So that means, if you think about it this way, they have money bags to collect, right? They have 2 towers they haven't taken yet, and they're already ahead in gold. So aren't they even more ahead then?
Well, and this is much different than the first game, right, Wago? Where they're not reliant on this Nagasar, and that just, you know, sure had a great far, but everyone else is somewhat lacking, and the Nagasar was still going to be countered by the Pudge, as we eventually saw. It's a different storyboard here for Felt, and it kind of goes back to what you're saying, you like their draft that much more. All their cores are actually farming very well, including that Chaos Knight who's leading the way. Now, they're going to lose Tiny, as their jungle was infested there. However,
he wants to pull.
They're fighting back.
Yeah?
He wants to go for Clocker. He didn't even want techies. He's like, yeah, you guys deal with him, but take it away.
That's awkward, though, because they don't get anyone after that. Now they have to get out quickly. They're under a ward.
Oh, Nature's Prophet, though. They spot him back here trying to be sneaky, and Reality Rift pulls him in to get the kill. RCY does have Thunder God's Wrath. It's level 1. Not a time to use it just yet. Oh my god, there's that crit. Chaos Knight showing off his prowess. Oh.
Zeus stops the Rubik from using his own spell. He's like, nope, you're not allowed to have Arc Lightning. Ultis him, zaps him down. Makes sure that Rubik is thinking twice before using his spells.
But yeah, I guess a couple things there, Waga, is that one, this maybe getting ahead of ourselves and saying the momentum is being built up by DocChamp. Really not so much. I mean, Felt certainly still feels like they're in a very good spot, arguably ahead.
I think they're in a good spot. I would be comfortable seeing, like, the way the game has played out so far. They have great tools as well as the game continues. The main problem is that the Zeus is, of course, starting to build up more and more, and he is a hero that scales really well into later stages. But once you get Blink Daggers, Blink on CK, and, you know, the Blink on Tiny is only 600 gold away now, then you have the tools to catch him. Zeus can be extremely slippery now with the Heavenly Jump, but there comes a point where he just dies extremely fast to this type of draft.
Yeah, and we also talk about impactful items. Leshrac, Bloodstone. Name a more iconic duo. I mean, he's got it, so that's an item that DocChamp has to be a bit concerned about as
Nice
Clockwork.
hook. Trying to get away.
Well, he's trying, keyword trying. Unfortunately, he just feeds a kill to Leshrac in the end.
Yeah, at least you don't feed Bloodstone charges anymore, right? I kind of miss it though.
Sure.
The old Bloodstone, scaling every kill. The good life. This new Bloodstone Leshrac just life stealing so much. Not a fan.
That item has been through so many reworks over time in general, but yeah, the whole charges, being a part of it previously, a little bit different now. It's not a fan of it. Well, Leshrac certainly is. Well, one of the very few heroes that's a fan of this item with the way it's designed currently.
That's
he loves
true.
it.
Monkey just sitting here watching people. He hasn't moved for so long. Yuma just patiently waiting.
Radiant are scanning.
This is the awkward thing with a position 1 Monkey King, especially sometimes, right? Where it's like he almost finds himself playing position 4 sometimes, where he's kind of just sitting in trees and, you know, waiting for a chance, but eventually gonna go to the lane and clear it up a little bit. Oh, mid lane, Clockwork. Jumped in on a Leshrac, but that's not your prime target, especially with supports nearby. Gets taken out, however, they blow him up. Yes, they will. RCY, there was that reason they picked up Zeus. The Bloodstone doesn't matter if you get bursted hard like that. Double kills, he takes out Tiny as well. And the pursuit continues, they're going after Shu. Rubik, what does he have stolen? Battery Assault, that's not gonna save him. Triple kill for the Zeus, they take out 4. Chaos Knight busy farming top.
That was a very awkward timing for them to take a big fight because they're 200 gold away from the blink on Tiny and 200 gold away from the blink on CK. So they're in a power dip, but they went for a smoke. I think they should have been more patient. CK though goes in mid, just picks off the Nature's Prophet alone. Easy pickings.
I mean, yeah, that's almost understating what that was. Very easy pickings for the Chaos Knight. So sure, it's the well said about the timing, but to that point, Chaos Knight, he does have a blink now coming out and another 900 gold already saved up. So this CK is truly going to be a threat in this game.
He's gonna become pretty huge. Interesting to see what his next item is gonna be. Just a BKB next, I would assume, so that he can protect himself, and also he needs it against the now Aghanims on Nature's Prophet. Of course, you can Phantasm off the root, but you might not always have that ready. Also, there's a Zeus and Clockwork techies. There's great need for BKB this game.
Yeah, disconnect right here. Gonna deal with whatever the issue may be. Take a look at the mid players and their heroes going at it. It is favoring RCY right now. Hero damage, not too surprising at this point of the game, especially. Heavily favoring the Zeus, but I was gonna mention techies. This is a different techies game than what we saw in that series a couple days ago. You know, he's not necessarily having that roaming impact where we just saw blast off after blast off in early Aetherlands and he was just left and right doing work. Not so much this game.
Yeah, so far he is having a little bit rougher of a game, but he is going to complete his Aetherlands now. He has the recipe coming out, and there's Philosopher's Stone, so he's going to get some nice income from that. Techies doesn't care about the auto attack damage at all, so it's a very nice drop for him. And having the Shard, he can stun people now. Maybe they can pull some big combo with that and Monkey ulti. But definitely he's not looking as dominant as we saw him the other day.
to that point, yeah, he does have the shard, and as we mentioned, the Aether Lens is just about ready, and that range becomes insane. I mean, it already is pretty. In fact, we're going to see it right here. He's going to jump onto the Leshrac. Where's the follow-up? Well, it's coming out from the other team. So they're going to blow up the techies. And Leshrac is able to stand his ground, kill the tower, and fall back. And, well, that's a prime example of how this techie's impact isn't necessarily being felt.
That looked like miscommunication right there. He jumped in, but there was nothing else really happening. Like, he wasn't close to Monkey being able to set up ulti or something, so he ended up just jumping in, immediately getting punished and dying. That was straight up just a feed, so now thinking about Roche, I don't think you can press the advantage like this though on Felt.
Well, Phantasm still up for another 10 seconds. Gonna send it in right there to take out the Clockwork. Power for the Wukong's command now dropping down. BKB activated on the Monkey King. Chaos Knight going for the TP. He gets canceled though. A very desperate TP there. It really felt like there was no chance of that successfully happening. He's dead. He has buyback, but they're gonna lose Tiny in the process. Not using it yet. He got on the wall. Yuma cannot finish off Leshrac. Leshrac, the Bloodstone heal, of course, kicking in and helping to keep him alive, and he's still alive at the time being. Has an Iron Shell, but no one really close to him, as out comes the Wrath of Nature. And what a wrath it was. Triple kill.
I mean, I want to try out Nature's Prophet Aghanims after watching Italiano, the way he's getting this. That was some very nice finish there. Of course, the Zeus ulti was in just before, getting everyone low HP. The CK was bursted fast, but the Leshrac got so low HP fighting the Monkey King there, and then finally Italiano just, when people thought that they were safe, he gets these kills, and after that he gets himself a Mithril Hammer. Gonna go into the Maelstrom, same build we saw before.
That was a thing of beauty. You saw a team tipping coming out, a very genuine one right there, as they were very excited at the way that one finished, of course. So again, though, continues to go back to that this is the big picture. It's 1,000, maybe a 2,000 net worth lead right now for Team DogChamp. You have Chaos Knight, however, top on the other side, and the BKB being worked on certainly will be that impactful item.
Yeah, he needs it too, the way he played. Like, he blinked so ultra aggressively onto the high ground there, and not having a BKB, he tried to TP out normally, but just a single bolt, and then he stopped. Even if he did have BKB though, perhaps, you know, with Clockwork in the game, you can't be that safe.
Well, speaking of Clockwork, you kill him, then you don't have to deal with him. However, he's gonna hook shot to his teammate, and he manages to escape. Uh-oh, no, Chaos Knight's getting blown up to blast up. Oh my gosh, he's alive. The armlet toggle, it's not enough. He's down for 50. And that BKB gonna be delayed even more. And DogChamp, why would they let up now? Of course they're not going to. You see right there, the Ethereal Blade coming out from RCY as well. Helps to drop the Rubik, and now maybe Roshan time for Team DogChamp.
They're just not connecting together though. This CK went in very aggressively, but meanwhile Leshrac is just farming jungle. I think they're at the stage in the game where there's so much 5-man fighting happening, but if you want to go ultra aggressive like the CK is doing now, especially pre-BKB, then he at least needs his entire team. He can't go alone like that. So maybe he needs to fall back, just finish up the BKB first, or they need to commit hard and bring everyone, perhaps even smoke it up for these moves.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, you know, there was that criticism of the Naga last game that he was playing where lacking damage, lacking aggressive play overall, and sure, it was a tough matchup against the Pudge in the end, but perhaps almost think of that himself, and again, he's playing naturally a more aggressive hero in Chaos Knight, so, you know, it's good to see, but yeah, the team has to be on the same page, and clearly a little bit of separation right there, so that backfires. They take out the Roshan, does DogChamp, and that's now an Aegis in the hands of Monkey King, who also has a full Mage Slayer now, by the way, and he's found Tiny. Tiny has no clue that he's being seen right here.
Yeah, he just goes for a farm first, but now realizing with the Zeus ulti as well.
Well, I mean, so Zeus ulti and Monkey King ulti, this is a support Tiny. A little curious on that decision.
And he's almost out, but I think he's gonna go down.
Escape. Okay. Well, yeah, that was a little odd because he 100% saw him. The fact he went to farm first was curious, but either way.
At least it's just a Tiny going down. Zeus ulti was committed, so from the eyes of Felt, they're getting a little bit of time here to farm up the crucial items. They're going BKB on both the CK and the Leshrac, so they need all the time they can get during this. But like you said, that Mage Slayer is going to be very, very good against Leshrac. Now with the DD rune too, the Monkey is just jumping in.
Yeah, he can play aggressive. Not only does he have that BKB, but he has an Aegis, and he found a target. That's being Rubik. And there's that blast off combo that we've known to love to watch. Not so much if you're felt, but
Monkey
have to deal with.
Tekis is actually very nice because he can stun from so far away on Monkey, and the same with Tekis, right? So whoever leads, the other one can follow quite easily and chain stun. And more often than not, they're setting up for the Tekis to connect afterwards.
yeah, we see that combo of the shard as well as the Aether Lens, the blast off radius. Pretty ridiculous. So Chaos Knight does have a BKB now. Again, this is that item, as it you would think is kind of a key for now they're enabled to be a little bit more aggressive, specifically that CK and playing around him. I suppose Leshrak certainly wants one of his own, and he is working on that too.
I think so. I think they have to wait for Leshrak because they can't have these plays happen where one of them feels ready and goes in. They need the entire team if they're gonna fight into especially Aegis. So just try and delay. They're probably gonna wait for 2.5 minutes remaining on Aegis. We'll see if Dogchamp can take another tower, or perhaps make a wraparound here with a smoke towards bottom.
Well, Darkseer's been pushing out this bottom lane this whole time. Rubik's gonna tank this gank, we'll call it that. Meanwhile, Monkey King, though, is gonna force a BKB out of the Chaos Knight and teleport out. So, definitely a victory for Dogchamp there, including the kill on a Rubik. And now they're gonna push out this bottom lane. So that's not what you want to see out of your first BKB charge if you're Chaos Knight, but it did keep him alive in that instance, at least.
It doesn't feel great, but ultimately you're behind right now since the enemy have Aegis, and getting out with your life is probably all you can ask for in that situation. And they're finding farm. They're able to finish up the BKB on Leshrak the way the game is going here. They will lose bottom tier 2 tower without payback. Mid though, look at Teki's clockwork.
Well, you know it's coming. The blast off, it's out of range, however. Phantasm activated, and here we go. It's Chaos Knight's turn, but again, no BKB. They know it's down. He's just dead. Oh, that's not what you want if you're felt. It just seems like they're just not connected for in these engagements. Granted, of course, he got jumped there, I understand, but it's just really unfortunate timing. But all the credit to Dogchamp. They knew it was on cooldown. Easy kill.
Yeah, I think CK, he wanted to make a stand there and turn it around, but he cannot fight like that. Into Monkey King coming in with the Zeus ulti as well, or with the Zeus bursts as well. It's so much damage. If you don't have the BKB up, you go down very quickly against this lineup.
And that was being highlighted by our observer right there. Great job with the death recap. Showing all that magical damage, 2,000 plus. The burst, of course, Zeus a big part of that. And guess what? That's pretty much making that point that without your BKB, good luck surviving in a fight like that. So
now is the timing though. Like, they've hit the timing that they can maybe make a play. They're 7,000 gold behind, but they have everything they need. They decide to smoke right now. They don't have much time because it's pretty obvious smoke. The rocket will make it even more obvious. Can Dog sniff this one out?
Oh, Leshrak got exposed. And you see the cogs immediately going out from Clockwork. Well, they're definitely able to sniff it out for now. Oof, that Tiny thought he had a chance. Never mind. The blink reaction, and now it's Monkey King's turn. Boundless Strike. Doesn't have his Wukongs though just yet, and the Aegis just got reclaimed. Gonna help him with some mana at least, I suppose. Oh, that's a Thunder God's Wrath.
Auto spell's missing.
Now they got the info though, and Tiny just evaporated there. Again, the blink out. What a reaction from RCY. Clockwork? Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's gonna be completely okay. So another win for Dog there. They didn't get caught in bad position, and now they're starting to eye up this tier 2 top, playing together. They don't have the Aegis anymore, but even so, this Monkey King hasn't really been threatened in a lot of the fights, and he's feeling pretty confident having that BKB still. Only had to use it once.
DK, Mage Slayer, BKB, Armlet, Blink. I mean, these are all items that are still continue to look fairly decent with the game state, despite these recent fights going the way of Dogchamp. Again, all it really will take is that one good fight, it feels like. I mean, you have Darkseer's Wombo combo, right? You got the Vacuum Wall. You have Leshrak, a good Vacuum Wall into a big AoE stun, 2-3 heroes. Certainly there is that chance, the opening for Felt, to make a play here and come back in this game.
Yeah, they have a chance, but I think they're probably not gonna try and roll the dice here on this tier 2 top, just gonna let it go instead. They don't have Blink on Darkseer, so as far as combos go, it's a lot on just this tiny Leshrac CK connecting together, and so far I've seen them be very split up in when they go in. They need to find, you know, the timing, just play together, because what we see from Dog is just they're always synchronized, right? One guy goes, the other one is right there, ready to follow up. Whereas on Felt, it feels much more like individual ideas, like, oh, I can go here, and then your teammate wasn't really ready.
Except that one time where Techies went middle lane and the rest of the team was like, what are you doing? They're allowed one, but overall it's been pretty good. It's been very good for Team DocChamp there. We're seeing those tier 3 items popping out, so keeping an eye on who's getting what. The Titan Sliver being picked up right there. Of course, a very impactful one.
Yeah, the Furin also is getting pretty farmed overall right now, having Maelstrom, Aghanims, BKB, and 2,200 gold, along with the Mindbreaker as well, so he's hitting really fast and hard.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely got some right click come in. 20 seconds on the red timer for Roshan. We'll see if it ends up being a quick one or not. Zeus, his own Aether Lance, is going Boots of Travel now. Gonna have that mobility burst. Techies. Octarine Core.
Dog are not splitting up much. I think they're respecting the pickoff that Felt have. So instead of, you know, playing the entire map, they're playing an area of the map together and not risking losing heroes that easily. So if they move to bottom now, they're going to move everyone to bottom. And that's the important thing against a stun lineup like this. Do not get picked off non-stop and just feed. Instead, they're playing pretty together.
Well, they have a really good idea of what Felt is doing, of course, as Leshrac even shows up. Edict's committed. You got Bloody 9. He's up over in the trees. TP coming in as well from Techies, although the stun comes out from Leshrac. And here's the opening Yarn, jumping in, blast off on 2. It hits them both, but the follow-up not there immediately. Hook shot eventually in, cog block. Leshrac forced to fight, pops a Bloodstone. Not the most heal, though, but he's able to TP away. But Monkey King in pursuit himself manages to catch the Rubik. And you know what? Considering what could have been, that's not too bad for Felt.
Yeah, they only lost one hero. Zeus ulti was not expended this time. Monkey ulti was, but it's pretty short cooldown when it's level 3, only 80 seconds, so he'll have it soon again. And he also has a full Eye of Skadi now with Paladin Sword. This Monkey King is getting to a point where man fighting him will be incredibly tough for anyone.
Roshan, it's going to be a fast one. Roshan's up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, quick spawn.
I don't know if that really helps Felt out necessarily, but it's going to force maybe some fighting around the area, if anything, once it's eventually CND up.
Yeah, they don't have the best Roche on Felt. It's, you know, Dog have much stronger Roche heroes, but there will probably be one big decisive fight here. It is scouted up by Dog that Roche is up. They send both Rockets and Treant over.
Gleipnir just finished in full as well from that Nature's Prophet. Got Tiny on the uphill. So as you mentioned, DocChamp aware of the 4-player smoke. Of course, Nature's Prophet, the only one not part of it. You can join the party when needed.
Good position for Dog here. This initiation could be big.
Well, they tried, but the Thunder God's Wrath comes out, and talking about initiation, that allows DocChamp to get the great jump. However, Zeus is jumped in the back lines from Chaos Knight, and he gets blown up. So Rubik is dead, and so is Leshrac, but Chaos Knight still feeling pretty good. Clockwork put on the uphill. The walls put down as well. Clockwork able to force step out, though. They take out Tiny, and now Chaos Knight with no BKB. A lot more susceptible. Reality Rift pulling, going for the blow up on Nature's Prophet, and he will do so. He's healing up as well. It's a triple kill for the CK, and now Yuma's realizing this is actually a difficult fight. The Mischief Destroy is not going to necessarily be the most effective. Bloody Nine's coming in, but it's just too late. Too much damage. Ultra kill for Chaos Knight, and there we go for Felt.
The gem? The gem? There's a gem right there, boys? You're forgetting it? I think the gem is just going to be picked up again by Dire here. They didn't see it. It was kind of just there, but they did get the ultra kill, total clean wipe. Clean wipe? Team wipe? Yeah, they get everything and immediately into Roche now as well. And where are you at now, CK haters? Look at him. He's actually popping off. When they get to jump on Zeus, the fight looks different. Zeus goes down, so much damage is gone. And it's really all on the CK and the fact that he could join the Tiny there and get in on the Zeus.
Yeah, we're going to see the replay right here. I thought for sure, again, with the opening, DogChamp had the initiation of Thundergod's Wrath, the Wukong in the back there, you thought for sure, but you mentioned Tiny able to get in there, help with the setup stun, and then, of course, the Chaos Bolt from Chaos Knight. They know who they're going for. If you're Felt, it's get on top of Zeus at all costs, specifically the CK, and, well, he made it happen. So that sets up the Roshan. And now you have an Aegis in the hands of Chaos Knight, who, by the way, also got the Shard. So that upgraded Chaos Bolt is going to be coming out too.
Yeah, that bolt is extremely good. Getting more cast range is very nice. Getting a free illusion attacking the target for 6 seconds as well is even nicer. So he will have even more DPS now for whoever he is trying to target. And this has to make DogChamp feel a little bit weird. Like, we've been in control the entire game, we've been owning the game the entire way, and honestly, it feels like they've pretty cleanly outplayed them for a majority of it as well. But now, losing this Roche, losing the second Roche with the timing of the Aegis and the Shard, you will have to show yourself on the side lanes, and this is where the pick-off game of Felt is really strong. They have Blink, Leshrac, Blink, CK, Blink, Darkseer, Blink on Tiny. They don't have Blink on Rubik, but he could buy one. He has the money. He's got to go for it.
Sure. Yeah, it's initiation as usual, going to be a key. We're talking items here, and I'm kind of thinking of the last fight. You know, what can Zeus now do maybe to respond to what happened? An obvious item that comes to mind. I mean, he has an Ethereal Blade, which is good if you can use it on yourself, but Aeon Disc, right? Like, is that an item you'd maybe like to see on him, or?
Yeah, he's got the recipe
necessary?
already, but he doesn't have any of the components. So he wanted to go Aghanims next, but after last fight, he decided that, okay, I might need an Aeon Disc. Issue can be, though, even if you have Aeon Disc, you might not be completely safe just by that. You still need your team to bail you out, like Force Staff you or something, get you out of that position. Possibly he can get his Blink out during it, but yeah, the threat is there, right? People are gonna target him.
Level 20 talents kicking in, and I think a big one certainly is that Chaos Knight Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity being picked up. So
yeah, that's
that
huge.
Chaos Knight has.
Yeah, he'll have the ability to grab the Monkey King out of the ulti, possibly.
Rubik playing more of the information for the team. Chaos Knight, he is going to split up with the Phantasm. Wukong's man to the left, though. Tiny, tosses him away onto the illusions. Tiny's still alive, finally gets taken out. And now Yuma trying to man up against Chaos Knight. He doesn't have, BKB's actually in his backpack because he has the Aegis, so he's going to rely on that. When he comes back up, then look to use it. Buyback's happening, though. It's like Clockwork taking his, coming back in, going for Zeus. You look at RCY, it's like, nope. Keeping my distance, like a good boy. As he should. Italiano Gangster, meanwhile, picking up the double kill, and now Chaos Knight figuring that this is not the fight that you want anymore. The Aegis, the armlet toggles, keeping him alive? No. Okay, now how do you play this? He has BKB, buyback from Darkseer. Leshrac could buy back as well. The BKB still on cooldown. He swapped it in a little bit later on. Finally, it goes off, and it allows him to try to get away, but Clockwork says even with the BKB, I can still trap you in here. And down falls the CK. DogChamp making a statement now. 15,000 net worth lead. And CK's out for 80 seconds.
So perfect timing there. That hook shot was just as the Blink Dagger was coming back online, not letting the CK get away. Buybacks used as well on 2 heroes, so big fight win there for them. DogChamp were just in a better move right there. Their positioning was really good, and they kind of just surrounded people. As you said in the start of the fight, like Rubik was playing the vision game, he got ignored. They just ran past him. They killed him with like 1 hero, but the rest were just diving in, getting more value kills. And whoever has the initiation in these fights, you know, the better initiation has such a big advantage. And this time it was DogChamp just clean positioning.
Picking up initiation. Trying to get on a fade right there. Playing the Darkseer, lift up. Nope, he's fine. Actually, Rubik also in trouble too, though, because Italiano Gangster, he's not afraid to dive deep into the basin for good reason. Look at the whole team's going deep. Almost to the freaking fountain. They kill Rubik. They realize, all right, maybe we should be a little more tame here. And they're going to go for the tower instead. CK is still dead for 15 seconds, so This should be a Rax.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be Rex. There's no way that they should even come close. You see how eager Dog are to try and catch them if they get a little bit closer. Techies is ready to jump them from the fog of war here. Gonna get out in the end. And that's a big lead now. 18,000 gold and getting that first Rax. When you play against Furion, it also feels really awful losing anything because there's this passive pressure of Furion just TPing around and sending treants and also ulting. You get more and more stuck in your base, and that's not how you win Dota. You need to be on the map and make moves like Dogchamp are able to do because they have more towers taken and more freedom to move around.
Sure. And Monkey King loves that freedom to move around. He's got a full Mjolnir now. Another 3,700 gold saved up, so we'll see what he has in mind. But tier 4 items are also dropping, and Stormcrafter even picked up there. There's a Flicker, so that's another thing to look out for. Keep an eye on.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go for a Nullifier next on the Monkey King. I like it here. There are 2 Force Staffs on the side of Felt. You can really get some value there against that. Also, Surge can be dispelled. So, yeah, it's not a bad Nullifier game. And just a lot of damage for your clones as well in the ulti.
Chaos Knight does have a Bloodthorn. And he's hunting. Oh, they get the Monkey King. Perfect target. Can they get the kill? You see that Pierce in the small immunity coming through as well. BKB out. Yes, he is good. So, unable to conclude with the kill, but they force a BKB TP, I suppose.
Yeah, but at the same time, they expended their own BKB, so pretty costly for them not getting that kill. They made that move with 5 heroes. Everyone was invested in doing it. Meanwhile, the rest of Dogchamp were farming and split pushing the map, so they were definitely super happy about him getting out there.
Now this Nature's Prophet, he is certainly a much more of a right-click carry threat. The Daedalus has been finished, so he is attacking hard. Also, level 25 is coming up for him. Is anyone... So 24 Monkey King is almost there himself. We're thinking the ring extension?
Yeah, for sure. Almost always that's what you take, but in this game in particular, you just extend the AoE that CK cannot enter, that Leshrac cannot enter, because that Skadi on the clones still applies and stops the healing from Leshrac, so nobody really wants to be in that monkey ulti for any period of time. And Mage Slayer,
Leshrac, of course, yeah. I mean, Leshrac really, it feels like one of those games where, yeah, it had decent farm early on, got that Bloodstone, but you look at the inventory and now almost 40 minutes into the game, it's not as dense as you would like to see it if you're Felt, but he is trying. Another 2,000 gold saved up and has a Timeless Relic, so.
Yeah, same can be said also about the Darks here. He's fighting right now to stay ahead of the techies as Yaren is about to overtake the enemy offlaner with his farm. And there we go. One more landmine will do it. 14,100 gold on this techies. Building towards the mid
though. Oh, forced to fight. He gets the kill on Tiny thanks to some crit procs, but they are going to lose 2 in the end on Felt's side. They lose both of their supports. So take that how you will. Thunder God's Wrath was also committed for that.
Yeah, pretty good again for Dog. Every single engagement here is, you know, sort of on their terms. Sure, you lose a hero, but they're still not threatening the Monkey King. He's accelerating even more.
Aeon Discos finished on Zeus there being pointed out. Just got that after the couple of kills took place. And now he has the full axe, so Nimbus now in play for Zeus.
Yeah, I think he just assembled the Aeon Disc because he doesn't have space. He's using both Stormcrafter and Ninja Gear, and he can't have all the unlocked components in his inventory, or locked components. So he has it ready, but the Aeon Disc is still in backpack because he has a Arcane Rune ready right now. The Dream Rune for Zeus.
Oh yeah. Loves to see that. This is going to be a longer Roshan respawn, by the way. See 2.5+ minutes. A while before that'll come into play. Techies throwing down some proximity mines. Keeping them guessing. Clockwork, that's a deep dive right there from Bloody Nine. Follow up, getting there. Oh, got pulled in though. Monkey King did not expect to be seen right there. He's in trouble. He's dead. He's out for 100 seconds. No buyback option. Uh-oh. Dog Champ's in trouble now. Clockwork's gonna fall as well. RCY is just trying to run this whole time, gets away for the Darks here. The TP out from Techie successful as well, but with Monkey King dead for 100, I mean, no Roshan though, but you gotta get something out of this if you're Felt.
That can be really painful. 90 seconds, well, 80 seconds still remaining now on that Monkey King respawn, and the Clockwork is also out for such a long time. So even with a slow Roche respawn here, they're gonna go for buildings. CK hits rather hard, and meanwhile they're going for pickoffs as well. I like the move to try and find kills during it.
It was all that ward over there in their ancient side where Monkey King thought he was comfortable coming to this tree, jumped to it, and immediately got Reality Rift pulled down the second he jumped to the tree. And that allowed for the blow up after the fact. So, again, Monkey King got to be a little careful. I know there was even that conversation early on in the draft, even where great carry, but he can be fragile if you're able to, you know, catch him, especially with the CK and the way he's been able to farm. It's all right there.
Feels like with them not poking high ground more there, they're kind of letting Dogchamp get off pretty easy here. Like, that was still 50 seconds on Monkey King not respawning, and we know he didn't have buyback. They didn't know that, of course, for sure. So maybe they're just respecting, like, oh, probably a buyback, but if they knew that he definitely didn't have it for 50 seconds more, I think they would try and pressure a little bit more advantage, because...
Yeah. I think that's the information game certainly to our favor as well, because I also... Obviously, we know Roshan's a long Roshan respawn. They might have been banking on the fact that it was going to be like a fast/average one. That's not the case, though. And so it's, you know, taking a gamble right there of sorts. In the end, it does.
No, certainly is. Certainly is. But now it is Dog who... They respawn fully, and they need to think a little bit more about how they initiate. Because if Yuma jumps into Vision like that, then he can just get burst and blown up. So they do go for a smoke. Both teams do.
CK, blinked away there. Saw Monkey King leap into the trees, went away, pops a Phantasm. Chase continues, blast off gonna miss. Gleipnir locking him in place. He probably cuts him off, but he says, all right, let's fight then. But BKB committed though. Buyback from Rubik immediately. CK's just trying to run this whole time. He's already BKB'd. He's in trouble. A Nullifier coming out as well, and it should be enough. Yes, he's dead. He has buyback though. He is gonna use it. Wukong's is coming out, however. Careful to fight into that. Everyone's technically alive thanks to the buybacks.
Yeah, backing up, now. Immediately resetting on Dog. They're happy with the fight. They forced out buybacks. Now, just gonna chill, reset. Fjorn has that 0 CD TP. He can just be anywhere he wants.
Oh, good point, yeah. Level 25. In fact, all 3 cores are level 25. We knew Monkey King was going his. Zeus, you got the 325 AoE Lightning Bolt as well, but Roshan is up, yeah, and look at, man, they're killing it fast.
Yeah, okay, they know it, but they're split pushing at the same time. Fjorn is going base.
He is. Putting pressure down there at the mid-racks. It's gonna be stolen. Yes, it is. A talent. No, that's stunning. Kicks you out. Who's getting the ace? It's Bloody Knight gets it. I thought he picked it up initially. It took a while. Finally picks it up. He is gonna die, but of course coming right back up. Meanwhile, the pool of Nature's Prophet gets exploded, but Clockwork is dead. You look at the base, though, of Felt. They do need to address that eventually.
Yeah, they have to try and go, but they have creep wave mid. They have 2 creeps. 2 range creeps are coming, so they want to go high ground now. Of course, there are buybacks available on Dog, and they have Zeus, one of the best high ground defenders in the game. Aeondisc is still on cooldown, though.
Yeah, Shard in the hands of Darkseer, too, though. That could be critical. Double wall here. Be massive. And yeah, defending from Rubik, so he's gonna push it out. They're going uphill, as you mentioned. However, Zeus, enough of a scare for the time being, but how much can you really commit here for your Feltas? Oh, we got a DC from Techies, but all right, it gives us time to really kind of analyze this now. Walk a little bit more. You know, can they truly commit to this push here? I mean, they got to at least get the tower, right?
They have to try and force either a buyback or, you know, they have to keep pushing, basically. If only 2 heroes are alive and you have 5 heroes alive, you have to commit for this push. So there's not much of a choice. And the Zeus is going to try and delay it. He's smoked right now with the ninja gear, so he can just sit back and spam. But they will try and find a chance to blink in. They have the overwhelming blink on CK as well, so you can't blink react to that anymore. If you take the damage, then the Zeus can't blink.
Very true. Yeah, big item. And he's level 25, 10% Chaos Strike chance of that Chaos Strike, which is, of course, what really helps make this hero the threat that he is, even that much more proc chance.
Oh,
coming out for
Monkey
him,
got
so.
Penta Edge this game too. Zeus gets called? Maybe.
Uh-oh. Aeon Disc, it was activated. However, the turn on the Wukong still down, the double buyback as expected. They catch the one in Darkseer, and Chaos Knight is going to be pulled in. He's out for 2 minutes. The overextension from Felt is there. Leshrac able to TP out in time, but with CK dead for 2 minutes, you know that Italiano Gangster and Dogchamp as a team, they're going for pressure.
That's very nice, actually. They send up the Zeus. His Aeon Disc was just coming off cooldown, so he knew that he could actually go up rather safely there and bait. And then the Monkey gets a beautiful double ulti there and the double kill right afterwards. That was a really, really big play. And now with CK down for 90, they are definitely going to make their way across the river.
I mean, I know Techies isn't up yet. He's up now, but you figure, I mean, Dogchamp definitely. They know it's a dieback, right? Like he's definitely dead for 80 seconds.
Yeah,
I guess they have a massive
There's
lead.
no doubts. They're capitalizing. They're also going to capitalize even more by going Refresher on this Monkey King here. Sold his power creds.
Oh wow. Yeah, he just finished it as you're saying that. So he's got the Refresher in play now. Well, double nullifier, double ultimate, of course. Pretty good.
Yeah, there's only 2 lanes of Rax. He can just drop down his ulti and start pushing. That's what he's going to do as well.
And without your CK, you really can't feel comfortable initiating here. Look at that stolen by you. A little smaller of a Wukong's command, but it's like, who's this bigger? Okay, well, Monkey King wins. Wall combo. It's not really going to be much of a threat, though. They just don't care. I mean, Yuma's taking some damage to those illusions, and maybe needs to respect it a little more, but they get the Rax. It's 1 Rax away. They're not going to commit for the ranged Rax, despite that being mega creeps.
They don't have to. Like, you have a Furin in team, that range Rax will fall eventually.
Sure. Oh, Techies, did he get taken out? Yes. They are able to combo him down.
Yeah, nice little catch there by Tiny, at least getting something. But now, knowing that you have lost your top lane of Rax and you only have a 780 HP range Rax and you're playing as the Furion, like, sooner or later when BKB is ready on Furion, he's gonna find a chance to just TP in there and take that. So you're definitely in desperation mode here on the side of Felt. They need to find one more of those big team fights and somehow capitalize into pushing buildings, but Zeus has to die. If Zeus is alive, he can always just defend.
And another Aeon Disc coming out for Dogchamp. This one in the hands of Nature's Prophet this time. So he too has a way to survive a little bit longer. So Chaos Knight back up though. Felt bit of an all-in strategy and figure is going to be coming up here in the near future.
Yeah, Dogchamp are saying that Aeon Disc is the solution to this game. They're buying one on Clockwork as well, so they're going for a 3rd Aeon Disc as well. Just making sure to survive the bursts, because that's what Felt do. They try to burst with chain stuns, and you can break that combination with this one item.
Yeah, it's that, you know, maybe Lotus Orb as well certainly could be a valuable tool too, but Aeon Disc itself takes care of that. I see right there, they're trying to take their own outpost back, and that Zeus for you is like, no, you're not getting that. I'm just going to
and they just changed their mind. They're like, okay, whatever, didn't really want it anyway, just run away, leave that outpost.
Okay, they fall back, they smoke, and now they're going to take it out with a smoke. Of course, that's seen, but
yeah,
get it. Look at their base, though.
They're aware that they're smoked, but they don't even feel that worried. And right now, the safety against the smoke can even be to not stack up. If you all stacked up, you might get a big initiation on you, but by not being too close together, if the smoke catches one guy, it might not be the worst.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good point, I think, that, yeah, it's... Even if it's your Zeus or whatever, like, still, obviously he has buyback, I'm assuming, he's got the Disc anyway, like, you can definitely respond appropriately.
Yeah, with Aeon Disc,
one of your heroes dies.
With Aeon Disc, Blink, and having the Stormcrafter, when the Aeon Disc triggers, he can then use the Stormcrafter towards the end of it, and then he can still Blink, because he, you know, didn't take damage. So he can use that combination to get the 3 seconds, and be able to blink out.
Smoke in from DogChamp, and who do they catch? That's Tiny. He's trying to blink away. Get some support. That's his own Rubik helping him out there. Thanks to the shard. Oh, we're also seeing Leshrac with his shard. That split earth constantly activating. So, again, though, I know this is one of those states where it's like, come on, just do something. But it's understandable what both sides are doing here. Again, obviously, DogChamp's not in a rush at all. They have complete control. And then for Feld, it's like, what do you do?
It's the really stalling for Roche basically right now for DogChamp, and they're also going to be happier. I mean, down the road, as we're going the distance in this game, if the game drags on to 60 minutes, they are most likely to be in control of the map and get the items then. But at any moment until then, if Feld slip up just a little bit, they'll get caught out. Both Clockwork and Techies and Monkey all are looking for a chance to get those initiations.
4,000 gold saved up on Chaos Knight, so saving up for something massive. Dare I say a Divine Rapier? Who knows? Oh, he jumped right there. Wow. Thought he had a chance, and the reaction coming out though. The Wukong's throwing down, and LCK, he still has BKB, hasn't used it, finally uses it, but so much damage already happening. They just try to run a second. Wukong's coming out to chase, they kill the Leshrac, who's down for 2 minutes with no buyback. And you know Mega Creeps is coming now.
Yeah, that spells doom, really. Now you have to turn around without BKB on CK.
Yeah, obviously you gotta fight some way, somehow, so they're gonna save the Rax for the time being. Chaos Knight jumps in and, okay, doesn't kill Yaren. We've seen this before. Techie's even going back in, Sticky Bomb applied, and they're just toying with the CK now. And they're gonna kill the Techies, but at what cost? He's dead on Chaos Knight. He has his buyback. Techies did as well, and he used it. There's CK coming back in. Rubik ain't coming back, though. And finally, the Rax officially falls. There's a big vacuum. I mean, it looks pretty, but the end result is just going to be too little, too late, it feels like. And DogChamp on the verge of starting this Division 2 DPC North American region at 4-0 overall record.
Yeah, buyback from Tiny, trying to turn this around, but there's no way. There are too many heroes, a swarm of the dire heroes as everyone's still alive. Furin goes down, but they brought down everyone, and GG gets called. DogChamp. This game was a lot closer than the first one. Definitely there was a fighting chance, but still, I feel like DogChamp are just performing at a level above Felt here, and that's how it looked last time we saw Dog as well. So they're looking to be one of the contenders here to perhaps take this this division. I mean, it's early on, but so far they're looking very dominant in the games that they're playing.
I'm with you there. As you said, it's one of those, like, yes, we're still early, only 2 series now. They play, what, 7 in total, but it feels like from what we're seeing out of this team, specifically in DogChamp, they are absolutely one of the contenders to finish top 2 and ultimately head on to Division 1. So we'll see eventually as the road continues. But as far as this series is concerned, it's 2-0 DogChamp over Felt. Wonder what our panel thought about that game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And the panel, well, we all were not having the greatest amount of faith in the side of Felt here. You know, we had to go deep into the copium to try and figure out how they win this game here, T-Pan. And unfortunately, at the very end, that depth wasn't enough. It turns out that the way that this draft is structured, they just came a point in the game where it didn't feel like they could do much. And they were just waiting on DogChamp to make the initiation and hopefully make a mistake. I mean, past the mid-game, it felt like every single fight that Felt got something positive out of was only when DogChamp sort of messed up in terms of their own jump, rather.
Yeah, in the eyes of DogChamp, this wasn't a heartfelt victory. But a win is a win, and they were able to clutch it in the end. A couple good answers coming out from Felt in a couple engagements. They got themselves some good combos coming out with the back and the less stun, the split earth, and they could hold their ground a couple times, but just simply not enough. The further this game goes, basically just scaling is so much better.
Yeah, just starts to become harder and harder as time goes on, and the way this game ended, Fear, I was looking at this RCY Zeus, right? You know, Gods was mentioning at the end of the drop that he wanted to see a hero with burst damage being able to show up, make a huge impact, especially in the early mid-game. In this game, not only did RCY do that, but barely got touched throughout the entire game, got to lay off a ton of damage. 77k hero damage came out from the Zeus. What could they have done differently on the side of Felt? Given that this was the 24 pick, they couldn't respond to this in the draft. How could they have played differently to address the power of the Zeus?
I think it's pretty hard because, like, he just won the mid matchup super hard, and then they had rotations come in the mid lane to kill the Leshrac as well. So, like, they were just so far behind in the mid lane. Dealing with Zeus was no longer like an option, especially because he does have that heavenly jump, that defensive tool available to him. And RCY throughout this entire series, like, he's giving me a lot of hopium for NA. He played really well here. He's really young, really improving every time I see him play, and he looked really good this series.
And God, how do you feel about this? I know I was never going to ask Fear about this CK hero because I know I was going to get out of him. But to your expectation, this was the 23 pick. They were really relying on this hero to have a massive impact in this game. Couldn't have gone better. Like, what do you make of his performance here on the CK?
Look, it was better than I expected. I think we saw some of the potential of it later on in the game in some of these fights. The burst that came out when they caught somebody, it kind of forced Dogchamp to go into all these Aeon discs, which, was a clever answer to it. But it was something that was just a different look with a lot more aggression. And we just saw, Felt playing with a much higher tempo off of this. And I think it kind of worked at times. I think the bigger issue was they just fell so far behind early on where I'm kind of like, hey, if this game was more even and they had a better early game, maybe we'd be singing a different tune when it comes to the Chaos Knight. Because I don't think it was completely hopeless, but it's also part of the reason why their early game was bad is that they, picked a CK as well. So you got some good with it, but you also got some bad.
And Felt, unfortunately, will be finding themselves suffering the 0-2 loss. Dogchamp going 2-0 up and also going 2-0 in their series win so far. The MVP for this game, y'all are going to be a little bit surprised to hear this one, but it's our off-laner, Italiano Gangster, came through with this Nature's Prophet performance. And one thing I found very interesting about how he plays this game, Fear, is that of the 4 games that he's played so far, 2 of each game has played 2 games with Beastmaster, 2 games with Nature's Prophet. But each subsequent game, he always changes up his itemization and the order of the items that he ends up going for. So it turns out that this guy is not just playing like a brain dead type of style, but it's nice to see him that he's always thinking and adapting to what the matchup requires for each specific iteration of these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows signs of a person that's like really comfortable in their hero, right? Adapts to the situation instead of just doing the cookie cutter build. I feel like he did really well. The one thing I did want to say about Felt, though, that I kind of looked at it was like they chose first pick that game. When right now the meta is like you normally choose second pick or Dire, but like they ended up with first pick Radiant, which is like the most undesirable like situation. So just to like kind of talk about their situation here, they're a little behind the meta, it looks like, and I think they could take this game and learn a lot from it and maybe make some better choices on the coin flip stage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where as time goes on, right, you start to see exactly what is the best case scenarios. I mean, they'll know for sure for now that don't go for this first pick Ember Spirit and first pick and Radiant. Probably unlikely that they're going to find themselves in this particular situation again. It wasn't all doom and gloom. The one thing that was at least somewhat acceptable, at least somewhat, like just a little bit, was that on the other side of the map, Panda, in the top lane, although the Darkseer lane didn't have that much impact as the game went on, they were at least able to apply pressure early into the game, right? They didn't give Monkey King a completely free lane. So despite the fact that they completely fell apart in the mid game, there were still some signs of life. If you were the coach right now for the side of Felt, what would you say is the biggest adjustment they need to make going into their next series in the DPC?
I mean, I wouldn't make too many big changes concerning this was just the first series against potentially one of the favorites coming out from Division 2. Take a small amount of data, go with some 1v1s, look at some replays together with the team, discuss things, and just, it really depends on the team, honestly, like what kind of the vibe is going to be, how much do these players want to go into specific things, like in particular, or do we just go in a very generalized idea of like, all right, well, we made mistakes here. Those are kind of hard to like fix because they're in the moment happening things, like it might have been just a genuine mistake that happens, so don't get too stuck on things. Get your mindset. You've got a couple of days. I think they're playing on the 6th or the 7th, so they got a couple of days to just refresh, chill, play a couple of scrims, and get on another mood set.
Well, a team that doesn't necessarily need that time to recover is, of course, the winning team of Dogchamp. And we have the winning player, our MVP of game number 2, Italiano Gangster, ready for an interview. Good sir, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Congratulations on the victory. And one thing I was very curious about, over the course of the games that you have been playing, you've always gone for different itemization in each and every single game. Is this something that you decide on by yourself, or is this a team decision that says, hey, for this game, you'd probably do better if you, say, for example, got an earlier BKB than in a different situation?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, looking at the items, I mean, I think like if you look at the second game, I literally queued a vessel and then I just got a triple kill, and I was like, I don't need that anymore. I'm just gonna carry the game myself. But I mean, the items are relatively the same, at least in this series. Just the Axe is like really good on this hero. I think Shard is really good on this hero, and BKB Gleipnir is just a really good timing. So I just went for those two timings, 2 games in a row, and it ended up working.
All right, this definitely makes sense. Mr. Panda, what you got for our winning Italiano gangster here?
All right, congrats on your win. I have 2 questions in mind for you. First of all, we've actually had like a big discussion about Division 1 situation and Division 2 here in North America. So specifically about your team, do you have a variety of like scrim opponents, or do you have a smaller pool of teams available for practice?
I don't think that's the case at all, because South America exists and they have some very good teams to scrim, and we like scrimming the tier 1 teams there, like the Division 1 teams. Not the, I mean, we haven't scrimmed like Peace Coast Niji, but we scrimmed Alliance a lot, and we scrimmed Infamous sometimes, and like the Div 2 teams as well. Those are like the best scrim partners in my opinion. But besides that, like actually we haven't scrimmed any Div 2 from NA, so it's just mainly SA teams because they're really good.
Okay, all right, that's pretty interesting and good to hear as well. And secondly, talking about heroes in general, and especially about the offlane, which offlane heroes do you feel like have the biggest impact in a singular game currently?
It's got to be Broodmother. That's why they're banning it every game against me. I mean, I'm level 30 on the hero. The hero's broken. Like, if there's a reason why it's getting banned every game, I think that's the most broken offlaner.
All right.
Definitely makes sense. Fear, want to have you come up to our man right now. You know, our NA aficionado, what you have for the man here?
Yeah. All right, so we've played quite a few pubs with you. I've seen you play like mid, carry, and now offlane. Like, what was your choice to become an offlane player?
Well, when it comes to roles, all I know is I need farm. That's basically it. So I used to play carry, but I just don't think I could I don't think I'm like good with some of the heroes that I think are essential for a carry, like heroes like Morphling. So I just decided to be an offlane player, because offlane is more like brutish, right? You just like run in there sometimes. Sometimes you get the farm, sometimes you get to do this and that. So like just playing these heroes that are like sort of brutish and run in is just fitting me the best, because I don't think I'm like the perfect player. So I think it gives more mistakes, like more space for mistakes, while still having a massive impact on the game.
All right, so the next question is going to be, what's like your ultimate goal in Dota? You've been playing pubs for a long time now. Like, is your goal to like hold up the Aegis, or where do you see yourself with Dota?
I just always want to be connected to Dota. I know that for a fact. I just want to keep playing nonstop. Whatever happens, happens. I mean, I'm trying my hardest. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But all I know is I just want to keep playing Dota until time ends.
All right, that's good. All right, so you said you didn't play any of the Div 2 teams from NA yet. Do you have like an approximate like power ranking for like the top 3?
Top 3? Well, when the teams got announced, we were looking at Legacy for sure, but then something happened and they're gone. But besides that, I think that top 3 would probably have to include it could be Felt, and I feel like Ant will have to battle the cut, but it's not going to be like a big difference in those two. But I think we're just going to get number 1. I'm not going to be cocky. I just see the teams and I'm like, yeah, we could just beat all of them. 7-0.
Ooh, okay. All right, 7-0. We're going to actually look forward to seeing that. While we still have him on the line, Gods, do you want to round out the interview for us with Italiano gangster here?
Yeah, congrats first. It's really cool to hear that. You want to just be tied to Dota for as long as you can keep playing the game. With that said, you're kind of a newer name, I think, for a lot of the viewers, the fans. This DogChamp's kind of like your first competitive team playing in DPC. You stood in for the cut of your other teams. I'm just curious to hear from your words. Like,
that's incorrect.
Can you tell me a bit more about your story then?
Yeah, the first team I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the first team I ever played on was
fine.
5-Rat. I was a founding member of that with like the other members there. And then we all left, and then they basically transferred it to the people playing now, just minus Red 2. And that's my first team. But other than that, I've always been playing pubs. I have like 18,000 games, so it's like I'm always around. And then I have stood in it sometimes. I stood in for like KBU and for DogChamp, but yeah, that's basically the extent of my experience.
Yeah, seeing you stand in, I guess, what I was kind of trying to get to is like, Fear obviously talked about your goals a bit. How are you finding competing in the DPC now in Division 2? And I guess obviously you're expecting to go 7-0, but yeah, how are you finding kind of competing again?
It's great. I mean, I've been competing for the last few months because there was that massive break like between the last Division 2 and this time. There's been a lot of tournaments. There's been like 4 BTS. There's been the TI. There's been like, I think another tournament, but obviously not involving me. It's just been like so many months, and I've been competing for sure. But like going back to DPC, it's like finally I get to play DPC again because this is what matters, right? Like the other tournaments are sort of irrelevant.
Oh, definitely.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great to hear. And I guess, the last question I want to have, are there any offlane players out there now that you're, obviously you talk about your playstyle being a bit more farmy, which of the players you kind of look at from some of maybe the Division 1 teams for inspiration, or for, you watch someone, you get impressed by how they play offlane?
So there's like a few answers to this because there's obviously different ways to play the game. In terms of mechanical skill player, I think the best offlaner is Whisper. I think in terms of setting up the game, the best offlaner is 33. And like the best farmer, I think this might sound weird, but I think Nightfall is like really good because like he always sort of gets his hero, he always sort of gets his item, and he always wants to do something. I've played pubs with him before, and he always talks and he tries to set up the game really nice. And I said 33 is like the best person to set up, but Nightfall is just like, he used to be a carry player, he loves his items, and I like watching him play.
All right, makes sense. One more question before we let you go, Italiano Gangster. I'm very curious about this. You're just mentioning that you played like 18,000 pubs, tons and tons and tons and tons of games, day in, day out. How do you make sure that you don't lose focus, firstly? And how do you also make sure that you're getting in effective practice and not just grinding out pubs for the sake of grinding out pubs?
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of those pubs grinded were not, good because it's just like tilt queue and whatnot. That's why the number's so high. But lately, I've been like, focusing a little more. I got like my highest MMR at like 9.6. I've been like consistently around 9K, and like, I'm starting like I have school as well, so I'm just not trying to queue 16 games a day like I used to.
16 games a day, that's quite a lot. Oh, actually, I'm curious, what are you studying at school right now?
It's accounting, 3rd year in college.
Okay.
right.
So that must be something that's like difficult to balance. So we hope that you keep the life-work balance together and you don't burn out on either end. So thank you so much for giving us your time, Italiano Gangster. And I have a feeling we're probably going to be talking to your team again down the stretch. Good luck, have fun for your future games, and we're going to hold you to that 7-0. So thank you for your time so much.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Good night, good sir. And that's, of course, Italiano Gangster, the offlaner right now for the side there of Team DogChamp. Very intriguing to hear, Panda, that he believes they're going to go 7-0. One of the things I'm interested about is because he sort of helped the team go, I think, 6-1 beforehand. When he stood in for KBU US, they qualified for Division 1. Obviously, the team ended up falling apart, but he's been in that winning form before. And it's kind of important, right, to actually have not just the mentality of a winner, but the experience of being in the position of close games that require you to go above and beyond. He knows exactly what it takes to be there, and so does most of his squad. So what do you think? Do you think they actually have what it takes based on what we've seen for them to really go that full 7-0 stretch?
I mean, there's definitely a chance for it, and like we've always had that 7-0 team basically in Division 2. So might definitely be DogChamp taking it. I still feel like they might drop a game maybe to some of the top teams. Like he said, Felt was probably one of the top 3 teams, but they just took them by storm 2-0. So that was, I think, in a sense, from them, from their perspective, it felt like a big win because it was an actual 2-0. They know that they can take them down and win. But just quickly about the interview, I'm really pleased that he actually mentioned Whisper as one of the players, because he's also an offlane player that I look up to a lot as well. Very mechanically talented player. Talked about scrimming against SA teams, Division 1 SA teams, and just bringing up Whisper was a really heartening thing to hear.
I mean, God, it's not just Whisper, right? One of the things I loved hearing from him was he's studying different styles of offlane players. He's studying the 33s, he's studying the Whispers, he's studying the Nightfalls. So that means that his pool is just going to keep expanding, but not just that, his understanding of the various play styles. It helps not just him as a player, but it makes things so much easier to draft around, right? Where you know that you don't necessarily have to prioritize, our offlaner has to get this hero first phase. You can be like, we'll pick whatever, and we know that there's somebody on the team who can play it in the style and manner that we need for this particular game.
Yeah, that's so true, because we saw opening day when they played, it was 2 games of Beastmaster, which is more like, here, I'm going to control the tempo of the game, kind of how 33 does. And what we saw today was, hey, I'm going to carry the hell out of my team, which is maybe a bit more Nightfall-esque, where he's playing this super farmer and having this much higher impact. So he's taking like the strengths of all these different offlane players and, trying to incorporate them into his game. Obviously, those offlane players are great in all 3 of those areas. It's just one area they kind of excel at. But it does show that he's confident. He understands what to look for in these different players, and his hero pool isn't just the the Beastmaster and Broods. He can play some of these more farm heavy heroes like we saw today as well.
Incidentally, here, this sort of reflects what we were hearing in Div 1 as well, where a lot of the teams were mentioning that they're capable of practicing with South America, with Europe, and with Eastern Europe as well. Is it maybe now starting to become a thing where being based in NA, like despite the fact that you might not have the highest quality in region pubs, is this just not a team advantage given the wide swath of teams that you can potentially practice and scrim against if you are in the NA region?
Absolutely, Snare. NA is the central hub of Dota. It is the best place to be. Like, I don't think you get practice any better than NA. You get to play against South America. You get to play against Europe. You get to play. I mean, if you want to, you could probably play against C. Like, what could be better than being in NA?
Indeed, what could be better than being in NA? Of course, right now the Falcons not necessarily enjoying their opening game here in NA as they went down 2-0, but they still have a long way to go. Their journey is not complete just yet. Of course, our journey for tonight is done, but we still have a lot of Dota to go in tour number 2. So looking forward into the future, the first game that we're going to be having on the next day is going to be this Penguin squad versus the Cut. The Cut has always been a team that's been always challenging at the very top of the North American region, always in contention for a qualification spot, and in the past being able to get it. So Gods, having seen all this Dota, where do you imagine this particular series is going to go to start the day on our next run of games here?
I'm very excited for it. I think it may be our first 3-game series. Penguin squad looked really good on opening day. With that said, playing the Cut is just a whole nother beast. I think them and DogChamp are the 2 top teams down here in Division 2, so I would expect the Cut to win it, but I think it probably goes to 3 games. As you kind of mentioned, the Cut, they hop up and down between Division 1, Division 2, and they've just got a solid experienced roster, which we saw like with Fart Studios' experience, and I think that having those veteran players matters a lot, so I give them a bit of an edge, but that's one of the things looking forward to at this point.
I'm very much looking forward to that series as well. And Panda, tell me what your feeling is for the upcoming one of C-Dub versus Ant. Obviously, both of them are now 0-2 in their games. They've lost their opening series. Who do you have the better odds of being able to bounce back and grab their first series win here in Div 2?
Now that they've, for C-Dub, they've played their first series, and ANT, another NA team, they also played theirs the night before. Both ended up 2-0s. For C-Dub's perspective, now that they have Kips basically doing like some part-time coaching for the team, they've got some time to really do a deep dive on that drafting. I think drafting was their biggest issue, that they went for these kind of very ballsy picks that just didn't kind of fit into the picture at all. So maybe they can experiment on that a little bit. Maybe they can figure out what was the thought process behind some of the hero picks. Is there like a variation we can look for? Maybe swap around the order a little bit. That's something that they could do. And on the side of another NA team, well, you've basically got a team filled with players who've been around for a while and also inside the Division 2 from last year. Look at the Warden, for example, RRL. Definitely players that are capable of showing prowess and showing that skill. But in terms of putting them up against each other's, I feel like C-Dub has a lot to grow. I didn't see the ANT series, so I can't really say. I think Gods would be more an expert on that until what happened in that series. But I feel like ANT's roster definitely has room to grow.
They have a lot of room to grow and a lot of room to adapt and just, grow into their shoes. Before we close out the show, Fear, this is your first time doing Div 2 Dota here in North America, your home region. What have you made of some of the kids that you've seen so far? You were saying that RCUI and them are giving you a little bit of hopium and some copium for the future of this region. Do you think you're going to still feel that way at the very end of the tour?
I sure hope so. He looks very promising. He looks, he was 16 years old maybe, suspectedly. Yep. So like the fact that he's so young, having such good performances. I've seen him play like the last couple of years, and knowing that he was only like 14 years old then and still looked good. A lot of hopium for that guy specifically. And it's for me, it's really nice to do Div 2 because like these are people I've been playing pubs with for years. Finally getting to see them and talk to them like in real life has been really fun for me overall. Like I get to see all these guys we've been playing with, and now they're in a competitive environment. It's been great.
I think that's the most important thing, right? At the end of the day, no matter how competitive the environment is, no matter how much we all want to win, we have to remember that there are human beings on the other side of the screen. So we need to treat them with respect and dignity as much as we treat ourselves with that same respect and dignity. With that, though, we're going to be closing out the show. So from myself, Snare, joined on the panel by T-Panda, Gods and Fear, and of course, our casting duo of Wagamama and Breaky CPK. We're saying good night, goodbye. Remember to hydrate, remember to keep a positive mental attitude about the games, and remember to tune in for the next iteration of the DPC here in North America. Good night, we love y'all, and we'll see you next time. Peace.